On a typical Sunday evening in Dallas, Texas, a young woman named Zoe Hastings went missing on her way to church class. Her disappearance prompted a disturbing investigation and trial. Zoe Hastings was born on November 21, 1996, to Jim and Cheryl Hastings. So she was an excellent big sister, spending a lot of time with her younger brother and sisters. Zoe Hastings' parents described her as someone who made it a daily goal to make others happy. She was extremely talented in the spring of 2014. Zoe Hastings graduated from Booker Washington High School for the performing and visual arts. Her interests centered on visual arts and theater. While studying there, she dabbled in acting and costume design. He was also very proud of her work as a lifeguard at the pool. And by the end of the summer, she had been promoted to supervisor. Zoe Hastings was also a graduate of theological seminary at the Church of Latter-day Saints of Jesus Christ and was deeply committed to her faith. She considered an offer from 6 top Texas universities, which included the opportunity to serve on an 18-month mission trip for the church. She genuinely cared about others, sometimes neglecting her own needs. She liked to give small gifts. Zoe Hastings aspired to be a doctor and to assist people in gaining theoretical knowledge by watching documentaries and surgical videos. On that fateful Sunday, October 11, 2015, Zoe Hastings set out to attend a Bible study class at the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in Dallas, Texas. Zoe, a young and enthusiastic 18-year-old, had recently graduated and was looking forward to a mission trip with her church in November. Her departure that afternoon was no different from any other day. She bid her parents farewell and promised to return home for their traditional family dinner. Dinner together was a treasured tradition. But Zoe's excitement about her upcoming mission trip caused her to prioritize the Bible study class that day. So we left her house around 4:30 p.m., driving the family minivan, with the Bible study class beginning at 5 p.m. Her parents expected her to return around 6:30 p.m. And became increasingly concerned as time passed with no sign of their daughter. Not only was her absence unusual, but she also missed the 5 p.m. Bible study class, which added to their concern. They are anxious. Jim and Cheryl attempted to contact Zoe Hastings via text messages and numerous phone calls. However, their efforts were met with silence. They contacted friends in the hopes of finding out where she was, but none of them could provide any information. To make matters worse, the Hastings family discovered that Zoe Hastings did not show up for the Bible study class. As the hours passed and there was no sign of Zoe, her parents decided to contact the police at 10 p.m. However, by midnight, the authorities had not responded to their call. Fearing for their daughter's safety, they took action and filed a missing persons report while continuing their search. The breakthrough came in the early hours of Monday morning when Zoe's parents discovered she needed to find My iPhone app, which was installed on her phone. They used this tool to track her phone's location, which led them to a nearby creek only a 5-minute drive from their house. They rushed to the scene full of urgency. They found a scene of chaos and concern. Police, paramedics, and flashing lights surrounded the area, which was cordoned off with police tape. Zoe Hastings' minivan was discovered in a precarious and alarming position, nose down in the creek bed, nearly vertically submerged in water. The tragic events that occurred on that fateful Sunday evening and early Monday morning shed light on a disturbing series of incidents. The chain of events began when Kurt Rem, a concerned member of the public, was walking his dog near Easton Road and Lippett Avenue. He came across a man who approached him urgently, reporting a car crash involving a young girl in the creek. The stranger, visibly shaken, asked Kurt to join him in investigating the scene. Together, they went down to the creek, and the man informed Kurt that the girl would later identify Kurt, immediately dialed 911 after Zoe Hastings tragically died, fearing the worst. However, the mysterious man who had initially alerted him fled the scene before police arrived. Upon their arrival, the police discovered Zoe Hastings' lifeless body. She lay face down in a pool of blood about 10 to 20 feet from the driver's door of the minivan. The initial assumption that her death was caused by the crash was quickly dispelled when police discovered that she died as a result of homicidal violence. The horrific nature of the crime became clear as details emerged. Zoe's clothing had been disturbed. Her dress had pulled up above her waist, and her underwear had rolled down to her mid-thighs, indicating sexual assault. Zoe had several deep cuts on her neck. Throughout their investigation, the police thoroughly searched the area for evidence. All of the minivan doors except the driver's door were locked. They discovered a blood-covered knife at the top of the embankment, which they suspected was used to inflict Zoe's fatal wounds on her neck. So his phone, which has location services, provided a timeline for the investigation. It showed that her phone had been at the creek since 5 p.m. She remained there from Sunday evening until Monday morning, when her body was discovered. As the investigation progressed, it was discovered that after leaving her house, Zoe Hastings stopped briefly at a Walgreens on Garland Road to return a Redbox movie on her way to the Bible study. The Walgreens was so close to her house that she could see it from the parking lot. She returned the movie at 4:42 p.m. However, authorities wanted to know what happened after that and why she didn't show up for the 5 p.m. Bible study. As the investigation into Zoe Hastings' tragic death continued, two key witnesses came forward. The witnesses said they saw a woman near a minivan in the parking lot outside the Walgreens store. One of the witnesses described seeing an African-American man approach the woman quickly. To their surprise, both people entered the minivan with the man behind the wheel. The second witness stated that the man appeared to be holding something in his hand during the encounter. After exchanging words with the woman, they both quickly entered the minivan, which drove away from the scene. The discovery of DNA on the knife found in the creek sparked a breakthrough in the case. The DNA evidence was linked to a man whose genetic profile had already been recorded in the law enforcement database. This individual was identified as Antonio Cochran. Antonio vehemently denied being involved in Zoe's murder. Nonetheless, based on DNA evidence and witness statements, he was charged with capital murder. The charges were based on the belief that Zoe's murder occurred during a kidnapping or attempted kidnapping. The prevailing theory among law enforcement was that Zoe's abduction and subsequent murder were random, with no prior relationship between her and Antonio. When Antonio Coltrane's trial began, he pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's case centered on the theory that Zoe Hastings was kidnapped from the Walgreens parking lot while returning a Redbox movie just across the street from her house on that fateful Sunday afternoon. This theory was supported by the testimony of two key witnesses who appeared in court to give their versions of events. The first witness, Lester Lee Clark, identified himself as a tattoo artist who worked near the intersection of Garland Road and PV Road in East Dallas. He testified at around 4:45 p.m. As he approached the Walgreens, he noticed a woman, presumably Zoe, near the Redbox kiosk. She appeared to be returning or retrieving a movie as she entered her minivan. A short, heavy-set African-American male quickly approached her and grabbed the car door, sparking an animated but brief conversation between the two that lasted no more than 5 seconds. Lester stated that he couldn't hear what they were saying, but he did notice that the woman at the driver's side door had moved to the passenger side. The man got into the minivan and quickly drove away. The second witness, Gary Whitman, was homeless at the time and stated that he was across the street from the Walgreens around 4:04 p.m. On Sunday afternoon, he described a stout, heavy-set African-American man who stood about 5 feet, 8 or 9 inches tall, and walked aggressively but discreetly. He thought the man was trying not to draw attention to himself. Gary reported that the man approached the woman in a minivan in the Walgreens parking lot from behind as she attempted to enter it. He claimed that the man extended his arms to block her path and appeared to pull something from his pocket. Although he couldn't see the exact object, Gary saw both people get into the minivan, with the man taking the wheel and driving away. Gary's immediate response, according to the court, was to seek help because he did not have access to a phone. He approached an employee at a nearby convenience store and asked them to dial 911. The court heard testimony from several researchers who carried out the tests. Gloria John Dimmock, a mitochondrial DNA analyst, told the court that several hairs were discovered at the scene. While mitochondrial DNA does not provide a unique identifier, it can be used to exclude people. According to the analysis, the hair found on Zoe's left arm could belong to Antonio Cochran. There was more evidence against the defendant. Copeland's DNA was discovered on the handle of a knife, which had been covered in Zoe's blood. The prosecution claimed that after abducting Zoe Hastings from the parking lot, Cochran drove her to a creek, where he raped and killed her cell tower. Data confirms that Cochran's cell phone pinged on Sunday, near the location where Zoe's body was discovered. Prior to Zoe's abduction, Cochran sent several text messages to various people. At 1:48 a.m., the first text message was sent to Gillis Pina Cochran's neighbor, Antonio, who stated that he intended to leave the house he and Gillis rented together. At 2 p.m., he messaged his ex-girlfriend, Angie Simon, informing her that Raina, who had been like a mother to him, had died the day before. He also messaged someone named Mimi at 2:25 p.m. and 3:19 p.m., telling her that he had been crying, drinking alcohol, and driving aimlessly around town. At 4:34 p.m., Antonio's cell phone communicated with a specific transceiver on a Dallas radio tower, which covered the Walgreens store. Antonio sent another text message from his smartphone. This time, it was addressed to Frank Torres, Gillis Pina's brother. "I really need you, brother. I'm not sure what's wrong with me, Frank. A lot has happened. I need you, brother." Antonio, according to the court, began working as a checker at a Fiesta Mart grocery store just 2 days before Zoe's murder. He was supposed to work the day after Zoe died, but he did not show up for his shift. The prosecutor also informed the judge that a detailed search history was conducted on Cocker's cell phone between October 13 and October 23. He searched for local and crime news 32 times, 5 of which were about Zoe's death. Prior to that, Antonio had shown little interest in crime stories, having only opened the news once in the previous month with a report on local gang crimes. The defense presented a compelling case, attempting to cast doubt on the prosecution's claim that Antonio Cochran was responsible for Zoe Hastings' murder. They questioned the DNA evidence's validity, as well as the witnesses' reliability. Paul Johnson, Antonio's defense attorney, stated that at the time of Zoe's murder, Antonio was assisting a friend in presenting an alibi that placed him in a different location. He challenged the testimony of 2 key witnesses who claimed to have witnessed Zoe's abduction. Lester's timeline and description of the man involved were called into question, raising concerns about the veracity of his story. The defense also questioned the credibility of the second witness, Gary, who had a criminal record and a history of illegal substance use. Paul Johnson questioned how Gary could have witnessed the events from across the street and suggested that his testimony might be suspect. Despite the potential consequences for himself, Gary insisted that he had come forward to do the right thing and was later apprehended due to an active arrest warrant. The defense's challenge included the DNA evidence. They acknowledged that Antonio's DNA was discovered on the knife handle, but proposed an alternative explanation. They speculated that his DNA could have been on the knife from a previous occasion, possibly while working at a local movie theater and coming into contact with it. Furthermore, the absence of fingerprints on or inside the minivan called into question the witnesses' claims that Antonio grabbed the door during the alleged abduction. The defense also pointed out that the medical examiner found no evidence of sexual assault and that Antonio was not charged with sexual assault, implying that this information was used to incite the jury. Finally, Paul Johnson urged the jury to find Antonio not guilty, emphasizing the importance of making a decision based on the evidence presented rather than reacting to popular sentiment. He encouraged the jury to do what they thought was right. The prosecution disagreed and urged the jury to find Antonio guilty. The jury deliberated for nearly 23 hours over several days. During this time, they requested additional information and clarification from the judge on 3 specific issues, including a photo of the Walgreens store, mitochondrial DNA, and the timeline of police interviews with the 2 witnesses. Ultimately, the jury convicted Antonio of the lesser offense of murder, rather than capital murder. Antonio was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, with a $10,000 fine. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. On August 11, 2008, on Monday, Sarah Widmer, a 24-year-old dental hygienist, and her 27-year-old husband, Ryan Widmer, a sports planner, were at their home in Fort Thomas, Kentucky. Sarah had just finished her shift at a dental office, and Ryan had finished his day as well. The couple, who met through mutual friends and quickly became inseparable, spent a quiet evening together. Their relationship had progressed from a blind date at a pub to purchasing a home, marrying, and being in the midst of newlywed bliss after only 4 months of marriage, as they looked forward to their future, which included plans for a Costa Rica honeymoon and a Cancun vacation. The most exciting anticipation revolved around the prospect of getting a new puppy, which they were actively pursuing together. On August 11, Ryan and Sarah Weidmer watched TV while eating leftover hamburgers, corn on the cob, and cheesy potatoes. According to Ryan, they began with some of Sarah's favorite shows before moving on to a football game. Sarah then decided to take a bath in the master bedroom bathroom. Ryan recalled that she asked him to check the doors before accompanying her upstairs. He remembered her walking upstairs. After they had both said, "I love you." She walks on her tiptoes, as she frequently did, at 10:49 p.m. That night, Ryan dialed 911. The call lasted 7 minutes. He told the 911 dispatcher that his wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub at their home in Morrow, Ohio. Ryan informed the dispatcher that my wife had fallen asleep in the bathtub. I believe I was downstairs. I just came up here and she was face down in the bathtub. Ryan told the dispatcher that he had been watching TV downstairs and went upstairs to find Sarah lying face down in the bathtub. He mentioned that she frequently fell asleep in the bathtub. Ryan followed the dispatcher's instructions and removed Sarah from the bathtub before being guided through CPR. During this time, he temporarily put the phone down to empty the tub and lift Sarah, which took approximately 29 seconds. Within 6 minutes of receiving the 911 call, police found Sarah naked on the bedroom floor. Her body felt warm and dry, but her hair was wet. While performing CPR, the police noticed a pinkish-white, frothy discharge coming from Sarah's mouth and nose, indicating drowning. When paramedics arrived, they made 2 unsuccessful attempts to intubate Sarah in her bedroom. 2 more attempts were made in the ambulance during the 10-minute ride to the hospital. Despite a 5th unsuccessful intubation attempt, the hospital's emergency room physician made a 6th attempt and was successful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Sarah was pronounced dead the same night. When questioned at the hospital, Ryan told police that he and Sarah were alone at home that night. He mentioned watching a football game on the downstairs TV while Sarah was taking a bath around 10 p.m., and he expressed concern to the police that he was afraid she would fall asleep in the bathtub. When asked if Sarah had fallen asleep in the bathtub, Ryan said no, but she did have a habit of falling asleep in unusual places. Despite Ryan's claim to the police that he found Sarah in the bathtub and assumed she had fallen asleep, authorities became suspicious. When they arrived at the house, they noticed Sarah's skin was dry, but her hair was wet. Detectives noticed inconsistencies in Ryan's account, particularly during the 911 call, when he described finding Sarah lying face down in the tub. There were concerns about a potential contradiction because they believed Ryan told the nurse at the hospital that he found her lying face up. During the search of the large mirror residence, law enforcement discovered several discrepancies that raised further concerns. The bathroom floor, bathroom mat, and towel on the floor were all dry. The bathtub was mostly dry, with only a few droplets visible near the drain. Notably, no wet towels were found in the home. Police discovered additional inconsistencies in Ryan's narrative. Ryan had initially told them that he was watching a Cincinnati Bengals football game on the television downstairs while Sarah took a bath. However, upon inspection, the downstairs TV was not tuned to that channel. Instead, the bedroom television was set to the specified channel. Police also discovered bloodstains on the bedroom carpet, where Sarah had been found lying on the floor when they arrived. These findings raised suspicions and added to the growing list of inconsistencies in Ryan's account of what happened that night. Dr. Russell Updegrove, the Warren County coroner, performed the autopsy on Sarah, and his findings revealed that her cause of death was drowning. Notably, several physical injuries were documented during the examination, including faint bruising on the right side of her forehead, a specific hemorrhage on the inner surface of her eyelid, bruising on the left side of her neck, a contusion on the back of her neck, and an abrasion on her left armpit, and bruising and lacerations on her upper lip. Sarah had deep muscle hemorrhaging in the front of her neck, as well as scalp contusions. Dr. Updegrove determined that Sarah's death was the result of a homicide. He stated that Sarah's injury occurred prior to her death and was not consistent with injuries commonly associated with PPR, Toxicology reports confirmed the absence of prohibited substances and alcohol in the system. Ryan was arrested for aggravated murder on August 13, 2008, just 2 days after Sarah died. It was the prosecution's case that Sarah died as a result of drowning. Their argument was that the cause of Sarah's death was less important than how she died. How did she drown? The prosecution claimed that the 911 call, the crime scene, and Sarah's injuries all pointed to Ryan as the perpetrator of her death. Their argument revolved around the claim that he had forcibly held her underwater, causing her to drown in the bathtub. During the investigation, the police dusted the bathtub for fingerprints and discovered streak marks believed to be caused by human hands, primarily in the center of the tub. They used a superglue fuming process and reflected ultraviolet imaging to detect finger and smear marks. A forearm impression was also discovered on the bathtub, which was determined to be made by an adult male using hair follicle testing. However, the exact timing of the impression could not be determined. The prosecution also claimed that the lack of wetness inside the bathroom was incompatible with the scenario Ryan described. If Sarah had drowned and Ryan had pulled her out of the bathtub, the floor and other bathroom items would have been soaked. They emphasized to the jury that Sarah's body was dry when police arrived minutes after Ryan called 911. The prosecution cited details from the 911 call, claiming that Ryan had revealed too much information and was orchestrating the call, implying premeditation. The prosecution told the jury that a violent confrontation took place in the Widmer home that fateful night. Although the reasons for it were unknown, they brought in an expert witness who testified that it was extremely unlikely to fall asleep and drown in a bathtub without the use of prohibited substances or alcohol. According to this testimony, the sensation of water on the face or the activation of the gag reflex would usually wake up an individual, and if that didn't work, a drop in oxygen levels would do the trick. The prosecution called on Coroner Updegrove, who performed Sarah's autopsy, to provide his expert opinion on the events of that night. He testified that a plausible explanation for Sarah's dry body and wet hair would be that her head was pushed over the edge of a bathtub, toilet, or sink. This act could have occurred either forwards or backwards in running water, or submerged in full water. The prosecution's central claim was that Ryan purposefully held Sarah's head underwater until she drowned, and they argued that he should be found guilty of her murder. In response, the defense argued that there was insufficient evidence to back up Ryan's claim of killing Sarah. They emphasized the couple's apparent love and argued that Ryan had no discernible motive to harm Sarah. According to the defense, those who knew Ryan had never seen him angry or raising his voice. Friends of the couple attested to their happiness and shared the belief that they were planning a bright future together. To bolster their case, the defense performed their own autopsy, presumably to challenge or provide an alternative viewpoint to the findings presented by the prosecution's witnesses, particularly Coroner Updegrove. Dr. Werner Spitz, who had been retained by the defense, conducted a second autopsy on August 15, 2008, 2 days after the first. Although he agreed with the conclusion that Sarah's cause of death was drowning, Dr. Spitz expressed a different opinion on the manner of death, saying he would have ruled it undetermined. He saw several injuries on her neck, arms near the crease of her elbow, upper lip, nape of her neck, scalp, a tear in her liver, and neck hemorrhaging. Dr. Spitz was unable to definitively determine whether these injuries were the result of CPR. As a result, he stated that he would not consider her death a homicide. The defense contended that if there had been a violent altercation, as the prosecution claimed, there would have been evidence of it. Notably, Ryan and Sarah's nails were found to be unbroken or chipped without any injuries. The defense also brought attention to the presence of female DNA found under Sarah's fingernails, with no match identified. They contended that Sarah's injuries were most likely the result of the extended CPR and multiple intubation attempts performed that night, both inside the house and in the ambulance parked outside the house during transportation to the hospital. And in the hospital itself, the defense posited the theory that something medical, such as a seizure or cardiac ailment, could have been the underlying cause of Sarah's death. They also explained the seemingly contradictory evidence of Sarah's dry body and wet hair, claiming that skin dries more quickly than hair. In the first trial, the jury found Ryan not guilty of aggravated murder, but convicted him of murder. A few months later, however, a new trial was ordered in response to the defense's concerns. It was discovered that some jurors had conducted their own tests on how long it took them to dry after taking a bath. potentially influencing their interpretation of the evidence. Ryan's second trial was in May 2010. However, the jury was unable to reach a decision, prompting the declaration of a mistrial. Ryan's third trial began in January 2011, with additional evidence being introduced into the legal proceedings. The defense sought to establish a case that Sarah had an undisclosed cardiovascular or neurological condition that caused her to lose consciousness and drown in the bathtub. To back up this claim, they presented testimony from several medical experts who suggested the possibility of such an underlying medical issue. However, the state countered these claims by bringing in their own medical experts to challenge and refute the defense's assertions. Sarah's co-workers' testimony revealed more about her health and daily routine. They described Sarah sleeping in her car before starting work in the mornings and going out to rest during her lunch breaks. Colleagues also revealed that she suffered from allergies and had headaches and stomach pains. On at least one occasion, her headaches were severe enough to cause blurred vision, forcing her to retreat to a dark room until the symptoms passed. Dr. Benjamin Mesmer, a dentist at Sarah's practice, took the stand and testified that he was present when she died. He recalled her complaining of a headache and stomachache that day. Sarah's friend's testimony painted a picture of her tendency to fall asleep in unexpected places, such as during a game or in the middle of group discussions. One of her friends suspected she had narcolepsy, a sleep disorder characterized by excessive sleepiness, sleep paralysis, hallucinations, and in some cases cataplexy. In contrast, Sarah's mother, Ruth, and Stuart testified for the prosecution. She stated that she had never noticed anything unusual about her daughter's sleeping habits. Sarah, however, did experience headaches. Ruth believed they were the result of sinus problems. According to Ruth's testimony, she spoke with Sarah on the day she died as she was leaving work, and Sarah made no mention of having a headache. Ruth stated that there was no family history of seizures, heart disease, or cardiac problems. Sarah had a heart murmur and a cleft palate as a baby, but a physical examination report from June 2008 made no mention of the heart murmur's continued presence. Furthermore, there was no mention of a cardiac condition, neurological defect, or disease in the report. Jennifer Cruz's testimony provided an important and potentially damaging account. According to her statements, she contacted Ryan while he was in prison after seeing a Dateline episode about his case. She claimed that on October 26, 2009, at 11:06, Ryan called her and confessed to Sarah's murder. Jennifer testified that Ryan stated, "I did it. I did it. I did it. I killed Sarah. I did it." Jennifer testified that Ryan had a heated argument with Sarah in their living room about his alleged infidelity, drinking, smoking, and pornography. The argument allegedly escalated upstairs, where Sarah informed Ryan that their marriage had ended. According to Jennifer, the confrontation became physical, with Ryan allegedly saying, "Nobody ever leaves me, and I mean nobody." Jennifer's testimony took a darker turn as she described Ryan's alleged admission to violence. Ryan admitted to punching Sarah in the chest during their confrontation, which caused her to fall backward and hit her head. Ryan claimed to have blacked out, and when he awoke, he discovered Sarah on the floor, unresponsive and not breathing, with wet hair. Furthermore, Jennifer claimed that during the 911 call, Ryan only pretended to perform CPR because he knew Sarah was already dead, rendering resuscitation futile. Despite this shocking revelation, Jennifer continued to communicate with Ryan following their initial discussion. Ryan did not report the incriminating conversation to the police until after her second trial was declared a mistrial. In response to Jennifer's testimony, the defense attempted to undermine her credibility. They presented evidence of her previous prescription drug addiction and misdemeanor theft convictions, attempting to cast doubt on the veracity of her statements and motivations. The defense presented a challenging scenario, claiming that they could not definitively explain what caused Sarah to drown that night. The defense urged the jury to consider all of the facts in the case, emphasizing that Ryan had no apparent motive to harm Sarah. Despite these arguments, Ryan was ultimately convicted of murder and sentenced to 15 to life in prison. Interestingly, one of the jurors in the third trial cited Ryan's behavior in court as a major factor in their guilty verdict. The juror observed that Ryan made no reaction when autopsy photos were shown in court, implying that his lack of emotional response influenced the perception of his guilt. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police discovered human remains. Part of the torso was discovered in a vacant lot near the city's exit. A few days later, bags containing arms and legs were discovered in various areas of the capital. The fact that there were no fingers on the limbs was horrifying. The police sounded the alarm. Apparently, a particularly violent criminal was operating in the region. Squads of officers were formed and patrolled the streets. The main goal was to find the unfortunate man's head and limbs and prevent future crimes. At the time, everyone was certain that this was the work of a brutal serial killer. The fingers and head were never located. However, the professional work of forensic experts revealed that the remains belonged to the same person. However, the absence of fingers and teeth made it impossible to determine who this person was. The story takes place in North America, with the main character, Alejandra La Fuente, a stunning brunette with gorgeous hair and bright brown eyes that highlight her thick black tar lashes. She had an athletic, trim figure, which he attempted to maintain through fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. Alejandra enjoys taking care of herself. She could frequently be seen at a beauty salon, massage spa, or spa. In warm weather, she lounged on the beach doing scientific research, and on cloudy days she could go to tanning salons. Overall, we can conclude that the young woman adored herself and saw herself as the pinnacle of female attractiveness. Alejandra did not lag behind in her career. Her father, Alberto La Fuente, is a doctor of sciences and a well-known psychiatrist. He is a scientific luminary who works on psychiatric disorders such as schizophrenia and manic depression. He is also well known for his experiments on patients, in addition to his scientific work. Alejandra regarded her father as an idol. She followed in his footsteps, hoping to achieve the same level of success. She enrolled in the best university for psychiatry and graduated with honors. Her perseverance, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence, combined with her father's connections, assisted her in writing and defending her thesis on manic syndrome. Alejandra did not, however, pursue a career in psychiatry. Instead, she was drawn to the work of a psychotherapist. With her father's money, the young woman obtained a license and established her office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. There were plenty of clients, but she only saw women. Women with eating disorders, depression, relationship problems, and low self-esteem sought counseling. Alejandra helped to resolve family issues. However, as is often the case, her personal life left a lot to be desired. The young woman's first marriage failed, but the couple did have 2 children, 2 lovely girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. However, Alejandra was not discouraged. She did not believe that having 2 children was an excuse to abandon herself. She still hoped to meet her other half, a man who could be a good father to her daughters. After the couple separated, Alejandra's ex-husband, whose name is unknown, returned home. It was a common practice for the couple. The man would come on weekends to spend time with his daughters and assist his ex-wife with household chores as needed. However, the ex-husband had no idea this would be his last visit. Alejandra asked him to enter the house from the backyard, claiming that the front door lock was jammed. The man entered the house. Alejandra explained that her youngest daughter was currently bathing and invited him into her bathroom. The man went in with no suspicions. There was a ringing silence throughout the house. There were no sounds, just the usual cartoons and children's laughter. The man entered the bathroom. There was tape on the floor and no daughter in the filled bathtub. He became aware that something was going wrong. Right at that moment, his ex-wife appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, and delivered a powerful blow to his head. The man fell, and blood poured out of the gaping hole in his skull. Everything around him was blood-stained. As the experts later discovered, the man had no chance of saving himself. Death occurred almost immediately following the first blow from a heavy, blunt object. The eldest daughter, who had unexpectedly returned early from a friend, was an unwitting witness to this truly horrifying scene. The children frequently witnessed their parents' quarrels. Alejandra was determined to be mentally disturbed. She frequently took it out on her friends, who noticed how the young woman could hit her husband. They frequently noticed scratches on his arms and neck. The housemates were constantly observing her temper tantrums and poor behavior, but this time the situation spiraled out of control. The daughter dashed out of the house and began calling for help. Almost immediately, a neighbor came running and called the police. The psychologist has been arrested and charged with murder. At the station, the young woman was placed in a cell and had to stay there for a month until her first hearing. Alejandra denied guilt during the trial. Lawyers proposed a version of self-defense. According to them, Alejandra's ex-husband was extremely jealous of her and made up stories about her bringing men into the house, which could have a negative impact on the psyche of young girls. On the day of the crime, he showed up unexpectedly at his ex-wife's house and entered through the back door, hoping to catch her with another man. Then he pounced on Alejandra, who was in the bathroom attempting to put together a nightstand. She then had to use self-defense, and he delivered 2 blows to the back of her ex-husband's head. On June 14, 2012, the sentence was imposed based on the defense's evidence and the presence of 2 minor children. Alejandra was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months, thanks to the coordination of lawyers and his father's money. A suspended sentence replaced the term behind bars. A few months later, the appeal was filed again, this time requesting that the charges be dropped. The claim was that the assault was in self-defense. Human rights activists demanded a jury trial and felt deeply sorry for the poor woman, who was presented as a victim of domestic violence. As a result, the court reviewed the case and acquitted the accused. After her release, the young woman continued to provide her psychological counseling. She portrayed Alejandra as a victim of gender inequality who fought for her rights in the same way that most women in North America do, and this image helped her gain even more popularity with potential clients. Maria Alejandra soon met Alan Carrera Cuella, a prominent Mexican businessman and the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. He was a tall, attractive, and statuesque man. His father had previously served as the Central District's head of special services, where he had achieved considerable success. Alan quickly expanded his business, establishing a nationwide chain of construction stores. A portion of Alan's business was legalized. The other part, which few people knew about, was closely related to crime. By the way, his father was removed from his position because one of his son's financial frauds was discovered. In addition, Alan had a stake in a criminal organization that transported psychotropic substances to the United States. Their base was in a border town and was patrolled by newly hired police officers. This group controlled a small portion of the South's psychoactive substance trafficking. Alan's father was proven to be involved in his son's affairs. The police were able to obtain a statement from him, and he faced a 20-year prison sentence. However, Adrian Carrera was released early on July 18, 2000, as a result of the Witness Protection Program. Following his release, he devoted all of his time to his son and his legitimate business. The son matured quickly, adopting his father's perspectives and experiences. After graduating from college, Alan Carrera decided to follow in his father's footsteps as an entrepreneur. He was very interested in the store of household appliances, and despite his young age, he completely let himself in. This business was not as large as his father's, but it provided a good income. There were always a lot of women around him, but Alan had been in love with a classmate who he thought was smart, beautiful, and came from a good family since childhood. The marriage was brief but bright. Daddy had a gorgeous daughter. However, a lot of work and Alan's almost complete absence from home caused this marriage to end. It was extremely difficult for Alan to part with a woman he had loved since high school. New novels did not bring pleasure, and loneliness and sadness drove the man to drink. This became a bad habit over time. Alan tried many things to cope with his long-term depression and addiction to alcohol, including books, circles, and drips, until fate led him to a consultation with the famous psychiatrist Alberto, Maria Alejandra's father. Alan's now ex-wife was also dealing with a difficult divorce. Alan was the only male in the young woman's life. Despite their separation, she could not allow anyone else to be with her. To alleviate her loneliness, Alan's ex-wife also decided to see a therapist. The psychiatrist who rehabilitated Alan explained that he couldn't lead both spouses for ethical reasons and suggested the woman turn to Alejandra. However, he did not inform the clients that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly realized that her patient's ex-husband could be an ideal match. He was described as a pleasant man in his prime and quite wealthy. Alejandra did not think long before asking her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation. According to the therapist, she would be able to resolve their issue in one session and break the former spouse's strong bond. Alejandra began carrying out her plan to seduce the entrepreneur as soon as the steamy session began. The result did not last long. Following the session, Alan offered the therapist a cup of coffee to discuss family issues. The young woman initially refused to go on a date because she believed it violated medical ethics. However, their date took place on the same evening, and it quickly became an affair. Alan's ex-wife soon learned of the situation. She was shocked. She even planned to report the incident to the doctor's ethics committee. However, she didn't. Alejandra was a highly competent specialist who was able to persuade her client to let the situation go. After all, it indicates jealousy and a refusal to let go of the former spouse. As a result, the doctor believes that a happy future will be ineffective. Alan's ex-wife decided not to apply both during and after the commission sessions. Meanwhile, the relationship with the newly married couple progressed quickly. A few months after their first date, the young couple decided to live together. After 2 more months, they decided to formalize their relationship, but Alan had no idea what skeletons he had in his closet that were hiding his fiancée. What were her reasons for divorcing her ex-husband? In April 2014, Alan decided to spend the weekend with his parents and flew there. It became an excellent opportunity to talk about his beloved and the upcoming wedding. Alan's parents were taken aback that they would learn such important information so late. They had never heard of Alejandra in their son's life, which seemed strange. A week after meeting with the parents, the marriage was registered. Interestingly, Alejandra asked her husband not to contact her friends and family. No invitations were sent. The wedding was supposed to be modest, and the budget didn't allow for inviting everyone one would have liked. However, as it turned out, the bride's father did attend the wedding ceremony. Initially, the young family's life appeared to be a fairy tale, young and happy with a lot of plans and desires. However, it did not last long. Alejandra was unable to conceal her hysterical personality as she approached the horrifying conclusion of this story, but no one suspected it yet. The newlyweds' relationship began to undergo dramatic changes. Alan was a very private person, and details about his personal life were not shared with his friends. As a result, very little was known about the couple's personal lives. However, it was clear that the former relationship had cracked, and the couple no longer appeared to be happy. After meeting Alejandra, Alan distanced himself from his family. The final straw was the wedding, to which parents were not invited. Following that, they stopped calling each other. Alan's remaining friends began to notice that his wife became more nervous, sometimes acting inappropriately and quickly losing her temper. After a few such incidents, Alan felt ashamed and decided to limit joint meetings. Family quarrels occurred on a daily basis and were almost always without merit. According to her own testimony, Alejandra decided to access her husband's cell phone one evening. As is often the case, correspondence with some women was discovered to contain racy content. Of course, it was impossible to ignore such things. According to Alejandra, this was the final straw. She claimed in court that her husband beat, insulted, and humiliated her in every way possible. When cheating was discovered, it became pointless to save the marriage. For unknown reasons, Alejandra attempted to save the relationship by using non-traditional psychotherapy techniques. After thinking about her husband's cheating, the young woman decided to deal with Alan using a method she was already familiar with. As soon as she made this decision, her entire attention could be focused on devising the perfect murder plot. Meanwhile, Alan maintained his usual, measured pace of life. He had no idea what was in store for him. Alan still communicated infrequently with his family, but he couldn't miss the family's annual feast to celebrate his beloved grandfather's birthday. Alan, of course, attended the feast, but his parents made it clear that his wife was not the most welcome guest in their home. This situation irritated Alejandra and aggravated the couple's relationship. Was it possible that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive? Dated October 31, 2014. Alan last used his phone to send a text message to his family informing them that he had arrived home safely from his birthday party. He has not communicated since then. He hadn't been seen at work in several days either. This was quite unusual because it had never happened before. The entrepreneur took extreme responsibility for his work. And soon, the opening of a new store was anticipated, making the presence of the head absolutely necessary. The reason for this was the spouse's terrifying plan, which she carried out. After Alan returned from his vacation, there was another scandal, which prompted Alejandra to immediately dispose of her husband. She added a powerful sleeping pill to the milky tea she used to drink before bed. Then she smothered him with the pillow. She enjoyed watching her husband gradually lose consciousness in a pitiful attempt to remove the pillow and breathe. Then came the most difficult part, getting rid of the body. She had not had time to prepare for this moment. Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. The time was short. So Alejandra dashed to the neighbor's vegetable garden to retrieve an electric saw. With a grim smile on her face, she attempted to cut her husband's body apart. Only a genuine sadist would do such a thing. She then placed the body parts in garbage bags and had the foresight to cut off fingers and pull teeth. It was these that would aid the investigation in identifying the person, if the body was discovered. Alejandra attempted to remove the corpse from the house without suspicion by stuffing all of the bags into suitcases, but she was unsuccessful. As dawn broke, Alejandra was unable to leave the house with the suitcase unnoticed. An elderly neighbor with insomnia watched her from her window. She was a little concerned about the young woman's early departure. Besides, for some reason, her husband did not help lift the heavier suitcases, and Alejandra was acting strangely. She was constantly looking around. Alejandra returned home around dawn. This surprised the vigilant neighbor even more. As it turned out, she had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains throughout various neighborhoods to conceal her tracks. As the new day dawned, she resumed her normal life. On November 6, 2014, Mexican police officers made the first horrifying discovery: a human torso with no teeth and no fingers on the hand. The entire police force was put on high alert because the incident was so brutal. Less than a day later, other body parts were discovered throughout the city. It is also noteworthy that the distance between the locations where the packages were discovered was quite significant. Later, this would be attributed to Alejandra's prolonged absence from home. All body parts were sent to the best forensic laboratory, where experts quickly determined that they all belonged to the same person. In order to avoid suspicion, the perpetrator began sending messages to Alan's relatives. She attempted to avoid suspicion, but she only made matters worse. She had no idea that her husband had recently distanced himself from the family and had no contact with his relatives. Alejandra informed Alan's parents on his behalf that they were going on vacation and would be out of contact. Alejandra's father ruined the entire plan. Alberto began calling Alan's father's house, wanting to know if his son-in-law's family knew where Alejandra was. Alberto hadn't heard from her in a while, and the patients are concerned about not being able to attend counseling sessions. Later, he calls Alan's relatives again to inform them that his daughter has been found and has been forcibly admitted to the clinic because she is depressed as a result of her husband's infidelity. This alarmed the relatives, who attempted to locate Alan but were unsuccessful, prompting the businessman's family to contact the police. The laboratory experts decided to compare the recently discovered corpse to Alan's characteristics. The similarity was 100, and his relatives also identified him. It was especially difficult for Alan's grandfather immediately following the identification. He became ill with heart disease because he was his only grandchild. The investigation issued a search warrant for Alan's residence and office. A hillock of fresh earth was discovered in the backyard of the house. After some digging, the man's fingers and teeth were discovered. The discovery further shocked the capital city. Alejandra was immediately apprehended. Blood traces were discovered in one of the rooms, as well as in the car's trunk and garage. Alejandra initially tried to avoid admitting her guilt. She hoped she'd be able to get away with it as freely as she had with her previous husband. But the investigation quickly resolved the case. The testimony of an elderly witness was helpful. The time she gave matched Alan's estimated time of death. Alexandria took advantage of her position to obtain a powerful sleeping pill, the type of medication that only doctors could obtain. This aggravated the situation. The evidence obtained helped to establish a link between Alexandria and her husband's brutal murder. CCTV cameras also helped to determine that the man entered the house and never left. CCTV footage confirmed that the suitcases had been taken out. On December 10, 2014, the jury returned its verdict. Alejandra was sentenced to life in prison for murder with brutality and attempted to conceal the fact by using her official position. All of this was unfavorable to her father, the former psychotherapist who attempted to save his daughter from imprisonment through connections and bribes, but was also unable to assist. However, he was only able to keep the trial hidden from the public and the press in order to avoid further publicity. However, he did everything for the sake of his own career. Now, few people will consult a specialist who raised such a ruthless monster and failed to diagnose problems with his own daughter in a timely manner. The death of Alejandra's first husband was also brought up during the trial. However, due to the passage of time, the evidence in this case was not discovered. The version about Alejandra's father's involvement in the events was also considered. There were suspicions that he colluded with his daughter and committed crimes for scientific reasons. However, there's no evidence to support this idea. Following several appeals from the victims, the sentence was commuted to death. This is an unprecedented situation. Such sentences are extremely uncommon in Mexico, particularly in these times. The defendant is also not entitled to a review of the proceedings. All of the accused property, including his home, must be given to the victim's family, who can be comforted by this, though, if the person cannot be brought back. Alejandra appears to have been a pragmatic and cruel woman. She had severe mental health issues, despite medical examinations denying this. She also relied on her father's influence and used her official position to carry out her maniacal plans. Impunity for her first crime had only released her. Alejandra felt invincible and continued to do evil. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this horrible woman hadn't been acquitted the first time, but it was too late to discuss it now. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Pella, Iowa, on a seemingly ordinary Monday evening in May 2020, a chilling incident occurred behind the closed doors of an unassuming apartment complex. What began as a report of a domestic dispute quickly turned into a nightmare, leaving a community stunned and investigators piecing together a harrowing story of obsession, jealousy, and ultimately, a lethal act that would forever change the lives of those involved. This is the story of a tragic event that became known as a watershed moment in Pella's history, a tale of secrets, betrayal, and a darkness lurking beneath the surface of everyday life. On May 18, 2020, a fateful Monday evening in Pella, Iowa, USA, the peace of an apartment complex was shattered when the police received a distress call at 8:20 p.m. The call reported a potential domestic dispute taking place behind 101 Glenwood Avenue in Marion County, Iowa. The concerned caller reported a troubling scene in the alley, two people engaged in a heated argument. Responding quickly to the call, police arrived at the scene to investigate the situation. What they saw was a bleak and tragic scene. Officers discovered a dead body inside a parked vehicle. Tracy Mondabaugh, 47, has been identified. She was discovered slumped in the vehicle seat, secured by her seatbelt. Unfortunately, their efforts to help her were in vain. Tracy had already died from her injuries, and the puncture wounds on her body provided a chilling account of her death. The police discovered that she had been brutally stabbed to death. Among her injuries were a fatal stab wound to her chest and severe lacerations on her hands, painting a horrifying picture of the violence that had befallen her. Tracy Mondabaugh, a mother of 4 young children, had been living at the Glenwood apartment complex with a man named Nicholas "Nick" Boat. Tracy had recently moved to Pella from her previous home in Ottawa. Tracy's tragic death painted a disturbing picture. She was brutally murdered inside her parked car, close to her home. The assailant appeared to have attacked her before she could even unbuckle her seatbelt, leaving a community stunned and mourning, and law enforcement tasked with solving the mystery of this heinous incident. On that fateful evening, witnesses provided vital information to the police, shedding light on the tragic events. According to their accounts, a fight broke out between 2 women, Tracy, who was inside the vehicle, and another person standing outside. Surprisingly, the person outside the vehicle left the apartment complex in a gray 4-door Cadillac, leaving a scene of chaos. Eyewitnesses reported hearing a shouted phrase from someone outside the vehicle, "He does not belong to you." Based on this information, the police began to put the puzzle together, and they had strong suspicions about the identity of the person driving the gray Cadillac. The chilling events of that evening had a link to an incident that had deeply disturbed Tracy earlier in March 2020. She had told the police that she was afraid for her safety because she was dating Nick Boat, who'd recently separated from his wife, Michelle Boat. Tracy described an alarming encounter in which Michelle had followed her from Pella to Ottawa, a distance of about 40 miles. "I was overcome with fear." Tracy had even requested police assistance, asking that they meet her at a gas station for protection. Tracy and Nick's relationship had taken an unexpected, intense turn. They met through an accidental Facebook friend request in February 2020 and went on their first date on March 8. They had moved in together just a few weeks before Tracy's tragic death. Michelle was dissatisfied with their relationship. As evidenced by multiple police reports, Michelle was accused of abusing Nick prior to Tracy's death, and she had repeatedly violated a no-contact order. She was charged with domestic violence in March 2020. Nick and Tracy had both told the police that Michelle was frequently following them around town, creating a sense of fear and tension. Shortly after Tracy's lifeless body was discovered, police officers arrived at Michelle's 55-year-old home. They noticed a gray four-door Cadillac parked outside her house with visible bloodstains. The car's engine and rotors were still warm to the touch, raising more suspicions. When the police arrived at Michelle's home, she was dressed in a robe, her hair wrapped in a towel, and she claimed to have just taken a shower. During their search, they discovered her clothing in the washing machine and a pair of latex gloves, seemingly stained with blood, hidden in the upper tank of the bathroom toilet. Surveillance footage from May 18th revealed Michelle's movements on that fateful day. Tracy died tragically less than an hour earlier. Michelle had gone to Nick's workplace at Vermeer Corporation. The video shows Michelle following Tracy into and out of the mayor's parking lot. Tracy had contacted Nick at his workplace that evening, and the footage showed that when Tracy left the parking lot, Michelle followed her closely. Both vehicles left the lot around 8:10 p.m., and the 911 call reporting an altercation arrived just 10 minutes later. Michelle Boat was charged with first-degree murder after a forensic examination confirmed that the blood found on and inside her car belonged to Tracy. The intricate web of events had culminated in a heartbreaking tragedy, leaving the community stunned and the legal system grappling with the consequences of this heinous crime. In this gripping legal drama, Michelle, the defendant, has denied the first-degree murder charge, claiming that her actions were motivated by an emotional breakdown. She admitted to stabbing Tracy but claimed that her reaction was triggered by the anguish of her husband leaving her for a younger woman, which she claims to have witnessed with dramatic results. Nonetheless, the prosecution has painstakingly crafted a compelling narrative, arguing that Tracy's tragic death was not the result of a sudden emotional outburst, but of a coldly calculated plan. The prosecutor portrayed Michelle as a woman consumed by resentment, an unrelenting obsession, and simmering rage in the aftermath of her husband's departure. The prosecutor's evidence will conclusively establish that Michelle's actions were premeditated, with the hallmarks of a carefully planned intent to harm Tracy. The prosecutor insisted that justice would require no less than a murder conviction. Marion County Attorney Ed Bull, the prosecutor, revealed that Michelle meticulously tracked Tracy's movements on that fateful day. He portrayed Michelle as a hunter armed with gloves and a deadly determination as she allegedly plunged a knife into Tracy's heart, killing her. Michelle informed the court that she had followed Tracy from a Burger King drive through to Nicholas' workplace. On that fateful evening, she had observed their dinner meeting and relentlessly pursued Tracy back to her apartment complex. According to the prosecution, Michelle began her assault as soon as Tracy parked her car outside her apartment complex, inflicting serious injuries before Tracy could even undo her seatbelt. Further revelations emerged in court, revealing that Tracy's blood was discovered both inside and outside Michelle's car, a haunting detail. Tracy was found clutching a handful of Michelle's hair, which DNA analysis confirmed. The murder weapon remained elusive, but the prosecution contended that Michelle's gloves, hidden in her bathroom, held sinister significance. They claimed that the use of latex gloves on that fateful day was deliberate. To bolster their case, the prosecutor presented evidence of a calendar discovered in Michael's home, meticulously marking each day since her husband's departure, culminating on the day she allegedly attempted to reclaim him. The prosecution revealed that Michelle had sent Tracy a warning text instructing her to stay away from Nick. The prosecution argued that Michelle's intent to harm Tracy was clear, as evidenced by the presence of incriminating items such as a knife, gloves, and binoculars in her car that fateful night. These elements, they contended, painted a picture of a planned and deliberate attack rather than a sponge. Emotional outburst occurs simultaneously. In this gripping courtroom drama, Nick testified as a key witness, telling the story of how he and Tracy met through a strange twist of fate on Facebook. His testimony revealed a story of chance encounters and blossoming romance as he described how Tracy had inadvertently reached out to him, starting a chain of messages that led to phone conversations and their first meeting. Their first date on March 8th, when they hunted for deer antler sheds near Roberts Creek, cemented their relationship. Nick reminisced about their effortless chemistry, describing their bond as if they had been friends forever. Their relationship blossomed. In April, Nick ended his 20-year marriage to Michelle Boat and moved into an apartment with Tracy. Nick's testimony delves into the complexities of his marriage, with Michelle describing it as a tumultuous union, characterized by what he saw as borderline abuse from the start. He revealed that Michelle was constantly conveying her lingering feelings for her ex-husband, which added to the turmoil. Arguments over Michelle's parenting style and treatment of their children were common. Nick eventually grew tired of the constant conflict and informed Michelle of his new relationship, resulting in their split just 3 days after his first date with Tracy. The court heard about a troubling incident that occurred days after the separation, in which Michelle allegedly assaulted Nick and left him with visible injuries. A no-contact order was issued between Michelle and Nick, which Michelle allegedly violated 4 times. By contacting him and showing up to his workplace, Nick expressed his surprise at Michelle's persistence in wanting him to return to their family home, given the state of their marriage. "I do not understand because she has never loved me." The prosecution urged the jury to convict Michelle of first-degree murder, arguing that the evidence showed a premeditated attack with the intent to remove Tracy from Nick's life. Assistant Marion County Prosecutor Jared Harmon described the incident as intentional, malicious, and motivated by Michelle's desire to reunite with Nick. The prosecution concluded their case by arguing that Michelle's actions were not motivated by an uncontrollable provocation, but rather by her own. The defense, on the other hand, claimed that Michael had no intention of killing Tracy that day, despite admitting that Michelle was the one who stabbed him. They argued that Michelle snapped after seeing her husband with another woman. They emphasized the legal fact that Nick and Michelle were still married after 20 years together. The defense highlighted Michelle's overwhelming challenges, including Nick's departure and the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left her isolated and distressed. They urged the jury to consider Michelle's state of mind in the context of those trying times. Michelle's tragic situation was brought to the court's attention. Not only had Nick abandoned her, but she had also lost her job during the pandemic, leaving her financially destitute. Michelle described in her own testimony the isolation and emotional turmoil she experienced in the weeks preceding the stabbing. She described how her life was turned upside down overnight, leaving her heartbroken and overwhelmed with sadness, despair, and devastation. In the end, the jury deliberated for only 45 minutes before returning a guilty verdict for first-degree murder. Michelle was subsequently sentenced to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. As you begin to investigate the Leslie Palacio case, it's impossible not to be puzzled and disappointed that justice hasn't yet been served. Despite the fact that the police have all of the evidence and know who the killer is, he remains at large. Today's story highlights the difficulty of investigating crime when suspects are outside the jurisdiction, and victims can only hope that the perpetrators are apprehended and brought to justice. The morning of the 29th brought anxiety to the home of Australia Philosophia, mother of 5 beautiful daughters. Taylor, her eldest daughter, came down to the kitchen and reported that the bed in Leslie's room remained untouched. Her belongings were gone, and it was clear she had not spent the night at home. One of the sisters joked that it must have been a good night at the club. Leslie had probably spent the night at Eric's. In fact, everyone became alarmed because Leslie had never done this before. Kyla kept looking at her phone during breakfast, expecting Leslie to text her soon. Leslie remained silent despite the passage of time. By noon, it had stopped appearing normal. By late afternoon, the reseller had decided to go to Eric's house on her own to find out where her daughter had gone. When the Palacio family arrived, they noticed Eric's mother and sister actively removing furniture and other items from the house. Obviously, taking furniture out of the house is normal, but the situation in Mrs. Ibarra's crying face gave Rosella a strange feeling. Something wasn't right here. When asked where Leslie was and why Eric's phone was unavailable, Eric's mother and sister pretended they were unaware that the couple had spent the evening together. Rosella clarified whether Leslie had slept over at their house that night, citing her daughter's messages indicating her intention to visit Eric. After receiving a negative response, Leslie's family realized how serious the situation was. Fears became reality, and the family took immediate action. The older sister, realizing that Leslie could not have vanished so easily, began calling local hospitals and searching the internet for reports of accidents in the previous 24 hours. However, both the search and attempts to contact Eric were unsuccessful. He had either turned off his phone or it had died. Kayla couldn't even hear her voicemail. With Sally, I had no choice but to contact the police. The following day, August 30, Leslie was officially reported missing. Leslie Palacio was born on May 5, 1998, and the move marked the beginning of an intense fight for justice. In Las Vegas, Nevada, USA, her short but full life was filled with love and care for her family. The girl was always open and friendly, and she brought joy to any company. She valued everyone she met in her life, and they reciprocated. Leslie wished to connect her life with medicine. After graduating from high school, she enrolled in Las Vegas Medical College at 20 West 20. She was already confidently pursuing her dream of becoming a phlebotomist and working part-time as a laboratory technician, combining theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Leslie proved herself to be a gifted student. Her academic achievements were commendable. She had a natural ability to absorb new information and was always eager to expand her knowledge. That is why the girl chose to work part-time as a laboratory assistant. Leslie unexpectedly realized she had found her calling and quickly became an integral part of the team. Colleagues thought the student was not only a responsible and professional lab technician, but also a warm-hearted person. The girl's responsibilities included conducting various analyses and tests. However, Leslie saw this work as much more than just a way to fulfill her duties. She saw her calling in making patients test, taking experiences as comfortable as possible. Her caring and patience fostered a sense of trust. Even those who were concerned about the procedure felt at ease in her presence. When the youngest of the nurses asked if Leslie was afraid of having her hands pierced all the time, she laughed and replied that she now had the superpower to poke people. Vital, a young optimist, already has evidence in her every action. Leslie, by all accounts, had the potential to become a highly sought-after and valuable specialist in the field of medical laboratory diagnostics. And she would have, if things hadn't turned out so dramatically. Leslie has always helped and cared for others since she was a child. Rosella Palacio, the second of 5 daughters, took on the role of mother when she worked as a hotel cleaner. Rosella recalled her daughter kicking her out of the kitchen when she attempted to cook dinner after cleaning more than 15 hotel rooms in one shift. Take some rest. Leslie gently encouraged her desire to alleviate her mother's burden after work. Her daughter took it upon herself to prepare dinners and, in her usual easygoing style, found cooking to be a source of inspiration. From then on, she always ensured that her family members were well fed. Even if she was away and couldn't prepare the family dinner herself, she was always calling home to ensure that everyone had eaten, because Leslie's family came first. She easily inspired her sisters with her enthusiasm and ideas. For example, even during the pandemic, Leslie continued to participate in sports by organizing workouts in her backyard. She praised her mother's various exercises, and she and her sister danced daily in front of a mirror to music. Her love of experimenting with hair color and image led to a joint business plan with her older sister to open a boutique. The sisters started designing and sewing dresses at home in their own distinctive style. When the coronavirus pandemic struck, Rosella was laid off due to downsizing. Leslie suggested that her mother start her own small cleaning business and assured her that she would gladly assist her with the cleanings in her spare time from work and school. "Mom will be fine soon, as you can see," she assured Alia. At a family council, they came up with the name Palacio Cleaning Service. Leslie went missing around that time. Her dreams were just beginning to come true when their family firm received its first contract. However, on August 29, 2020, all of the Palacio family's plans and dreams came crashing down. Leslie finished the lab assistant program at the end of August 2020, and the family firm received a large order, so she decided it was time to unwind from the stresses and worries with an evening of dancing and fun. The pandemic-related restrictions were gradually lifted, and Las Vegas began to come alive. Unfortunately, none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company. People were beginning to let go of their fears and resume their normal lives. They were still nervous and anxious about being in a closed space with so many people. Leslie didn't give up hope of convincing someone to have fun, so she posted on Instagram about her desire to spend the evening somewhere. Unexpectedly, she received a message from Eric Rangel, i.e. Barra. Leslie and Eric's parents had attended the same church for 14 years and occasionally socialized. So the children had known each other since childhood but had never had a close relationship. Leslie knew what Eric liked. The guy who texted her showed interest, but Leslie never reciprocated. She was polite to him. On any other day, Leslie would have declined Eric's request to keep her company, but not this time. She was looking forward to a fun evening to break up her usual routine. The entire day was filled with anticipation. When none of Leslie's friends wanted to keep her company, she accepted Eric's polite and warm invitation to reminisce about Las Vegas nightlife. A night out with Eric seemed like a better option than going nowhere at all. We anticipate a fun adventure. Leslie had no idea what terrible things waited her, but she probably had a premonition about something and was trying to convince herself that there was no reason to be concerned. Anyway, Leslie agreed with her sister to send her regular messages informing her where she was. She also told Kyla in great detail where she was going, who she would be with, and where she might end up. After a while, the elder sister received an unusual message. "Can you believe Eric is not going to drink this evening? We're at a party, but it looks like I'll have to celebrate alone." Afterward, the sisters exchanged joking messages about the subject. To live a healthy lifestyle. The first place Eric and Leslie went was the casino at the Longhorn Hotel. Police officers later discovered surveillance footage of the couple getting out of a white Ford F-250, owned by Eric at 0:30 a.m. on Ayub 29 and entered the casino before leaving shortly after at 1:56 a.m. The couple then left the casino. Leslie kept in touch with her sister, telling her what was going on. At 4:40 a.m., Leslie sent her sister another strange message. "I need to talk to you about something unpleasant." Kyla inquired as to what had occurred, and she stated that a text box appeared, indicating that Leslie had begun to respond, but no response was received. The girl's life ended with that text message. The morning of the 29th came. Leslie still hadn't returned home. The more time passed, the more concerned the Palacio family members became. The certainty that Leslie had stayed the night at Eric's house was replaced by confusion, and the family went to a familiar house where they found a strange thing. Mrs. Diabara and her daughter were taking out furniture, pretending that they had heard for the first time that Leslie and Eric had spent the evening together. In fact, Leslie's family arrived at Eric's house just in time that they had arrived a few hours later. The investigation would have been significantly delayed. The police found traces of blood in the house, a mess in the bedroom, which suggests that Eric's mother and his sister spent the whole day, strangely enough, not to clean up the traces of the crime, but to pack things down to the pieces of furniture. The family was clearly not going on a picnic, but planning a long-term and thorough absence. Most likely, they had arranged to reunite with Eric and his father Jose in Mexico, where the two had traveled in order to escape justice. Upon seeing the Palacio family, Mrs. Ibarra probably realized that the chance to leave was gone, leaving evidence in the house that no one would take the time to clean up. Panicked mother and daughter began to simply deny knowing about Leslie and Eric's evening together. It was this behavior that led to the suspicion that something irreparable had happened. Fortunately, the Las Vegas police took immediate action and sent out a billing inquiry intending to track Leslie's movements since the previous night. But unfortunately, it takes some time to get that data, while the Palacios couldn't sit back and wait. The family started a campaign to spread the word about Leslie's disappearance. People responded and began actively sharing the information on social media. No one expected that there would be so many people who cared. Eric's mom especially didn't expect it. Detectives kept asking more and more questions, and on August 31, Mrs. Ibarra went to the police station and filed a missing persons report for her husband and son. Mrs. Ibarra told police that her son Eric left home late in the evening on August 28, and when he returned the next morning, he was acting strangely. She saw him walk out the door and never returned. The police noticed a strange circumstance. Not only was Leslie missing, but Eric was also missing as well as his father. Based on this, an investigation into the triple disappearance began with the Las Vegas police involved. Detectives turned to the residents of the neighborhood with the hope of finding surveillance cameras that recorded something important. Luck smiled. It was discovered that just across the street from Joe's borrower's home, there were surveillance cameras. In addition to the CCTV footage, police obtained billing data that allowed them to track Leslie's movements in the early morning hours. Of the 29 detectives found that the couple went to the casino and afterward to a grill bar, which they reached around 02:15 am accidentally or not. Leslie's cell phone was left at the bar, and the records show that Leslie left the establishment around 5:50 am, which is quite early in the morning. At 06:05 am, neighborhood cameras captured Eric's car pulling up to the family home. The nature of his assistance to Leslie and getting out of the car and on the way to the house clearly indicated that the girl was heavily intoxicated. At 07:25 am, Eric and his father Jose are seen carrying Leslie's body out of the house, wrapped in a sheet and placing it in the trunk of the car. Eric then drives away while Jose hoses down the door driveway to their house. These actions clearly indicated that Eric and Jose were not missing, but were fugitives from justice. After police saw the footage, a search warrant was obtained for a borrower's home. As a result, detectives uncovered a lot of additional evidence showing that Leslie had not left the house voluntarily. The house had been cleaned with cleaning products in an unsuccessful attempt. Latex gloves and trash bags were also found. But the most important piece of evidence was the discovery in Eric's room. Traces of blood were found on the floor and on Eric's bed, an obvious sign of assault. And without DNA testing, it was clear to investigators that the blood belonged to Leslie. From that point on, Leslie Palacio was no longer missing, and investigators focused their efforts on finding her body. Eric and Jose were reported missing. As investigators searched diligently for suspects, the shaken Palacio family made efforts as well. Rosselli asked members of the church community to help search for her daughter's body as search volunteers. Flyers and posters with Leslie's photo and images of Eric and Josie appeared on social media, newspapers, and street poles. The philosophy of families asking the public to intervene and help them find these two men involved in the girl's death was the message on each flyer. The first major breakthrough in the investigation came when a license plate reader spotted Eric's car just 6 miles from his home around 10 am. I'll get to 29. He was heading back to his home just 4 hours after Leslie's alleged murder. The information uncovered made investigators realize that the location where Eric may have hidden the body was within a 4-hour drive of his home on the Nevada-Arizona border, or the Charleston Peak side, which is a huge area, so detectives were desperate for any additional information that could help them determine a more precise location. Once again, luck smiled on them when footage was recorded at a gas station 40 miles north of Las Vegas, showing Eric's car pulling off the highway toward the Valley of Fire National Park. The car backed up 20 minutes later with muddy tires. The find narrowed the search and pointed to the possible location of the body within 20 miles of the gas station. The mud on the tires suggested that Eric had driven off the road at some point. Detectives began searching the area. Police and volunteers combed through hundreds of acres of land, and on Sept. 9 during the second search, they found Leslie Palacio's body hidden near a bush. News outlets immediately spread the word. The body of 22-year-old Leslie Palacio has been found near the Valley of Fire 11 days after she disappeared. A reporter joined the report, providing additional details about the prime suspect, 25-year-old Eric Rangel Ibarra. The Valley of Fire, where the body was found, is known for its hot climate, which led to rapid decomposition of the remains, and forensic experts were unable to determine the exact cause of death. Locals reacted to Leslie's death with horror and fear. Some became afraid to go outside because of the cons down south of the unquote criminals involved in the murder. The day after the body was discovered, September 10, many friends, relatives, neighbors, and just random people in the area gathered to honor Leslie's memory. People took candles that were used for the nightly vigil and placed them in front of the girl's house. They also said they wanted the man responsible for her death to pay for what he did. The fight for justice was not even close to being over at this point. The next major breakthrough came when Eric's car flashed in Mornado Valley, California. Police eventually contacted Eric's cousin, and he reported that he had driven Jose and his son to Santa Sidra, where he believed they planned to cross the border into Mexico. The Las Vegas Police Department requested assistance from the FBI because it was not possible for them to resolve the jurisdictional issue on their own. The investigation slowed down. Then on January 19, 2021, 4 months after the discovery of the girl's remains, Eric's father, Jose, turned himself in at the border. Everyone was greatly relieved that at least one fugitive was now in custody. The man was quickly extradited back to Clark County and charged with destruction of evidence and accessory to murder during interrogations. Jose tried to minimize his involvement in the crime, explaining the story of the trip to Mexico by his son's strange behavior on the morning of August 29. However, investigators showing surveillance video footage debunked his false claims. The footage clearly showed him helping carry Leslie's body out of the house and washing the driveway. Faced with the evidence, Jose changed his testimony. He said he was working in the garage when Eric brought Leslie's body wrapped in a sheet into the garage. According to Jose, he panicked and helped his son load the body into the truck, assuming that Leslie had died of an overdose of illegal drugs because he saw no visible injuries on the body. Court documents indicate that Jose initially told police that according to Eric, Leslie died of an overdose of illegal drugs. So they also explained that Eric immediately talked about wanting to end his life, blamed himself, and so he decided that the best thing to do for his son was to take him to Mexico. When investigators asked Jose for Eric's current whereabouts, he explained that as soon as the two of them entered Mexico and boarded the bus was searched by Mexican authorities. He and his son got scared and decided to split up, thinking that apart, it would be harder for the authorities to find them. For this reason, he would love to help the investigation, but has absolutely no idea where his son might be. On June 18, 2021, Jose formally pleaded guilty to destruction of evidence and accessory to murder. Despite the horrific characteristics of his crimes, Jose Ibarra was sentenced to only 2 years in the Clark County Detention Center, causing shock and dismay in the community. The Palacio family was shocked and outraged by Jose's lenient sentence, which they felt was unjust. During the chaos, Jose Ibarra joined the court proceedings virtually, while Leslie's family and friends were present in person. They urged the judge to impose a harsher sentence, arguing that 2 years was not enough for an accessory to murder who helped dispose of the body and hid the perpetrator. Jose Ibarra pleaded guilty and tried to apologize to Palacio's family, saying his love for his son outweighed him. He expressed regret for his actions. However, Leslie's family did not accept his apology and did not consider it sincere to date. Eric's whereabouts are unknown, and he continues to live freely in Mexico. Jose was released to Ophelia Marketing on April 28, 2020. An attorney and Palacio family representative commented as follows: "I'm absolutely furious. This is clearly unfair. Not only is the primary suspect not in custody, the person involved in the cover-up of the murder is now back in custody after serving 8 months and 15 days over the last 3 years. The family philosophy has never received adequate recognition. Leslie's story demonstrates flaws in the justice system and raises concerns about fairness in dealing with serious crimes. The family philosophy is determined to fight to change Nevada's laws because they believe that whoever was involved in the murder should face a prison sentence of more than 2 years. They hope that the perpetrator will be found and prosecuted in the United States, where he will be charged and punished appropriately." Ophelia Market Eon is directly contacting those who may know Eric's whereabouts in Mexico. In every media interview, she advocates for the Palacios family to receive some measure of justice. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Every person in this world wishes to find his or her true love, with whom he hopes to live until the end of his life. Unfortunately, not every love story ends happily. Karen and Gordon Anderson's youngest child, Haley Anderson, was born in Westbury. After graduating from high school, she studied nursing at Binghamton University Medical Center. Haley worked part-time at a coffee shop for the first 3 years of her studies before securing a position in the emergency department of a Long Island hospital. Haley has always wanted to work in a hospital to help people who are described as strong, independent, kind, and always smiling. Haley had a large number of friends. She was a fan of the hippie subculture, believing that youth should be spent engaging in entertainment and developing open relationships. Haley and her roommates spent the late hours of Thursday, March 8, 2018, playing board games and drinking. The gathering ended just before 4 a.m. Then, they all went to bed. When Haley's roommate, Josie Arden, woke up a few hours later, she wasn't surprised that Haley wasn't in bed, given their independent college lifestyles. However, as the day progressed and Haley failed to show up for a planned meeting with Josie and other friends at a bar, concerns grew. Notably, Haley had not posted anything on social media all day, and calls and messages to her cell phone had gone unanswered. Worried, Josie and another roommate used the Find My Friends app to locate Haley's iPhone, which led them to a home on Oak Street. This was the home of Orlando Tercero, another nursing student who had a brief on and off relationship with Haley that lasted just over a year. Orlando, a Miami native with Nicaraguan roots, was known for his academic diligence during the week and for partying with Sean on weekends. Josie, along with her roommate, Michaela Tobley, went to Oak Street to find out where Haley was. Earlier that day, the police were called to Orlando's home on Oak Street after his sister requested a welfare check in response to a distressing text message she received from him. When the police arrived, there was no response and the house appeared to be unoccupied. So they left, discovering nothing amiss. When Josie and Michaela arrived, they knocked on the door but received no response and the house appeared deserted. Despite this, they chose to remain motivated by their concern for Haley's well-being. When they noticed Orlando's car was missing, they checked their tracking app, which showed Haley's phone was still inside. Josie helped Michaela enter through an open window to find Haley in Orlando's bedroom, partially covered by bedclothes. Although they couldn't be certain, her power made them suspect she was dead. They quickly dialed 911, and both police and emergency personnel arrived, confirming Haley's tragic death. The cause was determined to be strangulation, and Orlando was not found. Haley and Orlando had an on and off relationship, with Haley eventually choosing to end it. While she wished to maintain a friendship, Orlando desired a more serious relationship. Over the course of about a year, Orlando sought a serious relationship, which Haley did not reciprocate, preferring not to be tied down during her college years. The investigation revealed a troubling incident. 6 months before Haley's tragic discovery, Orlando was seen shouting at Haley during a party on September 15, 2017, after learning she had reconciled with her ex-boyfriend Kevin Ocampo. Unhappy with this development, Orlando insisted on an exclusive relationship, which Haley declined, stating her desire to remain friends. Kevin slept over at Haley's apartment the next morning. When he left, he discovered that Haley's car tires had been slashed. When Haley reported the incident to the police, Orlando denied any involvement. Given that the damages exceeded $600, felony charges may be pursued to keep Orlando from suffering severe consequences. Haley chose not to press charges on the condition that he pay for the damaged tires. Haley's friends told the police that Orlando was obsessed with her, paying another visit to Eldred, driving by her apartment, and appearing to keep a constant eye on her. Despite this, Haley maintained contact with him because she didn't want him to feel excluded, and she still liked him. As the investigation delved into the events surrounding Haley's board game night with friends, the focus shifted to how she ended up at Orlando's house. Surveillance cameras near and outside Orlando's home were critical. According to the footage, Haley and Orlando entered his house together, with Haley appearing fine and willing. Hours later, Orlando was seen leaving the house alone, disposing of garbage, and then going to a nearby pharmacy to buy sleeping pills like Quil and melatonin before returning home. Following footage showed Orlando leaving again. 7 hours later, I was descending into the house's basement. Police suspected that at this point, Orlando attempted to commit suicide with hooks and a rope, resulting in injuries. The presence of blood on the basement floor supported this theory. They discovered what they thought was a suicide note written in Spanish with the English translation read, "I am deeply sorry about this. I never believed I was capable of doing this. Father, I'll see you soon." Orlando's father died 5 years ago. They believed the note was more than just a suicide note. However, a confession from surveillance footage showed Orlando leaving the house later with a suitcase, and authorities tracked his movements to GCAIC International Airport. He was discovered to have boarded a flight to Nicaragua using his dual citizenship, while his mother remained in the country. Despite his dual citizenship, US authorities charged Orlando with second-degree murder in the hopes of starting extradition proceedings. Extradition, on the other hand, was not mandatory in Nicaragua due to his citizenship. Nonetheless, Nicaragua launched a massive search for Orlando and found him in a hospital in the city of Leon. Only 5 days after Haley's death, he was seeking medical attention for injuries sustained during his suicide attempt. The extradition process was a year-long exchange between us and Nicaraguan authorities. Eventually, Nicaraguan authorities concluded that they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge Orlando and proceed with the trial. Contrary to US expectations, the trial would take place in Nicaragua, with charges that differed from those in the United States. Orlando was charged with femicide, a hate crime in Nicaragua that involves the murder of a woman because of her gender and previous relationship with the perpetrator. The differences were also evident in the courtroom proceedings. In Nicaragua, there was no jury. Instead, a judge heard arguments from both the prosecution and the defense before rendering a decision. Also, Orlando was not required to enter a plea. According to the prosecution's case, Haley willingly entered Orlando's home, and he strangled her to death shortly after, possibly while she was sleeping. The prosecution argued that Orlando's obsession with Haley had reached a dangerous level, and that if he couldn't have her, no one else should. They hypothesized that Orlando strangled Haley out of jealousy over her rejection of a serious relationship. This alleged rage had apparently been building up for 6 months, beginning at a party where Orlando discovered Haley had reunited with her ex-boyfriend. Witnesses from the United States testified via teleconference, recounting Orlando's obsessive behavior toward Haley, which included driving by and calling her apartment, as well as details about the slash tires incident. The judge viewed surveillance footage from outside Orlando's house, which showed him entering with Haley and leaving alone. The court also heard about Orlando's attempted suicide and the note he left for his family, which added context to Haley's tragic death. Dr. James Tersey, the pathologist who performed Haley's autopsy, testified that her death was caused by asphyxiation from neck compression. The court learned that Haley was asphyxiated by manual neck compression, with an element of ligature strangulation visible due to the involvement of the necklace she was wearing. According to the prosecution, Haley was killed because she refused to be in a relationship with Orlando. He strongly disagreed with the defense press's conclusion that Orlando had no recollection of what happened that night. They claimed that Orlando was temporarily insane at the time Haley died as a result of his alcohol consumption. The defense only called one witness, psychiatrist Dr. Ronald Lopez Aguilar, to testify about Orlando's mental health. Dr. Lopez Aguilar informed the court that Orlando claimed to have no recollection of the murder. Orlando claimed that he drank heavily that night and awoke to find Haley dead, with no knowledge of what had happened. The psychiatrist also told the court that it was impossible to know Orlando's state of mind at the time of the murder. However, in terms of his current mental state, Dr. Lopez Aguilar claimed that there were no discernible issues. The defense contended that Orlando, who is not known for violence, may have been provoked, complicating our understanding of the events leading up to Haley's tragic death. After a 90-minute deliberation, Judge Fabiola Betancourt issued a verdict, finding Orlando guilty. She stated that Orlando's actions stemmed from his refusal to recognize Haley's autonomy in making relationship decisions. Judge Betancourt determined that Orlando killed Haley as a form of punishment for rejecting him. She sentenced Orlando to 30 years in prison for femicide, emphasizing all women's fundamental right to life. Broome County District Attorney Steve Cornwell, who has closely followed the case, remarked on the unprecedented collaboration between two governments and law enforcement agencies. Despite initial concerns, US authorities were pleased with the seriousness of the trial, emphasizing that it was not a mere spectacle but a genuine legal proceeding. Orlando chose to appeal his conviction, which was heard by 3 Nicaraguan magistrates. The defense argued that Orlando was drunk and temporarily insane at the time of his murder. They did, however, request a new psychiatric evaluation for the appeal, preferring a forensic psychiatrist with experience in temporary insanity defenses over a court-appointed psychiatrist, as was the case during the trial. During the appeal, the defense argued that Orlando should not have been charged with femicide, claiming that if convicted of second-degree murder in the United States, his sentence would have been shorter than the 30 years he received for femicide. They asked for a review of the sentence on this basis. However, the magistrates denied Orlando's request for a new psychiatrist and declined to reduce his sentence. He was ordered to remain in prison, serving the 30-year sentence imposed during the trial. Law enforcement officials in the United States have stated unequivocally that if Orlando is ever released and returns to the country, he will be arrested for second-degree murder. Karen and Gordon Anderson, Haley's parents, thanked the court for its decision. Karen admitted that she had not seen any remorse from Orlando, only regret for not being able to reduce his sentence. She stated that while she felt 30 years was insufficient, she appreciated the court's efforts to convict him to the fullest extent of the law. Gordon said he believed justice had been served and thanked the Nicaraguan court system. He stressed the importance of remembering Haley as a caring individual. She was a vibrant individual. She was a vibrant individual with a zest for life who was dedicated to spreading happiness and love. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The date was Tuesday, May 29, 2012. Michelle Mockbee awoke at 5 a.m. to get to work on time. Michelle, a 16-year employee of Thermo Fisher Scientific, worked in an industrial park near Florence, Kentucky, USA. She was well-liked and provided a positive presence in the workplace. Michelle met her husband, Dan Mockbee, at Thermo Fisher Scientific. He also worked there. Michelle and Dan had 2 young daughters, Madeline and Carly. They enjoy spending time with them, as well as their families and friends. Michelle arrived at work at 5:53 a.m. on May 29th while Dan was off for the day. Michelle worked as a logistics representative and handled payroll. Michelle would process payroll every 2 weeks. On Mondays, she would start work at 6 a.m. every Monday, so she could arrive at the home office in Pittsburgh by 8 a.m. On days when she did not receive a paycheck, she would begin working around 7 a.m. That day, May 29, was a Tuesday, and Michelle usually starts at 7 a.m. on Tuesdays, but the day before Monday, May 28, was Memorial Day, so she went to work early on Tuesday to get her paycheck on time. About an hour after Michelle arrived at work, the operations manager went to the floor where her office was located. Michelle was still gone. He was surprised because she was supposed to be filling out paperwork, but he chalked it up to tardiness. He decided to return in 20 minutes and went to prepare coffee. But no sooner had he arrived than the janitor, David Dooley, called out to him. He appeared startled and stated that he saw red stains on the carpet outside Michelle's office. David was terrified and said he had no idea where the stains were coming from because he had been cleaning that morning. The operations manager attempted to open the door, but the office was locked. He decided to find Michelle and see if she needed help. The search wasn't long. He found Michelle lying face down in the corner of her office. She'd been severely beaten, her hands tied behind her back and gagged. She wore a plastic bag over her head. There were numerous blood spatters and a blood trail connecting her office to the location where her body was discovered. Her body was discovered 40 feet from her office, and judging by the blood trail, it appeared that she had been dragged the entire way. Michelle had been brutally murdered. The operations manager immediately dialed 911. Michelle is not believed to have entered the office that morning, according to police. She was killed before she could retrieve her keys. The killer attempted to break into the office. The lock showed signs of forced entry. The autopsy revealed that she had at least 4 blows to the head with a heavy object, a fractured arm, and numerous bruises. The forensic pathologist who performed the autopsy stated that Michelle did not die immediately. She suffered a fractured skull, brain damage, and extensive cuts on her arms and legs. He testified that the pattern of wounds on her head corresponds to the tape dispenser. Michelle, according to the doctor, was struck in the back and collapsed after the first blow. She hit the corner of the wall and sustained a severe liver contusion. Michelle most likely lost consciousness at that point. The killer then grabbed her right arm and attempted to drag her to a less crowded area. And that's when the limb fractured. However, there were still questions. Why did no one hear her scream? Why were her fingers and toes tied? And why wasn't she wearing shoes? The police arrived at Mark B's house and took Dan to the station. As a spouse, he was the primary suspect. He had a questionable alibi, claiming to be asleep at the alleged time of the murder. However, no one could corroborate his words. to rid himself of suspicion. Investigators suggested that Dan take a polygraph test. The test revealed that Dan was probably not involved in the incident. The investigation revealed that there were 13 employees present at the time of the crime. According to the company's manager, the office and warehouse were heavily guarded, with only those with a specific pass able to enter. However, because the CCTV footage inside the building was missing, the circle of suspects was reduced, and only employees on that floor, supervisors and cleaners, had access to the accounting department. They now had to search the suspects' offices, warehouses, and vehicles. The point is that the perpetrator either changed clothes and hid them somewhere in the car or building, or they fled immediately following the murder and destroyed the evidence. Detectives examined surveillance footage from the parking lot. Only one truck left the lot that morning, around 6:31 a.m., but it returned at 7 a.m., rather suspiciously. The truck belonged to David Dooley. He worked as a janitor for Thermo Fisher. His wife also worked as a janitor. The couple were questioned separately. David was very persuasive. According to his version, he slept through his alarm because he had spent the night caring for his wife, who had been poisoned by something, and they had spent the majority of the night awake. He had intended to take the night off to care for his wife, but she persuaded him to work the shift and promised to notify him if she felt ill. David arrived at work around 6 a.m. "I only had time to clean the warehouse and empty the trash cans in the offices." He then called his wife Janet to see how she was feeling, but she did not pick up. He was afraid she'd passed out. David immediately got into his car and drove home. He returned to work and found the same red stains on the carpet. Detective Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, who was working the case, listened to David's story and was taken aback by the suspect's spotless sneakers. All janitors wore special shoes with detergent stains and scuffed soles. David was dressed neatly that day, with clean sneakers. David Dooley and his co-workers also expressed concerns about his appearance. In addition, he claimed to have emptied the office trash cans. Even so, they were full that morning. Joe Siegert, a warehouse employee, said he saw the suspect not far from Michelle's office and saw David leave work around 1:30 a.m. He appeared scared or depressed. He claimed that the suspect's criminal record for burglary and possession of a firearm in 1996 made the situation even worse. The testimony of Janet, David's spouse, was less detailed. According to her, David left for work that morning and did not return until after lunch. She then recalled her husband arriving home around 6:40 a.m. He had ripped his pants at work, quickly changed his clothes, and returned inside. David was called back in for questioning, but he held his ground. There were no ripped pants. Maybe the spouse was confused about something. She was imagining things due to her condition. David's testimony made Janet doubt her memory. She claimed she had severe hearing problems and hadn't heard David arrive home. She had a high fever that day. However, when she awoke, she discovered dirty, torn pants hanging from the chair. That's why she assumed her husband had arrived to change clothes. Janet's testimony was not the most reliable. She had been inconsistent in the morning due to dehydration and fever. It was suspicious that the couple's testimony did not match, but they had no reason. Michelle was the head of human resources, so she knew many employees' secrets. However, other accounting department employees reported that Janet and Michelle got along well. However, detectives determined that there was still a motive. According to their version, Michelle was supposed to do payroll and paperwork in the morning. David attempted to break into her office early in the morning, knowing Michelle typically arrives by 7 a.m. On Tuesday, however, things did not go as planned. Michelle arrived for work at 5, and saw David attempting to pick the lock on her office. He couldn't let her go, so he committed the murder. Michelle was arrogant and had a quick temper, which could have exacerbated the situation. David discovered the very red stains, and he was the only one to leave work that morning. The murder weapon was never found, but he was able to dispose of the evidence. David and his wife Janet worked different shifts, but he forged signatures on timesheets and put in fictitious hours for her, resulting in twice the pay they should have received. The detective assumed Michelle had just caught him forging documents. He intended to place them on her desk, but the plan failed. Investigators knew he was guilty, but there was only circumstantial evidence. David was accused of murder, kidnapping, and tampering with evidence. During the trial, the jury discovered that no murder weapon, bloody clothes, or fingerprints were found. They only had the defendant's strange behavior and appearance. He was required to wear special steel-toed boots while on duty. That morning, however, he returned home wearing new white sneakers and clean clothes. Furthermore, he was the one who discovered the bloodstains and changed his story several times. The jury convicted David Dooley, 45, of murder and tampering with physical evidence. The jury deliberated for over 6 hours before convicting David of murder and tampering with evidence. He was sentenced to life in prison plus 5 years for tampering with evidence. At the sentencing hearing, David stated that he had been railroaded. "It is completely unfair how I have been treated. I wasn't given enough time to defend myself properly. I feel cheated as well. I only know that I did not kill Michelle Mockbee. I stand by it and will continue to fight." The guilty verdict was short-lived. A new trial has been ordered. In 2016, just 2 years after David's trial, a law clerk in Boone County Commonwealth's attorney Linda Talley Smith's office downloaded 12 gigabytes of information from the Commonwealth's attorney's office servers onto a thumb drive. Linda was the lead prosecutor in David's case, and the thumb drive was delivered to the Kentucky Attorney General's office. That thumb drive led to the discovery of surveillance footage that had not previously been shared with the defense. Only 10 hours before Michelle was murdered, an unidentified person attempted to enter the building where she worked. Furthermore, the thumb drive revealed additional information. There were allegations that the lead detective in the case, Bruce McVeigh of the Boone County Sheriff's Office, may have lied during David's trial. He retired, and the internal investigation into the allegations was completed. It was revealed that Bruce and Linda were having an affair, but they claimed it started after the trial ended. A judge ruled that the surveillance video was crucial evidence that had been withheld from the defense. Thus, a new trial was ordered. The prosecution relied on the same evidence as in the first trial. The defense followed a slightly different strategy. At David's second trial, they emphasized that the case against him was purely circumstantial, and that anyone else could have murdered Michelle. They told the jury that they should investigate the possibility that Dan was involved. He was motivated by money. The defense claimed that Dan hired someone to kill Michelle. After Michelle died, Dan received over $700,000 in life insurance and took out $400,000 in cash. The defense questioned him about one specific payment. Dan gave Chris Black a $10,000 check. Chris was Dan's friend. He also worked for Thermo Fisher Scientific. The check was given to him a few months after Michelle died. The defense asked Dan why. He gave Chris a $10,000 check and said he couldn't remember. Dan McBee's lawyer argued that he spent all of the money on the kids in the check. He was too devastated to recall some of the details. Warehouse worker Joe Seegert also testified during David Dooley's retrial. Seegert had been with Thermo Fisher Scientific for more than 30 years and knew every employee. According to him, he arrived at work at 4:50 a.m., and there was a lot of business in the warehouse due to the day off. Also, it was the end of the month. Joe Seegert had the warehouse keys and was the one who arrived early every morning to unlock the doors. For a while, he kept to himself and assisted with the unloading of trucks. And at 5:30 a.m., he took the paperwork into the office. Michelle wasn't present yet. He didn't see David Dooley, which was unusual, given that David was usually cleaning the warehouse or offices at the time. Joe saw Michelle around 5:53 a.m. She had just arrived for work, grabbed the timesheets from the counter, and entered the office. He was the last person who saw her alive. Joe ran into David Dooley just before 7 a.m. He sat in the back of the warehouse, crying and shaking. Then, around 7 a.m., David excused himself and went home to change his clothes. Joe, the main witness, gave an inaccurate testimony with some timing flaws. Nevertheless, it was admissible. According to Joe, Michael may have been a pleasant woman in real life after the murder, as it was several years later. However, at work, she and her spouse frequently failed to show employees respect. Joe admitted that many employees disliked the couple. DNA experts from an independent crime lab compared male DNA found on crime scene items to David's DNA. An expert testified that Dan's DNA profile could not be excluded from Michelle's shirt as a significant contributor. David's DNA profile could not be ignored as a minor contributor. He testified that 1 in every 7 Caucasian American men could not be excluded because of their similar characteristics. The defense also told the jury that there was a lot of blood in the office, but none was found in David's truck. The defense argued that there were plenty of other people who had the opportunity and motivation to kill Michelle. They claimed the problem was that they were not thoroughly investigated. Dan Mockbee was also in attendance. He was being interviewed as a suspect. Dan was the department manager. He could have given anyone access to the warehouse. Suspicious hatchets were discovered in his car, which he had allegedly purchased at a sale, but he could never explain why he spent all of the money he received from the insurance company. However, for some reason, he was still unable to pay for Michelle's memorial and remained in debt for funeral services. In addition, prior to the incident, the couple owed $70,000. Dan assured me that he knew nothing about it and that his wife handled the finances. 2 weeks before the murder, he purchased a computer and installed a program for deleting and encrypting files. At around 8-9 a.m., investigators discovered Dan running the program. He received a call from Thermo Fisher's scientific employees. His alibi could not be confirmed because the children were spending the night at their parents' house, and it was unknown who attempted to break into the building 10 hours prior to the incident. Finally, defense attorney Deanna Dennison emphasizes to the jury that the standard for judgment is not whether David might have committed the crime, most likely did, or could have done so through a process of elimination. Instead, she emphasized that the key criterion is reasonable doubt, which she believes the prosecution failed to demonstrate. Dennis argued that the presented evidence did not establish a link between David and Michelle's deaths, and thus he should be found not guilty. The prosecution, led by Assistant Attorney General John Heck, countered during the closing arguments. Heck argued that, despite the circumstantial nature of the case, the accumulation of various pieces of evidence forms a compelling case, and he urged the jury to consider all of the evidence when rendering their verdict. Despite the defense's arguments, David was found guilty a second time and sentenced to 38 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, doomsday spouses. Religiously motivated crimes are common in criminal practice. According to statistics, religious fanatics kill over 100,000 people each year around the world. Frequently, these victims do not share the fanatics' traditional beliefs. The case of Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, a deranged couple, shocked the world a few years ago and has yet to be resolved. The story has been covered by media outlets in multiple countries, shocking and perplexing people. It's a story about corrupt passion, belief in one's own superiority, greed, and a complete lack of moral principles. This couple harmed 5 members of their own families, 2 of them children. The legal proceedings against the so-called spouses from hell are still ongoing. They face the death penalty for their heinous actions. However, they not only deny their guilt, but they also sincerely hope to avoid punishment or receive lenient sentences. But let us begin at the beginning and try to unravel this horrifying and complex story in order to understand how people who claim to have discovered God have completely lost their humanity. Who is Chad Daybell, and how did he become the head of a religious movement? Chad Guy Daybell was born on August 11, 1968, in the small town of Provo, Utah, 18 miles south of Salt Lake City. He grew up in a simple, even modest family and was a quiet, shy child. Chad was an average student at school with no notable talents or athletic accomplishments, and he was self-conscious about his weight. Chad not easily enrolled at Brigham Young University, Bayou in Utah after graduating from high school, and he earned a bachelor's degree in journalism in 1992. During his college years, he married a modest woman named Tamara Douglas, or simply Tammy. The couple quickly had 5 children, sons Seth, Mark, and Garth, as well as daughters Emma and Leah. After finishing his studies, the young father worked as an editor for a local daily newspaper. However, due to the family's constant financial difficulties, he also worked as a night watchman at a small church and a gravedigger at the cemetery next door. Tammy did not work outside the home and was solely responsible for household chores and raising their children, so the family struggled to get by. Chad decided to use his journalism background to write his own religious-themed book. His debut work, published in 1999, resembled a collection of religious stories or religious-themed fantasy. Surprisingly, the book was a success, and he made a good living from it. Chad immediately left his jobs at the cemetery and the newspaper to pursue his writing career. A year and a half later, he released a book called 1 Foot in the Grave. This was a popular science book in which he described his experiences as a gravedigger and discussed death, the afterlife, and soul reincarnations. Daybell founded Spring Creek Books in 2004, through which he self-published his works. These works discussed his beliefs regarding the impending end of the world, Judgment Day, and other topics. According to some, Chad's religious beliefs have become increasingly extreme over time. Chad Daybell has written dozens of fiction and popular science books with religious themes. He began giving podcasts, audio, and video lectures to help people prepare for Christ's second coming. Chad referred to himself as an apocalyptic writer and claimed to be able to see into the future, hearing voices of the dead deliver prophecies intended solely for him. Lori Ryan Vallow Nicox was born on June 26, 1973, in the beautiful city of Loma Linda, California. She grew up in a big family, with 2 older brothers and 3 sisters. Her parents, Denise and Barry Cox, worked tirelessly to provide for their numerous children from a young age. Lori was especially close to her brother Alex, with whom she had a trustworthy relationship. He always stood up for and protected his younger sister. Lori developed into a true beauty with many admirers, as well as an attractive, charismatic blonde with a slim figure and a captivating smile. She enjoyed being the center of attention and was an outgoing and adventurous person. Lori married Nelson Yanis, her high school sweetheart, in the spring of 1992 when she was 18 years old. However, the young couple quickly realized they had rushed into marriage and were unprepared for family life, resulting in the dissolution of their marriage in less than a year. They did not have children together. Lori remarried in the fall of 1995 to a man named William LaJoya. A year later, the couple welcomed a son, Colby, but their marriage ended in 1998. Only 2 years later, the boy remained in his mother's custody. Lori married Joseph Anthony Ryan for the 3rd time in early 2001, and he officially adopted her son from her previous marriage. A year later, the couple had their daughter, Tylee, but this marriage, too, ended in 2005. Notably, shortly after her divorce from Joseph, an incident occurred when her ex-husband arrived to see the children. He was assaulted by Lori's brother Alex, who claimed in court that he was defending his sister's honor after Ryan insulted her. As a result, Cox was sentenced to a fine and a short-term prison marriage with Charles Vallow. Lori met Charles Anthony Vallow shortly after divorcing her 3rd husband, and the two married in February 2006. He was 17 years her senior, but their age difference was not an issue. Charles had been married before and had 2 teenage sons from previous relationships, Zachary and Nicholas. The couple initially lived in Nevada with Lori's children from previous marriages, with Charles and his sons visiting on holidays and weekends. Charles owned a small business that provided a steady income for his family. Lori, who had not pursued further education, did not work, and her husband never approached her about it. Charles' grandnephew, Joshua Jackson, or simply JJ Vallow, was officially adopted by the couple in 2014. JJ had autism and needed expensive therapy, which a relative could provide. Toward the end of 2014, the family decided to relocate to the Hawaiian Islands, specifically the island of Kauai. By this point, Colby and Charles' older children were adults living independently, so the Vallows relocated to the island as a group of 4. Lori, Charles, Tylee, and JJ settled in a popular tourist area and decided to open their own beach bar that served fresh juices, smoothies, refreshing drinks, and non-alcoholic cocktails. Despite their best efforts, the availability of raw materials and Charles' experience in trade, the business failed quickly due to fierce competition. Lori developed an interest in religious literature around this time, and she was particularly drawn to Chad Daybell's Standing in Holy Places series of books. She became fascinated by the occult writer's ideas and became almost obsessed with them. She bought all of his works and read them every day. Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell met. In 2016, the family was forced to leave Hawaii and relocate to the mainland. They settled in Arizona, and while Charles worked hard to provide for the family, his wife Lori became increasingly involved in religion, drifting away from reality. Lori and her close friend Melanie went to a neighboring town for an event called Preparing People for the Second Coming of Christ, which was led by Chad Daybell. Lori, a devoted fan and follower, jumped at the chance to meet him in person. Lori sat in the front row, her gaze fixated on Chad. He also noticed the attractive blonde, and when the writer and religious speaker decided to personally interact with his followers, Lori, as expected, stayed behind. She hung on his every word and asked to touch his hand. After that, Daybell looked into her eyes and revealed that they had been husband and wife in 7 previous incarnations. Chad and Lori exchanged contact information. And started communicating every day. Lori's husband went to Nevada for work a few weeks later, so she invited the preacher to a gathering at her home. That day, about a dozen people gathered at the Vallows house to discuss God's judgment day and the second coming. Lori and Chad also agreed to work together to prepare people for the dreadful judgment. The pair began producing podcasts about the event, as well as leading sermons and writing articles. Lori became increasingly detached and hatched from reality and her family, but Charles did not notice the change. He expected it to be a passing fad. It was too late when he realized how far things had progressed. Lori soon began discussing dark spirits and zombies, telling family and friends that God had chosen her for a special mission. Part of this mission entails eliminating the spirits of darkness, demons, and all evil. Charles' attempts to bring his wife back to reality failed, and she began to see him as one of the evil entities that needed to be destroyed. Charles Vallows' tragic end. By the end of 2018, Lori and Charles Vallows' marriage was about to collapse. Lori changed all of the locks in their shared home in February 2019, while Charles was away on business for a week. When Charles returned, he found himself locked out of his own home, his personal car, and the family truck missing, and a significant amount of $35,000 had been withdrawn from his account. Charles loudly called out for his wife and attempted to enter the house. Lori stormed outside, hurling threats and curses. She screamed that her husband's soul had long died and that his body had been possessed by a demon, repeatedly saying, "I don't know who you are or what you've done to my husband." Without hesitation, Charles went to the police station and reported Lori for theft and interference with his home and children. He expressed concerns about Lori's threats of physical harm against him, which resulted in the issuance of a protective order prohibiting her from approaching him. The statements made by Charles that evening were recorded in accordance with standard procedure. He discussed his wife's excessive religious zeal, her belief in the impending end of the world, and her tendency to categorize people as light or demonic beings. While asking clarifying questions, the officers openly mocked him but issued the protective order. The following day, Charles filed for divorce and changed the beneficiaries of his $1 million life insurance policy from Lori to his mother and sister. His lawyer stated that Charles was concerned about JJ's well-being, as he required special care. He was confident that his mother and sister would handle the insurance payout responsibly and care for the boy in the event of his death. Tylee's stepfather had not legally adopted her, so the documents could not include a legally unrelated minor. A few months later, Mr. Vallow made the fatal mistake of revoking the protective order, hoping to reconcile with Lori and save their marriage. He began paying visits to his ex-wife's home, missing the children and hoping for a family reconciliation. On July 11, 2019, Charles arrived to see his children and was fatally shot twice in the chest. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, called emergency services and admitted to the shooting. He claimed self-defense, alleging that Charles had attacked him first with a baseball bat. In response, he drew his pistol and shot twice without aiming. The homeowner and children witnessed the incident. Their testimonies were somewhat consistent, and the court ruled that the killing was unintentional and in self-defense. Notably, Alex's head injury was minor, despite Charles's previous experience as a baseball player capable of inflicting serious harm with a bat. Lori threw a party at her house with music, many guests, and a poolside disco on the same day Charles' body was taken to the morgue, right where her husband had been shot, and where traces of blood could still be seen. She did not arrange for his funeral or tell anyone about the incident. Charles, his son's mother, sister, and other relatives learned of his death only a week later when his unclaimed body was still in the morgue, the latest in a string of mysterious disappearances and fatalities. Lori sold their Arizona home shortly after her husband's death and moved with her children to Rexburg, Idaho, near Chad and his wife Tammy's home. Lori's brother, Alex Cox, relocated with his sister and settled in the same housing complex. Lori enrolled her son in a special needs school, but her 16-year-old daughter Tylee never went to school. She was rarely seen outside. So many neighbors were unaware of her second child's existence. Lori described her daughter as a dark entity to a friend over the phone around the same time. On September 8, 2019, the children, their mother, and Uncle Alex traveled to Yellowstone Park, where Chad Daybell joined them. Tylee appears in a number of photographs from that trip. After that day, she was never seen alive again. On September 24 of the same year, Lori withdrew her son's documents from school, claiming he would now be homeschooled. The 7-year-old boy was also not seen again. Less than a month later, on October 19, Chad's 49-year-old wife Tammy died suddenly. Chad claims she had a cold and cough before passing away in her sleep from respiratory failure. Her death was ruled natural, as there were no signs of violence on her body. Chad categorically refused an autopsy to determine the exact cause, an odd decision that raised no suspicions. Following his wife's unexpected death, Chad received approximately $500,000 in insurance payouts. 2 weeks later, Chad and Lori traveled to the Hawaiian Islands to marry in a beachside ceremony. Daybell's children, who were still mourning their mother, were completely taken aback and unable to understand their father's actions. When the couple returned to Arizona, they lived together and misled others by claiming Lori's children were with relatives or that she had no children at all. They also rented a small unit at a local storage facility and later moved all of the children's belongings, as if they had never existed in the house. Another month later, on December 12, 2019, Alex Cox died unexpectedly at home. The cause of death appeared to be a heart attack, but due to his sister's insistence, no autopsy was performed, and the incident was ruled a natural investigation, arrest, and horrific discovery. As time passed, more people continued to question Lori about the whereabouts of her children. She deceived neighbors and acquaintances with ease, but lying to relatives proved more difficult. Her eldest son, Colby, who had little contact with his mother after moving away, made an earnest attempt to contact his younger sister. Lori initially answered from her daughter's phone, pretending to be Tylee, but Colby quickly realized something was wrong. Meanwhile, Charles' family members demanded access to GJ. They wanted to take the boy on vacation or weekends, or just talk to him on the phone, but Lori consistently refused or made absurd excuses. Eventually, the boy's grandmother reported his disappearance to the police. Colby then approached the police to find his younger sister. When law enforcement officers knocked on Lori's door and asked her to bring the children for a conversation, she lied, claiming they were visiting relatives. This information was proven false, and the police returned to her home. They gave her 1 week to appear at the police station with the children. Instead, she and her husband fled to Hawaii. Lori was arrested on the Hawaiian island of Kauai on February 20, 2020, and returned to Arizona. A search was conducted in her and Chad's home, but no children or signs of their presence were discovered. Her husband, Chad, who had been defending her and insisting she had no children, was now under suspicion. On June 9, police discovered human remains buried in the couple's backyard. The bodies of the missing Tylee and her younger brother JJ were identified through forensic analysis. Chad was immediately arrested for concealing evidence and complicity. The authorities then decided to exhume Tammy Daybell and Alex Cox's bodies to determine the true causes of death. In both cases, traces of chemicals capable of causing heart failure were discovered, implying that these people did not die naturally. The trial process. The trial of the spouses began in January 2020. 1. They were accused of conspiring to commit first-degree criminal acts, grand theft through deception, and insurance fraud. Furthermore, Charles Vallow's death was reclassified as premeditated criminal action rather than self-defense. According to witnesses in court, Lori referred to her children as dark entities and promised to save their souls. There were suspicions that the deaths of Tylee, 16, and GJ, 7, were ritualistic in nature. Specifically, the adolescent girl's body was partially burned. Weeks before Chad sent Lori an email rating people, he assigned Tylee A as a dark spirit. Given the totality of the charges, both spouses faced the death penalty. However, in May 2021, Vallow's defense team was successful in having her declared incompetent, which halted the trial process. Simultaneously, all 5 of Daybell's adult children maintain their father's innocence, believing he was framed by Lori and Alex in 2022. After receiving treatment in a psychiatric facility, Vala was deemed fit to stand by her and answer for her actions. In March 2023, the judge ruled that the woman would not be sentenced to death, a decision that the prosecution is still contesting. In July of the same year, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Chad's trial continues, and he still faces the death penalty. This story inspired the book When the Moon Turns to Blood by investigative journalist Leah Sottle, as well as the Lifetime Movie Network's 2021 television film Doomsday Mom, the Lori Vallow story starring Lauren Lee Smith. In addition, Netflix will release a 3-part documentary series called Sins of Our Mother in 2022, with 1 episode dedicated to Lori's eldest child, her son Colby. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The case of Sabrina Queeter, a heinous crime in an affluent London neighborhood. Compulsive thoughts are a mental disorder defined by the occurrence of ideas and actions that occur against a person's will and from which they are unable to break free. In some extreme cases, these thoughts can literally take over the mind, and when combined with a complex manipulative nature, innate cruelty, and a manic desire for dominance, the result is a time bomb. Sabrina Queeter, a British woman, had every opportunity to live the fabulous, wealthy, and carefree life she had envisioned since she was a child, but it was never enough. No partner was good enough for her, and she always felt like she was born for fame, attention, and luxury. Her unrealized ambitions and obsessive fantasies eventually led to delusions and violent outbursts. Unfortunately, Sabrina discovered a defenseless man on whom she vented her rage. This case became one of the most notorious and high-profile in British history. An innocent girl who cared for her children was the victim of a deranged situation. Sabrina Queeter her early years. Sabrina Queeter was born on December 5, 1982, in a London suburb, with a distinct blend of French and Algerian heritage from her parents. This unique combination most likely contributed to her striking appearance and fiery personality. Sabrina, the eldest of 4 children, was the family darling, constantly praised and held up as a role model for others. Her family moved to France when she was 2 years old, settling in Paris where she spent the majority of her childhood and youth. Sabrina's complex personality began to emerge during her school years. Her former classmates later described her as arrogant, domineering, self-absorbed, and exceedingly selfish. She had few friends, both at school and among her neighborhood peers, and she considered everyone around her to be unworthy in comparison to other bright and outgoing girls her age. She was especially hostile, seeing them as competitors and enemies. With her stunning appearance, a striking brunette with brown eyes and an impressive physique, Sabrina could have pursued a modeling career if she could connect with people instead of manipulating them. As a child, during her youth, she participated in sports and expressed an interest in music. However, her inconsistency, impatience for quick results, and lack of effort hampered her success in all fields. Years later, Sabrina claimed that she was treated harshly by her maternal relatives in France during her childhood. However, these claims were never supported or proven. In contrast, her family insisted that she was indulged and constantly sought attention. Sabrina suffered a back injury while participating in sports as a teenager, which led to her dependence on prescription painkillers. She attempted to obtain these drugs illegally, resulting in her arrest and a police warning. Sabrina was always hyper-focused on herself and her appearance, craving constant attention. She was confident that her future held a wealthy, glamorous life filled with celebrity interactions and her own stardom. Her fantasies seemed to overshadow her reality at times, as she believed she had earned her place in Hollywood. Sabrina holds an English and French literature degree from the Sorbonne. However, since 2006, she has claimed various fashion industry professions such as stylist, makeup artist, fashion designer, and designer, despite her lack of actual expertise in these areas. Complex relationship with Wissam Madouni. Sabrina Queter is known for her stunning appearance and a penchant for captivating men and exploiting their affection, but she never considered any of her suitors to be worthy of a serious relationship. She was literally waiting for a prince who would fully obey her. Sabrina was still unsure of her life goals after graduating from school, believing she was entitled to everything without effort. Nonetheless, she enrolled at the prestigious Sorbonne University while also working at a sweet shop for financial support. At the age of 18, she met Wissam Medouni, who was 6 years her senior, worked as a manager at the headquarters of a major French company, and attended one of Paris's most prestigious universities. Despite not being particularly attractive, he wished to pursue a master's degree in order to advance his career in the celebrity world. He fell deeply in love with Sabrina and was willing to satisfy all of her desires and fantasies. Sabrina found Medouni appealing, seeing him as someone she could manipulate as well as a ticket to a wealthy life. He was ambitious, capable of great professional success, and eager to pamper and spoil her. The couple started dating in 2000 and decided to live together after a few months. Sabrina quickly revealed her true nature, attempting to control my duties in every way. If her demands were not met, she resorted to tantrums, threats, and even physical violence. Furthermore, she soon began openly cheating on Medouni, with no attempt to hide or justify her actions. She could have flings with anyone, from a random acquaintance to Medouni's best friend or colleague. Despite numerous attempts to end the relationship and leave her, Medouni always returned, unable to let go of his deep love for Sabrina. Medouni received his master's degree and a significant promotion in 2001, and he began earning a substantial income, which he lavished on Sabrina's expensive clothing and entertainment. Its family owned several properties in Paris, and he managed them, giving Sabrina all of the rental income. Medouni, who also had Franco-Algerian roots, saw Sabrina as a kindred spirit. According to some reports, the couple married in a special Muslim ceremony in the fall of 2001, as evidenced by a certificate issued by a mosque in Argentina. However, the religious ceremony was insufficient to establish the union as official and legal. The couple had a son, whose paternity Medouni officially acknowledged. However, years later, a Frenchman named Anthony Francois claimed to be the child's father, and a witness in Quitter's trial described her as volatile, unpredictable, promiscuous, and manipulative during her relocation to London. The global financial crisis hit hard in 2008, causing the company where Wissam Medouni worked to go bankrupt, costing him his high-paying job. Around this time, Sabrina Quitter developed a strong desire to move to London. She made the decision without consulting her partner, leaving her with few options and hoping for a new career in one of the world's major financial hubs. Medouni followed her to London, where he found employment in a major English bank. However, Sabrina has struggled to establish herself in the fashion industry. Her ambitions to be a designer, model, or makeup artist were stifled by a lack of skills, experience, and formal education in these areas. Consequently, she had to lower her expectations. She worked in a variety of positions over the years, including nanny in a call center, cafe, and even network marketing. Sabrina Quitter's search for love took an unexpected turn when she rekindled her teenage passion for music, adding the titles of musician and composer to her resume. Despite her enthusiasm, Sabrina struggled to secure professional opportunities in the music industry. She attended a number of auditions and social events in the hopes of making valuable connections. Sabrina was fortunate to meet Mark Walton, a well-known musician, songwriter, and one of the founding members of the popular Irish boy band Boyzone. After leaving the group, Mark went on to become a successful producer and music mogul, working with Jennifer Lopez, Jessica Simpson, and Lady Gaga. By 2016, his net worth had surpassed $1 billion. Mark was exactly the type of person Sabrina had hoped to meet on her way to a life of fame and luxury. She impressed Mark with her beauty and charisma. He was captivated by her and openly admitted to falling in love at first sight, unable to think of anyone but the beautiful woman. Their relationship grew quickly, and Sabrina worked hard to remain pleasant and endearing, eventually ending her relationship with modernity because she saw a bright future with Mark. His previous relationship and child did not deter her. Within weeks, the lovers had moved in together to a luxurious home in an affluent area of London. Mark covered all of Sabrina's expenses, including the rent for the lavish house she chose for several months, in order to bring and live the opulent life she had long desired. which included socializing with celebrities, attending elite events, wearing couture clothing, and even appearing in glossy magazines. Sabrina found it difficult to manage Mark because she was afraid of losing him. She couldn't control her nature for long, and soon began to be jealous of every woman around Mark. Sabrina's demands grew over time, requiring more gifts and luxury. Mark spoiled her with designer clothes, jewelry, and trips to upscale restaurants and clubs. But it wasn't enough for her. The couple's home had a high turnover of staff and nannies, as Sabrina's paranoia led her to believe they were either stealing or trying to seduce Mark. Her irrational behavior eventually. Mark was driven to his breaking point. In 2011, he ended the relationship and moved to California, leaving Sabrina with nothing. Losing Mark also meant losing the luxurious lifestyle she had enjoyed. Sabrina began conducting interviews, accusing Mark of cruelty, violence, and substance abuse. She called him crying, begged him to return, and even threatened to commit suicide. But none of these tactics brought him back. Who is the father of the second child? After realizing she had lost Mark Walton, Sabrina Queter contacted her ex-partner, Wissem Madouni, who was a successful bank executive, and immediately forgave and accepted her back, despite still having feelings for her. They resumed living together. Sabrina discovered she was pregnant shortly after her reunion with Madouni. She quickly notified Walton, who, through his lawyers, expressed a willingness to provide for the child and Sabrina by offering a monthly allowance. However, Walton insisted on a paternity test after delivery to confirm his fatherhood. Sabrina's refusal to take the test, which could have resulted in substantial regular payments, indicated her uncertainty about the child's paternity. Instead of agreeing to the test, she demanded that Walton double the proposed allowance. After his refusal, she declared war on the musician. Sabrina took to social media to spread false claims that Walton was obsessed with her, insanely jealous of modernity, and physically threatening them. She accused Walton of breaking into their home, assaulting Madouni, frightening the children, and sexually assaulting her in an unnatural manner. However, she was unable to back up her claims because Walton had a solid alibi and had been in the United States since their breakup. Sabrina temporarily stopped accusing her ex-boyfriend after Walton filed a defamation lawsuit and the police threatened her with legal action. She settled in Wimbledon, southwest London, with Madouni and their 2 children, leading a seemingly peaceful existence as the conflict appeared to be resolved. Sabrina Queter, a French nanny who was used to handling household chores but found it difficult to manage 2 children, decided to hire a nanny who could also help with housework. She advertised a job online and conducted interviews in person. The majority of candidates failed to meet her expectations, and those who did not last long in her household. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, responded to the advertisement. At the time, Sophie, 19, was in her provincial hometown in France, so the interview was done via video call. This modest, unassuming provincial agreed to all terms including childcare, housework, and cooking, in exchange for a symbolic weekly salary of £50, which included full board and lodging with the employer. Sophie was born on January 7, 1996, in the small town of Troyes, near Alex, and her parents, Catherine and Patrick Leonette, were simple workers with a modest, if not poor, lifestyle. Sophia graduated from school with a diploma in childcare but did not want to work in her province, preferring to relocate to a larger city, known for being shy, quiet, and unassuming in appearance, but extremely kind and open-hearted. Sophie was loved by those who knew her despite her poor vision. She wore glasses, which she was slightly self-conscious about, and their conversation made her realize that Sophie, the plain Gain, would be an ideal target for her manipulations. Furthermore, Sophie was eager to gain experience and good references, so she was willing to work for the minimum wage. Sophie thought Sabrina seemed like a serious and reliable employer, which she told her parents before leaving for London. Kind employers rose to a sophisticated status. Initially, Sophie Leonette seemed to be doing well, believing that working for the Tweeters would be a great way to start her nanny career. She quickly bonded with the children, completed household chores as required by her contract, and had enough time and resources to improve her English and explore city attractions. This peaceful period lasted several months, and everything seemed fine. Madouni lost his job, and the family's only reliable source of income became Walton's monthly child support payments. To bring it back, Walton was asked to pay more money, which prompted him to request a DNA test to confirm his paternity. The family faced serious financial difficulties, including high rent and basic living expenses. Of Sabrina, unwilling to cut back on her luxuries and desperate to maintain her socialite lifestyle, she became irritable and aggressive, frequently venting her frustration on the young nanny. The couple tried to start a bakery with their last funds, but it failed. Sabrina then turned to Walton and asked for a large sum of money to start a clothing line, only to be met with a categorical refusal, resulting in tears and complaints about poverty. Sabrina frequently complained to Lynette about her ex-lover, and the nanny attempted to console her employer. What happens next varies according to the source. According to one version, who either devised a scheme to use Sophie as a weapon to blackmail Walton. She intended to portray Sophie as Walton's, an accomplice and lover who was allegedly planted in their home to disrupt their lives and endanger the children. Sabrina claimed that the provincial fool was in love with Walton and used her as a tool for vengeance. She believed that recording and presenting the nanny's confessions to the police would be sufficient evidence to seek restitution from Walton for his heinous act. Sophie refused to make false statements on camera. Another version, as argued by Quitter's lawyers in court, suggested that Sabrina believed in her conspiracy theory because of her mental illness and saw Sophie as an enemy and a threat to her family. She allegedly did not force the nanny to give false testimony, but she truly believed Sophie was Walton's accomplice who infiltrated their home to harm them. Regardless of the truth, Sophie's life quickly devolved into a living nightmare, a torture chamber in the basement of a wealthy home. Sophie Leonette, a young French woman, was initially burdened with extra work that did not correspond to an increase in her meager salary. Eventually, she was engrossed in endless chores from dawn to late night, with no personal time and effectively imprisoned within the house walls. Sophie's pay was soon halted entirely, preventing her from fleeing or returning to France. Her employers seized her passport, making her a captive. Her interactions with family were strictly monitored. The situation worsened. Sophie was barely fed and constantly pressured to make false statements about Walton, whom she had never met or known. She was only communicated with through screams, insults, and threats, and was accused of stealing money and valuables. She was threatened with imprisonment if she didn't comply with their demands regarding the musician. When screaming and blackmail became ineffective, the Sabrina Coiters used more brutal and sophisticated methods. Sophie was effectively relocated to a cold basement where she spent all of her time when not working, eating scantily once or twice a day and becoming emaciated and weak. However, the cold and hunger were not her worst experiences. Physical abuse became the most traumatic stage. It began with slabs and hair pulling, but quickly escalated to Sabrina breaking Sophie's nose and a violent assault. The sight of blood seemed to enrage Sabrina, making beatings a daily occurrence for Sophie. Every day brought new methods of cruelty intended to cause unbearable pain and suffering. The basement of this wealthy house in an affluent London neighborhood became a true torture chamber for the lioness, with no hope of rescue. In late summer 2017, Sabrina Quiter brought the unfortunate Sophie Lioness to a police station, claiming Sophie was ready to testify against Mark Walton, with whom she allegedly had a romantic and criminal relationship, and who had allegedly sent her to their house to abuse the children. However, Sophie remained silent and refused to say what Sabrina demanded, so the police decided to speak with her privately and take her to a separate room. Sabrina was furious, fearing Sophie would reveal the horrors taking place in their home and implicate her and her husband. Sophie mysteriously chose not to reveal anything or seek help. The police's reaction was also peculiar. Despite seeing a malnourished, scared, and weakened young woman, they did not contact a doctor or psychologist to ensure her health and safety. At that point, the 21-year-old man weighed less than 40 kilograms, had lost some of her hair, was missing a front tooth, and was limping noticeably. Despite this, the officers remain unconcerned and simply allow everyone to leave. A disturbing phone call and a funeral pyre. Sophie Lionette sobbed as she made her final call to her mother in mid-September. Sophie told her mother that she wanted to return home but didn't have any money. Catherine, without going into detail, simply told her daughter that she would buy her a ticket and that she should pack her bags immediately. This was the last time she heard Sophie's voice. A few days later, on September 20, 2017, in the evening, the Cougars' neighbors called the police. They were alarmed by a fire in the yard, not so much by the fire itself as by the nauseating, sweetly greasy odor it emitted. A neighbor reported that it smelled like burning flesh and hair, as well as something identifiable, and that the 6 smoke clouds that stretched half a block immediately impregnated clothes and skin with a stench. Firefighters and a police car arrived on the scene. The house owners, who appeared calm and unaware of the reason for the emergency services visit, met them after extinguishing the fire. What appeared to be a charred human hand was discovered among the ashes. The couple was immediately apprehended, and severely burned human remains were recovered from the fire. The deceased's gender and age were indeterminable, but the body was quickly identified as Sophie Leonette, as evidenced by the melted metal frame of the glasses embedded in the skull, which Sophie always wore. The cause of Sophie Leonette's death was difficult to determine because her body had been almost completely burned. Forensic experts discovered multiple rib fractures, jaw cracks, and evidence of blunt force trauma on her skull and limbs, indicating that she sustained these injuries while alive. In addition, she had several missing teeth and a severely damaged nose. Sophie had suffered prolonged and brutal beatings, resulting in broken bones and knocked-out teeth. However, the extent of the fire damage made it impossible to assess the state of her internal organs and identify any penetrating wounds. The discovery of horrific video recordings in the house depicting Sophie being tortured and coerced into confessing collusion with Walton and intent to harm the children exposed her captor's true sadistic nature. Sophie was brutally beaten with an iron cord, a golf club, and even electric shocks. She also faced humiliations, such as being forced to submerge her head in the toilet until she suffocated. Experts believe Sophie died of asphyxiation before being burned on the pyre, sparing her the agony of being alive during the burning trial and sentence. Sabrina Quider and Ouissem Madouni denied guilt and expressed no remorse for their heinous crime. Following the murder, Madouni calmly went to a nearby supermarket to purchase firelighter fluid for burning the body and dinner for his family, as if nothing had happened. The first court hearings against the sadistic couple started in March 2018. Sabrina attempted to portray herself as a victim, blaming Mark Walton for driving her to a pathological state with his constant torment. Sabrina was diagnosed with mental disorders, but she was not insane and could understand her actions. We were physically healthy but psychologically dependent on Sabrina and blindly obedient to her. Sabrina's former lover, who testified in court, described her as a cunning manipulator rather than a mad woman because she planned her moves so carefully. Another witness stated that she always made up enemies, but did so rationally and for selfish reasons. On June 26, 2018, the court found the couple guilty of torturing, humiliating, and murdering their nanny in aggravated circumstances. They were sentenced to life in prison, with the possibility of parole after 30 years, and neither admitted guilt despite ongoing appeals to reduce their sentence. Sabrina attempted to feign insanity, hoping to be transferred from prison to a hospital, but was unsuccessful. Mark Walton testified at the trial that he felt guilty about his ex-lover's actions because he committed these atrocities to gain his attention and financial compensation. He expressed his heartfelt condolences to the victims' parents and voluntarily issued a large check to assist the bereaved families who had lost their beloved daughter. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Toni Jill Bertolet Henthorne, the daughter of Bob and Yvonne Bertolet, was born on January 10, 1962 in Jackson, Mississippi. After graduating from Trinity High School in 1980, she earned honors and magna cum laude status at the University of Mississippi Medical School in 1988. Toni's professional journey led her to work as a surgical and cosmetic ophthalmologist at Associates in Eye Care in Denver, where her excellence earned her recognition as one of America's top ophthalmologists by the Consumer Research Council in 2006. Toni was an active member of her community outside of medicine, attending and teaching Sunday school at Cherry Hills Community Church. Toni was not only an accomplished pianist, but also had a lovely voice and sang in several church choirs. Her dedication to her faith was evident in her insightful contributions to God Questions, org, where she shared her Christian perspectives on a regular basis. Harold and Toni Henthorn met online in 1999 and married after just 9 months. Despite her successful career as an eye surgeon, Toni's main goal was to have a happy marriage and family. This ambition appeared to come true when she met Harold, who presented himself as a wealthy entrepreneur involved in fundraising for educational institutions and churches. Harold persuaded Toni to move to Colorado from Jackson, Mississippi during their meeting. Despite the difficulties of leaving her family and friends in Mississippi, Toni is excited about starting a new life with her husband. Their family culminated in 2005 with the birth of their daughter Haley on September 29, 2012. Toni Henthorn and her husband Harold Henthorn went hiking in Colorado's Rocky Mountain National Park on Saturday to celebrate their 12th wedding anniversary. Just before 3:30 p.m., they deviated from the trail and ate lunch atop a picturesque cliff. By 4:45 p.m., they discovered a cliff beneath their lunch spot after deviating from the designated trail. Toni tragically fell 130 feet from the same steep cliff in less than half an hour at 5:54 p.m. Harold called 911, almost 45 minutes later, to report the incident. He told the authorities that it took him 15 minutes to reach Toni and another 30 minutes to assess and relocate her. During the 911 call, Harold mentioned their location near the mountain summit, expressed concern about Toni's weekend breathing and head injury, and asked for a helicopter. He later told another operator that he had started a fire in a rock enclosure and noticed a decrease in Toni's breathing, eventually confirming its cessation. Harold, guided by the operator, attempted chest compressions. Harold called 911 again and inquired about the arrival of assistance. The operator informed Harold that the ranger was calling for him, but Harold claimed he had not heard any calls. The MT ranger arrived around 8 p.m. and conducted an examination, which unfortunately revealed Toni's death. Authorities questioned Harold about the circumstances surrounding Toni's death. Despite claiming that he did not witness Toni's fall because he was reading text messages and only saw a blur, Harold gave conflicting accounts to others. In one instance, he claimed that Toni had gotten too close to the edge while speaking with someone else. He claimed that Toni was attempting to take photographs and slipped upon hearing the tragic news of Toni's death. Her parents, Bob and Yvonne Berthollet, had a strong reaction. Bob immediately claimed that he pushed her, which was initially interpreted as an accidental death. Toni's parents had clearly been concerned about her well-being for quite some time. Toni was a successful and confident woman when she first met Harold. However, her confidence dwindled after moving to Colorado with Harold, who gradually took control of her life. Harold will listen in on her parents' phone calls and put them on speakerphone. Toni's parents became concerned, suspecting that Harold might not be as prosperous. As a businessman, he claimed to be reliant on Toni's income. However, they were concerned about more than just his financial situation. They believed he isolated Toni from her family and friends. A feeling of unease persisted, prompting Yvonne to seek conversations with Toni. However, every attempt to discuss Harold's job, the couple's financial situation, or his pervasive control over Toni's life elicited the same response from Toni. Raising these issues would have consequences for her. One particular incident heightened their concerns to the point where they hoped Toni would cut ties with him. During their visits to Harold's cabin in West Denver, an alarming incident occurred. While Haley slept, Harold asked Toni for help clearing debris. During this task, something struck the back of Toni's neck with such force that she had to be hospitalized. Harold later claimed that a large piece of lumber had fallen from the porch and struck her. This incident heightened Toni's parents' concerns about her safety, prompting them to implore her not to be alone with him. When the police investigated Toni's death, they discovered disturbing details that sparked suspicion. There were numerous inconsistencies in Harold's accounts of the hike in the area and the events of that fateful day. Harold informed the arranger that he and Toni had originally planned to hike the Bear Lake Trail, which was a half-mile of paved walking with no elevation gain, a good choice for Toni, who had 3 knee surgeries and could no longer ski. However, Harold later informed the ranger that they chose the Deer Mountain Trail to avoid crowds. This trail was 3 miles long, ascending 1,200 feet from the trailhead to the 10,200-foot summit. Harold told the ranger that he was unfamiliar with the area and had only been there once. However, after reviewing his phone records, police discovered that he had visited the location 8 or 9 times in the 6 weeks preceding that day. In addition, he demonstrated knowledge of the specific location, including the steep cliff where Tony fell. Tony mentioned seeing a white sheet on the cliff, but the Park Service had removed it a week before she fell. The police discovered a park map inside his car with a pink X, indicating where Tony fell. The police found Harold's 911 call concerning. Despite claiming to have a low phone battery which limited his ability to speak, he made 22 calls and sent or received 98 texts. Notably, one text message instructed a friend to pick him up from Estes Park and provided detailed directions on the route to take. The police discovered a disturbing pattern when they discovered Harold had taken out multiple life insurance policies on Tony's life. Notably, he had recently designated himself as the beneficiary of a life insurance annuity originally intended for his daughter Haley. This, however, was not an isolated event. The investigation revealed that Harold had a history of benefiting from life insurance policies, as he had also been named as the beneficiary of his first wife's policy. In May 1995, Harold married Sandra Lynn Henthorne. On the 6th of May 1995, the couple was driving down a remote highway near Sedalia, Colorado, on a cold and dark night. During the nighttime drive, a Jeep Cherokee developed a tire problem, forcing them to stop and change it. Lynn, Harold's first wife, went underneath the Jeep, which was supported by 2 jacks, to change the tire. Lynn was tragically crushed when the Jeep fell on top of her. Harold flagged down passing motorists for help, but Lynn did not survive. Initially, the death was ruled accidental. The cause was identified as traumatic asphyxiation from being crushed under the car, which resulted in fatal internal injuries. Following Tony's death, a re-examination of Lynn's case revealed errors made during the initial investigation, leaving several issues unresolved. Harold, as the sole witness to Lynn's tragic incident, gave the police statements that were inconsistent. Discrepancies included contradictory claims about the direction they were driving that night, with Harold claiming they were going both east and west. Furthermore, he provided contradictory information about a restaurant stop prior to Lynn's death, implying that they had already dined there and claiming that they were on their way to the restaurant. Notably, authorities failed to verify Harold's accounts with the restaurant before confirming their presence that night. Further inconsistencies arose, including conflicting statements about the tire's condition. Harold alternately described it as flat and spongy. Notably, a partial print was found on the wheel above the missing tire, where Lynn was changing it. However, this print was never compared to Harold's shoes to see if they were a match. The print's position suggested that it was the result of someone kicking the car, which could have caused the Jeep to fall and crush Lynn. Unfortunately, this lead was not pursued in the initial investigation. Prior to Lynn's tragic death, Harold purchased a substantial life insurance policy for her and informed the police that he would receive $300,000. An independent verification would have revealed that he was actually slated to receive twice that amount. This increase was the result of a change Harold made to the policy shortly before Lynn's death, allowing for double compensation in the event of her death as a result of an accident. Furthermore, the investigative file detailed an encounter with a mechanic who drove by Harold and Lynn around 9:30 p.m. and offered assistance. Harold declined the offer. The file also mentioned Patricia Montoya. Patricia contacted the police a day after Lynn's death, asking, "Have you arrested the husband yet?" Patricia told the police that she and her family were driving home around 10 p.m. when Harold flagged them down for assistance. Despite their efforts to locate a phone to call 911, they were unable to find one, so they proceeded to pull Lynn from under the car. Harold vehemently objected to their intervention, warning them not to touch her. Even when they tried key PR, Harold resisted and refused to give Lynn his coat to keep warm. Lynn was eventually airlifted to a nearby hospital, but died from internal injuries during surgery. Curiously, no charges were brought against Harold in connection with Lynn's death. However, in Tony's case, Harold was charged with first-degree murder. The prosecution claimed that he deliberately and purposefully pushed Tony over the cliff to her death. To support their case, the prosecution presented a map with a marked X indicating the location where Tony fell. The jury also heard about phone records showing Harold visiting the park several times in the weeks leading up to Tony's death. Given Tony's remote location with poor cellular service and no nearby aid stations, the court looked into the 911 call in greater detail. Despite the fact that the call was placed around 6 p.m., help did not arrive until 8 p.m. The prosecution claimed that Harold did nothing meaningful to assist his wife during this critical period. To back up this claim, the prosecution called Julie Sullivan, the emergency services dispatcher, to testify that she followed a standardized protocol when guiding people through CPR over the phone, and that she had handled approximately 240 similar calls before speaking with Harold. Julie explained that her conversation with Harold was unusual. In my experience, when I perform CPR with someone guiding me through it, even experienced people, nurses, or other people on the scene are extremely out of breath. I thought it was strange that he wasn't letting me know when he finished an instruction I'd given him. As many of you are aware, on every other call I have taken, the person wants to know what to do next right away. Okay, I completed my 30. What do I do next? What shall I do next? What shall I do next? That was highly unusual, and it didn't feel like he was performing CPR. Most people do it due to the physical exertion of performing CPR compressions and breathing. It's extremely exhausting. I need to know when you're finished with it so we can move on to the next step. And he wasn't letting me know when he finished every instruction I gave him, so I asked him to let me know. Also, we had an open line. I can hear them doing compressions on the patient on all of the other CPR calls I've done in my career because there is so much breathing. The breathing is labored. It's extremely exhausting, and it's difficult to even get out and speak back. They have difficulty talking to me because they're out of breath from the exertion. The emergency services dispatcher, Julie Sullivan, testified in court that, based on her experience, she did not believe Harold was performing CPR during the 911 call. The medical examiner's findings further undermined Harold's claims. There were no signs of CPR-related abrasions, contusions, or anterior rib fractures. In fact, there was no evidence of any PR attempts. Tony's fall had been partially broken by a tree at the base of the cliff, causing her scalp and tissue to tear away from her skull. Tony's extensive injuries were detailed by the medical examiner, who discovered severe brain hemorrhaging, a fractured neck, blunt force trauma to the chest, abdomen and pelvis, broken ribs to form a chest, lacerations and bleeding in the liver and lungs, and pale skin, indicating significant blood loss. The prosecution presented the case to the jury, drawing parallels between Tony's death and the unusual circumstances surrounding Harold's first wife, Lynn. The court allowed the prosecution to present Lynn's case because of the striking similarities. Following the same principle, the prosecution revealed the incident Tony described to her mother at Harold's cabin. The jury was shown another disturbing incident involving Tony that occurred in May 2011. Tony sustained a neck injury when she was struck in the back of the neck and upper back with a large wooden beam, similar to previous incidents. This occurred in a remote and secluded location around 10 p.m. That night, Harold was cleaning the deck of their cabin and asked Tony to help him, which resulted in the unfortunate incident with the beam. Harold gave various people different accounts of what happened. He initially told paramedics he threw the beam, but later admitted to a doctor that it had fallen off the deck. Another version was shared with a friend in which Harold claimed he dropped the beam on Tony after slipping from the ladder she was holding, adding to the complexity of the situation. A nurse's note in Tony's files indicated that she was beneath the deck when the beam fell. The prosecution based its case on a clear motive for financial gain from life insurance policies. Harold had three $1.05 million life insurance policies on Tony, as well as a $205,000 annuity, making him the beneficiary of more than $4.07 million when Tony died. Tony died a month earlier, in April 2011. Harold designated himself as the beneficiary of a $205,000 life insurance annuity purchased by Tony's parents for their granddaughter Haley. The defense made a strategic decision not to call any witnesses to provide evidence, believing that the prosecution had failed to establish its case. However, this gamble did not pay off. After 10.5 hours of deliberation, the jury convicted Harold of murder and sentenced him to life in prison. A disturbing pattern emerged when it was revealed that Harold had Tony and Lynn's bodies cremated immediately after their deaths, scattering their ashes in the same location. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The West family case involves the mysterious death of a glamorous housewife. Have you ever wondered what lies beneath the surface of an apparently perfect family? According to psychologists, the more people try to portray an ideal, happy, and prosperous family life, the more serious the underlying relationship issues become. Typically, such people are preoccupied with societal perceptions, constantly seeking approval and validation. Resentments can build up over time within these perfect family units, often erupting in unexpected and drastic ways. The West family appeared to be a strong, happy, and prosperous family, and they most likely were, until they weren't. The couple had been married for 14.5 years, had a daughter together, and had never given anyone reason to suspect any problems in their marriage. That was until the early morning of January 13, 2018, when Mrs. West, 42, was discovered dead near her home. This convoluted story generated more questions than answers. The incident appeared to be both a bizarre accident and a deliberate homicide. Despite the fact that the case has been closed and the convicted are serving their sentences, many people have supported the alleged perpetrator over the deceased victim. To understand why, we must delve into the West family's history from the beginning and dispel the long-running rumors about the late housewife's double life, who was Kathleen West. Kathleen Dawn West, aka Martin, was born on February 15, 1975, in the small town of Davie, Florida. Nancy and Jonathan Martin's only child grew up in a humble and modest family environment. As a child, she wished for a younger sibling, but her mother's health issues prevented her from realizing her dream. Perhaps this is why Kathleen was so attached to dolls, treating them as if they were living beings, singing to and cradling them at school. Kathleen was well known for her beauty and sociability, and she was an avid sports and dance fan. However, during her adolescence, she began to exhibit symptoms of bipolar affective disorder, which included depression and anxiety, as well as periods of hyperthermia, persistently elevated mood, and motor agitation. Unfortunately, her parents did not notice her condition until later. Kathleen had already turned to alcohol to cope with her emotions. In her 20s, the root cause of her problems was only discovered while she was receiving alcoholism treatment. Kathleen was able to overcome her alcoholism. However, managing her bipolar disorder proved more difficult, necessitating several potent medications with complex drug interactions and side effects. Finally, the disorder was brought under control. Although she had to continue taking medication until her untimely death, Kathleen wished for a family, marriage, and children, but her personal life was fraught with difficulties, possibly due to her psychological disorder and alcoholism. Nonetheless, the attractive blonde had many admirers, as she was the life of the party and enjoyed being in the spotlight. Kathleen wanted to be a model when she was younger, so she went to castings and experimented with different looks. Marilyn Monroe, the iconic 50s movie star and style icon, piqued her interest especially. She watched Monroe's films several times, collected posters, and emulated her style and image. It's worth noting that Kathleen bore a striking resemblance to her idol, which she proudly exploited and treasured, even though Kathleen's dream of becoming a famous model never came true. Her photographs were frequently published in local magazines, earning her some recognition, a fan base, and the odd mention on the streets of her hometown. At 28, she finally met William West, the man with whom she planned to start a family. William Jeffrey West, better known by his middle name, was born in 1970 in Alabama to a typical family. He aspired to work in the military or law enforcement from a young age, was a hard worker in school, and was an avid sports fan. He was strong, fit, and very focused. William joined the U.S. military in the early 1990s, starting as a military police officer. His dedication led him to work as a military recruiter, enlisting people in the Army and Navy. Eventually, he became the head of the recruitment division. William dedicated 2 decades of his life to military service. William chose to further his education while continuing his military career. He holds a bachelor's degree in public relations from the University of South Carolina. He pursued further studies in criminal justice and disaster and emergency management, eventually obtaining a master's degree. William was intelligent, composed, and goal-oriented, albeit modest and introverted. He preferred quiet gatherings to loud parties and generally avoided the spotlight. He married young and was the father of 2 children. He was regarded as a dedicated family man and a responsible parent. Following his military retirement, William worked as a corporal in a university town's police department. He was tasked with ensuring the safety of the campus community and approached his duties with seriousness and responsibility. Despite receiving a service firearm, he never had to use it during his career. Kathleen and Jeffrey, an odd but happy couple, had their paths crossed in the mid-2000s. Jeffrey was still in the military at the time, and he was married to his first wife. It appeared unlikely that the stern, quiet military man had anything in common with the flamboyant, bold, attention-seeking blonde, but they felt an instant mutual attraction. Their 5-year age difference, Jeffrey's existing marriage, and Kathleen's periodic struggles with alcohol, which he constantly battled, did not deter their relationship. Jeffrey quickly filed for divorce with his new love. They unexpectedly married in a Las Vegas chapel after meeting for less than 5 months. In 2005, the couple welcomed their only child, a daughter named Lola. They moved to Calera, Alabama, Jeffrey's home state, and settled into a cozy custom-built home. Kathleen personally designed their bedroom. Neighbors praised the West's home, which was decorated with portraits of her idol Marilyn Monroe, and described them as a happy couple. Despite being diametrically opposed, Kathleen always strives to look stunning and attractive. Wearing bold makeup, stylish hairdos, and Barbie-like outfits, she enjoyed catching people's attention and receiving compliments, always appearing cheerful and smiling. Jeffrey, on the other hand, seemed overshadowed by her presence, appearing reserved, serious, and highly disciplined, a reflection of his long military career and the double life of a blonde as homemaker and kitty cat. Despite her best efforts and striking appearance, Kathleen was unable to establish a successful modeling career. After marriage and the birth of her daughter, she concentrated on making a comfortable home and raising her child. However, the mundane life of a homemaker was insufficient. She desired attention and recognition. With the rise of social media in the late 2000s, she started actively posting pictures online. Initially, these were innocent Barbie or Marilyn Monroe-themed photographs. However, they gradually became more provocative and daring. According to close friends, her husband not only supported her new hobby but also frequently served as her personal photographer. It appeared harmless at first, but it eventually turned into a profitable venture for Kathleen thanks to paid subscribers. They purchased a variety of ready-made seafood dishes from a popular local restaurant, a bottle of fine brandy, and absinthe from the supermarket. Kathleen had chosen aromatic candles from a nearby store to set a romantic mood, and they appeared happy and carefree, smiling and joking, with no hint of the impending tragedy as captured on surveillance cameras at each location. After returning home with their purchases, the couple ate dinner and drank alcohol. Kathleen, who had previously struggled with alcoholism, was transformed by it into her online alter ego, a kitty cat. She asked Jeff to do a hot photo session, first in lingerie and then without any clothes. Jeff, who was not opposed, took several revealing photos, which were posted on Kathleen's private profile, only for fans by around 10 p.m. However, the romantic evening that was supposed to end in a passionate night quickly turned into nightmares, resulting in a tragic outcome. The body was found on the road early on January 13. Around 5 a.m., a young neighbor of the West was on her way to work. The sun had not yet risen, but it was bright enough outside. As she passed the west side of his house, she noticed something slowing down, but it took her a moment to figure out what it was. She quickly noticed an almost completely naked woman lying motionless on the road. She also thought she saw someone standing on the house's doorstep, who quickly vanished into the shadows when she approached during questioning. She couldn't tell whether this person entered the house or fled down the street, startled and unsure of what to do. The young woman hesitated before approaching the body. She returned home, informed her parents, and they all called emergency services to report the horrific discovery. While waiting for assistance, they reluctantly approached the woman on the ground, whom they recognized as Mrs. West, and checked for a pulse. Unfortunately, there was none. Her body was cold and exhibiting signs of rigor mortis. Kathleen was found face down, mostly on the sidewalk, wearing only a bright pink bra top. A pool of blood had formed under her head, and there was an absinthe bottle nearby. Some of its contents spilled on the road, leaving bloodstains on the bottles. Her smashed smartphone lay nearby. Because it was a quiet residential area, there were no other witnesses that night. Thus, the time interval between the last sighting of the West's car around 8:30 p.m. Kathleen's lifeless body was discovered by a neighbor at 5 a.m., and it remains a mystery, likely witnessed only by her husband. What is Mr. West hiding? Detective Michael Melhoff, one of the first to arrive on the scene, proceeded to the house where the woman's body was discovered. A man answered the door, appearing anxious but claiming ignorance of the circumstances. When asked about his wife's whereabouts, he explained that he had just awoken and did not find her in bed. The detective then asked him to step outside, telling him that a woman's body, identified by neighbors as Kathleen West, had been discovered near the house. The man wearing a jacket pursued the officer and confirmed that the deceased was indeed his wife. However, Jeff's reaction was unusually calm. He didn't rush to the body, crying or screaming. When questioned about his whereabouts and activities that night, Mr. West stated that he had slept soundly because they had been drinking the night before, and was asked what he thought had happened. He simply shrugged, implying that it could have been an unfortunate accident. Mr. West also revealed that his wife had bipolar affective disorder, needed medication, and struggled with alcohol, behaving erratically while intoxicated. He mentioned that she used to jump on their backyard trampoline, occasionally missing it and injuring herself. A search of the house yielded no evidence of a struggle or violence. 2 glasses and a half-empty brandy bottle sat on the kitchen table, alongside plates of leftover food. Her high heels, captured in her last photos, lay beneath the table, and underwear matching the bra she was wearing when discovered was on the floor. However, several blood-stained napkins in the trash and an open bottle of cleaner raised concerns. That day, Jeffrey was arrested as the primary and sole suspect in the case. Jeffrey noted, in the chronology of events describing his last evening with his wife, that she drank heavily, which he disliked. After the revealing photo shoot, he hoped they would move to the bedroom for a more intimate setting. He stepped away to shower for a few minutes and returned to find his wife still sitting at the table, drinking absinthe straight from the bottle and texting on her phone. Kathleen ignored Jeff's requests to put the gadget away. He attempted to snatch the phone from her hands, resulting in a minor scuffle in which he accidentally elbowed his wife's face, causing a few drops of blood to flow from her nose. According to him, this is the blood found on the discarded napkins by the police. Mr. West eventually took the phone from his wife and, after opening the door, threw it into the darkness. He stated that after this, he turned around and went to bed. He was confident that his spouse would eventually calm down and join him. He was allegedly unaware of how events progressed until the police knocked on his door and inquired about Kathleen. He speculated that his wife had gone outside to find her phone, which she rarely left behind, and had taken the absinthe bottle with her to finish. He also suggested that she could have fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and frozen to death, or that she had been attacked. Mr. West couldn't explain why Mrs. West was missing the bottom half of her enticing pink lingerie set, or why she went to look for her phone and bra without putting on any outerwear hanging near the entrance. He explained such behavior in terms of alcohol intoxication and the main theory. The suspect's story appeared suspicious and inconsistent. He claimed to be too intoxicated to recall specific details, leaving the investigation to piece together the timeline of events. The evidence was limited, and there were no witnesses. The autopsy determined that the 42-year-old woman died as a result of blunt force trauma to the head, most likely caused by the absinthe bottle discovered nearby, compounded by hypothermia. At the time of the incident, her blood alcohol level was above 2.5, indicating severe intoxication with impaired coordination and a high risk of losing consciousness. At first glance, everything seemed to be in order. Kathleen, heavily intoxicated, ventured outside to look for her phone, bringing along an unfinished bottle of absinthe. She had most likely lost her balance while reaching for her gadget, fallen, hit her head on the bottle, lost consciousness, and died as a result of the injury and exposure. The bottle containing blood traces lay near her head, and the smartphone, which was the reason she left the house, was discovered nearby. However, the investigation found this scenario to be overly simplistic and staged, and experts confirmed that the head injury was caused by the bottle beside the body. However, forensic analysis suggested that if she had fallen by herself, the bottle would have rolled away rather than remaining parallel to her head. Both Kathleen and her husband's fingerprints were discovered on the bottle. There were some smudged prints that could not be identified. Investigators arrived at a different conclusion after discovering blood-stained napkins and an open bottle of household cleaner in the house. Their theory, later presented as the primary and only plausible one in court, suggested that the couple fought over Kathleen's obsession with her subscribers. In a fit of rage, Jeff struck her with the bottle, resulting in her death. Panicking, he attempted to stage an accidental fall, cleaning up the blood in the house but failing to properly dispose of the evidence. This theory was partially supported by Jeff's phone's fitness app, which tracked his steps. According to the app, he was active around the house until midnight, and then again early in the morning before the police arrived, contradicting his claim of being asleep. The police suspected he was attempting to conceal evidence during these times, possibly with the help of a third party. During questioning, the neighbor who discovered the body stated that she saw a male silhouette on the house's doorstep who quickly left in an unknown direction. She couldn't be certain whether it was Mr. West or someone else. In the dim early morning light, she also couldn't tell if this person had entered the house or not. This information piqued the investigators' interest, given the deceased's popularity online. She had a lot of male fans who paid to see the revealing photos of the kitty cat. As a result, a theory emerged positing the existence of an obsessed follower among her subscribers. Perhaps someone wanted to meet Kathleen in person and tracked her down in the hopes of making a more personal connection. The middle-aged homemaker received messages from a variety of men, some with inappropriate proposals, but she kept her distance. No explicit threats or harassment were discovered in the communications. There are a few devoted fans. Living in other states with credible alibis, was quickly eliminated as a suspect. Nonetheless, footprints found on the doorstep did not belong to the homeowners. These prints vanished on the lawn, leaving their origin a mystery. Could Mr. West have hurt his wife? His neighbors, friends, and family described the couple as happy and thriving. Jeffrey was aware of his wife's unusual online activities, but regarded them as harmless entertainment. Meanwhile, Kathleen's social circle was unaware of her alter ego, the kitty cat, and the majority of her followers were unaware of her true identity. When asked if he had ever been violent towards his wife, Jeffrey vehemently denied it, saying he loved her too much to ever harm her. However, arguments had become a regular occurrence in their home. A particularly telling text exchange from January 12 was discovered on their phones, in which the couple argued heatedly. Kathleen chastised Jeffrey for not matching her vivacity and temperament, even suggesting that they were incompatible. Jeffrey remained the primary suspect with forensic evidence and gathered information only hinting at his guilt. Notably, following his arrest, not only his parents, but also his daughter and in-laws came to his defense, firmly convinced of his innocence and claiming he could never harm his wife. Trial and verdict. After being arrested, Jeffrey West was unable to afford the $500,000 bail set, forcing him to remain in custody until his trial. This wait lasted nearly 3 years. He was offered a plea bargain, admitting guilt in his wife's death in exchange for a shorter sentence. However, Jeffrey steadfastly refused, insisting on his innocence. The trial, which began in November 2020, received a lot of media attention, thanks in part to Kathleen's online reputation. This publicity put significant strain on the judges and jurors. By this point, third-party involvement in the events of that fateful night had been ruled out. The prosecution maintained that all evidence pointed to Mr. West. They believed he was jealous and struck his wife with a bottle while under the influence of alcohol, resulting in fatal injuries. In a panic, they suggested that he staged the scene to look like an accident and remove evidence from inside the house. Jeffrey's defense team contended that Kathleen's death was unintentional, citing her extremely high blood alcohol levels as a factor influencing her balance and coordination. Kathleen's mother gave a heartfelt testimony in support of her son-in-law. She described her daughter as eccentric, but insisted that Jeffrey loved her unconditionally and would never hurt her. She also asked the court to consider their granddaughter Lola, who had lost her mother and was about to lose her father. On January 11, 2021, the jury returned a guilty verdict for involuntary manslaughter. Jeffrey received a maximum sentence of 13 years, taking into account time already served. Notably, if he had accepted the initial plea deal, he could have been released sooner. Jeffrey and his lawyers' appeals have all been unsuccessful thus far. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. The mysterious disappearance of Maya Mility. In January 2021, the city of Chula Vista, California, had not been quiet for days. During lunch, office workers discussed city news. By late afternoon, they had consolidated what they'd heard over a family meal. Have you heard that? They stated that a young woman, a mother of 3, had mysteriously vanished, and each of them gave their own version of what had happened, but none of them wanted to be in her shoes personally. Maya Militi, a 40-year-old Filipino-American woman, disappeared from her own home on January 7, 2021. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home. Outdoor surveillance cameras captured my return home around 5 p.m. Following that, the woman was not seen again. The relatives of the missing woman, who were knocked down, stunned by grief, distributed leaflets with Maya's photos and hung posters throughout the city. Their concerns were understandable. My eldest daughter's birthday was on January 10, and she would never, ever miss out on this holiday. According to the woman's relatives, they all spoke in the same voice. She last contacted him on January 7 at 8:15 p.m. Dozens of volunteers and police officers searched for Maya Militi. They searched the wooded area, nearby neighborhoods, the creek, and an abandoned golf course, but found nothing. Larry Militi, the missing woman's husband, never participated in the search for her. Furthermore, after some time, he severed all ties with her relatives. For a long time, the police assumed that Maya had left her husband after another argument. However, when she left the house, she may have been caught on the neighbor's CCTV camera, so she either stayed in the house, climbed out the window, or left in another way. What could be the reason for such strange behavior on the part of a man? Maya, who stood out from the crowd due to her unusual beauty, most likely had a lot of admirers and possibly more than one affair. It is possible that she lost her feelings for her husband without informing anyone. She ran away from him, but not alone. Perhaps this is why he was angry and did not take action. Larry claimed that I believed she was still alive because she voluntarily left our home at least twice in 2020. Without saying goodbye to myself or our 3 children, we prayed for her safety and well-being. God blessed Amadabel Alonzo with 6 children. Maya was born 5th. The girl was born in May. Her parents gave her the name May. She was successful everywhere. The girl's determined nature aided her in this endeavor. Thus, it is an elementary school. Following her family's immigration, she was among the top 5 students in her class.
In March 1995, the girl enrolled in Redford High School in Honolulu, Hawaii, and began to express herself. She actively participated in a variety of school and extracurricular activities, with a particular emphasis on drama club and dance lessons. After graduating from high school with honors at the age of 17, Maya got a job at McDonald's, where she met her future husband Larry Millet, and they developed a relationship. When Maya turned 19, they married. At the same time, the girl enrolled at the University of Hawaii at Manila, a land-grant state research university. Life was boiling for the youth. While Maya was attending university, her husband Larry was training in the Navy in Virginia. The couple eventually decided to relocate to Chula Vista, California. Maya continued her studies at the University of San Diego because she did not want to stop. After graduating with honors, she became a civilian contract specialist for the United States Navy.
Where are the strange noises coming from? What are my thoughts? Am I already going crazy? And are they unreal? The phrases "I love you," "love me" echoed slightly throughout the house. They kept the young woman awake all day and night, haunting her in various locations throughout the house. My family did not stop looking. They immediately hired a private investigator to focus the attention of those who cared. The family repeatedly asked the public to assist them in their search for her. On February 5, 2021, the Chula Vista Police Department and the Millet family held a briefing to encourage as many people as possible to search for her. Soon after, skeletal remains of Maya Militi were discovered in Orange County. However, this was not the case. It was later claimed that the remains belonged to a man. It was later discovered that the remains were actually animal bones. Good Morning America covered Maya's disappearance on April 6, 2021. The missing person case sparked national attention in April 2021. My sister appeared on Dr. Phil's talk show to discuss the situation, and Maya took everything very seriously. Despite coming from a large family, She had a strong attachment to children. She was in no hurry to get them. She did not want to give birth until she and Mary had a consistent, stable, and high income. That is the American dream. After all, they had to give their children the best possible future in order to make it happen. They had to work extremely hard and diligently. The right moment arrived in 2010. Then my son Larry had a daughter, Laura. A year later, Milani, her second daughter, was born. In 2016, Maya was an excellent mother to her heir son Lazarus, Tristan. She dedicated all of her free time to her children, giving them her all. She attended all of their school events and accompanied them in her SUV. Some women's children become the center of their universe, intelligent, indulgent, and caring. Maya was one of these women. By the end of 2020, the couple's relationship was strained. Larry assumed Maya had a lover. Her husband's jealousy knew no bounds, and while she could previously tolerate these attacks, she could no longer. Later, the D8's office reported that Maya had warned Larry about his anger. Police say Maya texted a friend just 2 days before his disappearance to end their marriage. I informed him that I was filing for divorce, whether he liked it or not. She claimed that I was no longer trying to make peace for the sake of the children. Larry frantically controlled his wife's every move. The jealousy was turning into complete paranoia. Larry could visit her office at any time to ensure that Maya was not alone with another man. Larry was also irritated by the fact that there were so many men on his wife's team. Larry once had the audacity to email my former boss, Derek Soft, and request that a male colleague be transferred to another division. He followed her around the clock and even got the kids involved in their arguments. Larry once hid a child's cell phone in his wife's car to track her movements. Larry became increasingly violent. He nearly strangled Maya after the couple separated, but not for long. Maya moved in with her brother in early 2020, but she and Larry rekindled their relationship after about 6 weeks. On August 12, 2020, Maya texted her brother, "Junior, he never left me alone. He checks all of my emails, messages, messengers, and Facebook updates. He even checks my Venmo app. And then what happens? He simply tightens the reins harder." Larry was not initially a suspect, but police are now very interested in discovering his identity. Investigators contacted my relatives, who stated that shortly before the disappearance, the couple had gone camping and spent the entire time fighting. Maya returned from her camping trip and informed her family that if anything happened to her, Larry would be notified. According to the case file, my friend informed police that Maya had made a different statement in December 2020. "I don't think he would hurt me, but I believe he would hurt the kids to get back at me." Prosecutors say the mother of 3 did not elaborate on what she meant at the time. When we fall in love, for better or worse, we only see the object of our adoration in rosy light. Frequently, we project our personality traits and outlook on life onto our partner without noticing the red flags, as they are known in psychology, that may indicate the presence of an underlying problem or a potential threat to the well-being of the relationship. We justify abusers, manipulators, narcissists, and aggressors by citing deficiencies in upbringing and stress, but we should look deeper. Apparently, nature is so laid down that families were created mostly in youth when the whole world is presented in rose-colored glasses, so to speak, for a great, sometimes blind love, so that the human race did not stop. And after a while, having gained the necessary life experience, we see in a partner what was so carefully hidden from us at first glance, and we consider re-educating, smoothing out all the sharp edges in order to reconcile. But you can't change an adult man. It only remains to prevent him from expressing his negative traits. This is the case for jealousy. If a person experiences certain traumatic events, paranoia is not far behind. Returning to the sound Maya heard, it's possible that the woman had developed hallucinations as a result of her family's problems. But this was not the case. The situation took an unexpected turn. Maya remained sane, which is not the case with Larry. A police detective named Lorenzo Ruiz told the public the story of Larry's internet search, releasing screenshots of queries such as subconscious wife training and subconsciously training your wife to give pleasure. Larry began to exert influence over my subconscious mind after we were unable to reach an amicable agreement. By installing various devices throughout the house that produce this sound, Maya discovered Larry's cutting ruse. According to Matthew Grindley, an investigator for the San Diego County District Attorney's Office in late 2020, Maya sent Larry messages demanding that he stop playing audio messages that harm people's mental health. This is a type of influence that causes a person to take specific actions. Maya heard the sounds every day. My sister-in-law, Genesis Tab Alonzo, later told investigators that Larry had independently recorded all of these words and confessed to Genesis about it. Who could have motivated Larry to do such a thing? Perhaps the job specifics and the training he received while serving gave him the idea. The answer will astound many. The investigation discovered that Larry sent over 1,000 messages to various spellcasters and psychics between September 2020 and Maya's disappearance. He spent more than $1,000 with them on approximately 70 spell charms. During a home search, police discovered a book titled Magical Love Spells. Larry sent messages to similar witches and warlocks at least once a day. He requested a spell to cause Maya to suffer some kind of physical injury that would render her unable to move around on her own, possibly becoming disabled in general and completely dependent on her husband. Larry hoped that Maya would appreciate his concern at such a difficult time, as well as the fact that he had not abandoned her in her hour of need. After all, he is a very good man. This is what he wrote in his messages. I'd like a powerful spell to bind my wife, Maya Milite, to me forever, causing her to love me unconditionally as I love her. I hope you can cast a spell that causes bodily harm or maiming, but not killing. Maya was finally convinced of her intentions after witnessing everything that was going on, including Larry's gradual mental breakdown. Maya and her husband decided to divorce in December of 2020. Every life event, including actions, has an initial mechanism known as a trigger. According to police, Larry's desire to lose his beloved grew stronger with each passing day. On January 7th, the day authorities believe Maya contacted a divorce lawyer, he was desperately trying to overturn my spouse's decision to file for divorce. I'm shaking inside, ready to snap, he wrote to one of the spellers earlier in the day. Maya contacted a divorce lawyer. By the way, attorneys reported that Maya planned how she would serve Larry with divorce papers because she was concerned about his reactions. She considered moving elsewhere, then suing him, and even made a backup plan to stay in a friend's vacant apartment. However, Maya did not want to leave her children behind. When the defendant learned she was seeking a divorce, she did not want the children with him, according to prosecutors. Larry's extreme behavior, triggered by jealousy of his spouse, could also be attributed to the man's mental health issues, which had been dormant for some time. Perhaps he always behaved differently than others. Larry, on my end, did not put out the trash. Larry's behavior was increasingly reminiscent of a psychopath. Larry has an absolutely horrible temper. Maya sent a text message in June, according to the case file. In his own home, he built a small altar in the center of which he placed a joint photo with his wife. Larry smeared his own blood on the photograph and surrounded it with 4 candles. On January 23, police officers obtained a search warrant for the Millet family's home. They discovered 16 firearms in Larry's home, 2 of which were illegally possessed. Larry's 4 licensed guns were missing. When police officers asked where the weapons had gone, the man explained that he had loaned them to his friend and uncle. Larry received a restraining order for the weapons in May 2021, and he was required to surrender them to the authorities. This was justified by the fact that police discovered peace chairs and Larry's young son surrounded by guns in his home. It was possible that the children had access to it, so the court issued the order the day after my disappearance, around 6:45 a.m., out of fear that they would harm themselves. A neighbor's surveillance camera captured the Millet family's black Lexus GX 460 SUV. Larry drove the man home at around 6 p.m. Where he had been all that time is unknown. Another suspicious moment, the car was originally parked in such a way that the back of it was not visible to the neighbor's security cameras. As we mentioned at the beginning of this story, my family was planning a birthday party for her oldest daughter on January 10, 2021. So when Maya stopped answering calls and texts, one of her siblings went to Chula Vista to make sure everything was fine. When my brother met with Larry, the latter informed him that the night before, following their argument, his wife went to one of her rooms, locked herself in, and was not speaking to anyone. Larry took his son to Solana Beach, a coastal town in San Diego County. When he returned, Maya remained in the locked bedroom on the 2nd floor. On January 9, Larry repeated the story about the locked room to my relatives, but no one believed him. The relatives demanded that Larry give them access. My family entered the room, and it was empty. Maya was nowhere to be found inside the house. However, her car was parked outside the house. Only her credit card and driver's license were missing. Following that, around midnight, Maya's older sister Chris filed a missing person report with the police. Larry Miller expressed concern about his wife's fate on January 15 after she missed his oldest daughter's 11th birthday. Furthermore, on January 8, the day after Maya disappeared, Larry did not text any of the psychics. According to prosecutors, on January 9, he requested that all spells on Maya be lifted and spells be cast on a man with whom Maya was allegedly having an affair. Maya was unlikely to have left her home. Otherwise, the security cameras would have captured it. On the unfortunate day, another strange thing occurred. Larry and Maya's children were playing in the yard around 10 p.m., which was noticed by the Millett family's neighbor. He was surprised because it was late and cold outside at 9:57 p.m. The neighbor's surveillance camera caught the sound of 9 loud bangs. Police speculated that they could have been gunshots. Police were unable to determine the nature of the sounds based on audio analysis of the video. Larry had a large gun collection, including a .40 caliber Smith & Wesson pistol, which police were unable to find in the house. According to court records, Billy Liddell, a junior attorney working with my family to investigate the case, discovered one incident from 15 years ago, specifically on the evening of April 30, 1997. In San Diego's Bay Terrace neighborhood, Maya met Larry Millett in high school after he relocated to Hawaii from San Diego with his family. Larry's arrest in 1997 for a juvenile gang related assault may have prompted the move. I have reason to believe Larry was involved in a gang, the attorney argued as a juvenile. Larry was arrested following a stabbing. The victim of the attack received multiple stab wounds and was transported to Mercy Hospital, where he eventually recovered. Criminal records, on the whole, tend to resurface in later life. Larry admitted in a January 2021 interview that he and Maya had an argument in 2020. Larry's cooperation with the police ended on February 3, 2020. On July 22, Larry was officially identified as a suspect. Investigators assumed that the 41-year-old man murdered his wife on the night of January 7 and then disposed of her body. Larry told the same story during interviews that my relatives had heard about the argument in the room his wife had locked herself in. By strange coincidence, his phone was turned off for approximately 11 hours on January 8. Larry did not show up for work that day, and no one was sure what he was doing. It was impossible to track his movements. Unfortunately, the neighbor's video surveillance camera is a silent witness to the events that occurred and is unable to communicate. The camera captures Larry driving his car up to the garage in such a way that the rear of the vehicle is not in view. Larry may have known which part of the scene the camera was capturing and positioned the car accordingly. During this time, he was able to safely carry his body through the garage before loading it into the trunk and driving away to dispose of it. Following his arrest, the man was kept in custody and denied bail. Larry Millett was arrested on October 19, 2021, for the murder of his wife Maya based on circumstantial evidence, and his parents were granted legal custody of the children. The court barred Larry from having contact with his children in order to prevent further emotional trauma. However, the man violated the injunction more than once. He called his relatives, who allowed him to speak on the phone with his children. He made over 100 phone calls and spoke with his children for more than 9 hours, according to prosecutors. During some of the calls, Larry made disparaging remarks about my family or requested that news headlines be read to him. He asked an 11-year-old girl and her 10-year-old sister to watch a movie called Shot Caller, which is R-rated and contains a warning, according to Deputy District Attorney Christy Bowles. Essentially, it's the story of a businessman who goes to jail. Larry suggested that children watch it to determine the type of environment he was in. Result of the court: Larry was prohibited from making any phone calls other than those to his attorney. However, Larry was granted permission to communicate in writing with his children as early as October 2022. He was still prohibited from communicating with them via personal visits or the telephone. To ensure that the children continued to attend their current Chula Vista schools, they were given custody to their paternal grandparents on October 19, 2021. My sister also sought custody of her nephew but was denied. My family was allowed to visit the children, but they still wanted to seek full custody of them in court. The judge directed Larry Millett's parents to facilitate maternal visitation with the family and work to obtain mental health services for the minors. When visiting the children, relatives are not permitted to discuss any details of ongoing criminal or probate cases with them. In fairness, the children were left in the care of the parents of their mother's alleged killer, in a town where everything reminds them of the tragedy. Perhaps the court should have sided with my sister and granted her custody. Larry's lawyer filed an appeal in June 2022, claiming the man lacked the mental capacity to stand trial. However, after a psychiatric evaluation, Larry Millett was found competent. It is unlikely that an insane man would have been aware of his actions in cleaning up his tracks. When Larry's seized cell phone was examined, all of the text messages he sent to his wife were found to have been deleted. When asked where the correspondence had gone, Larry explained that he just wanted to free up space on his phone. That's an unusual response, because the messages don't take up much space on the device. During trial, it was discovered that Larry had taken a large sum of money from his bank account. Larry may have been planning his escape with the money in hand. Perhaps he simply wanted to relocate to another city and begin a new life with his children after being charged with murdering his wife and possessing illegal weapons. Larry Millett's trial is set to take place in 2024. However, the trial has been postponed and rescheduled several times. Could it be a case of so-called circumstantial evidence? After all, circumstantial evidence is evidence based on inference linking it to a fact. For example, fingerprints found at a crime scene. Direct evidence supports the truth of a statement directly. That is, without the need for additional evidence or inference, it is easy to become perplexed without the necessary legal knowledge and experience. In any case, the situation is unfolding before our eyes and picking up speed. One thing remains constant and tragic. The seemingly prosperous family is destroyed. The mother has vanished and is presumed dead. The father is in prison and appears to be the perpetrator of the atrocity. The 3 kids are left without parental love. 3 innocent souls permanently traumatized, left to live in a society that will repeatedly remind them of what happened, whether in reproach or out of pity, breathing the wound. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. How often do you worry about your children's safety? Do you know where and who your children are now? Nowadays, every parent strives to maintain a unique connection with their child. Even if your child is an adult, your heart and mind remain with them. The story I want to tell you today is about the genuine bond between a parent and a child. Unfortunately, there are people on Earth who violate that bond. But more about that. The story is set in a small town called Pembroke in southwest Wales. It took place in the year 2021. That is, not much time has elapsed. On December 17, at around 4 a.m., the emergency services received a call from a terrified local resident. The woman discovered a woman's body and a mill pond, a 2-mile-long freshwater reservoir, near the town. After arriving on the scene, paramedics began resuscitation efforts. All signs pointed to the fact that the girl had recently been in the pond, and there was still a chance to save her. However, none of the attempts were successful. The doctors pronounced her dead. She was stripped to the waist and lying face down in the water. The possibility of an accident was almost immediately dismissed. Medical experts discovered strangulation marks on her neck, as well as scratches and bruises on her face and hands. That is, the girl reportedly resisted and tried her hardest to save herself. However, experts confirmed that the girl was strangled before being called and violently pushed into the pond. She had no personal items with her. The police discovered a dry lace top on the shore, indicating that it had been removed before the girl entered the water. The rest of the items were discovered with the assistance of a service dog, which tracked the trail and led the police to an alley 120 meters from where the body was discovered, where they discovered a jacket and a cell phone. The girl's identity had been established. She turned out to be 18-year-old Lily Sullivan, an innocent child for her mother. But, in the eyes of men, a young, blossom, and beautiful young girl was about to begin her independent life. Lily was the only and most welcome child for her mother. Sullivan, who had previously miscarried 14 times, giving birth to a healthy baby was a miraculous event. They shared a unique bond, a trusting relationship. The mother admitted that she had already accepted the fact that she would never have children, and when Lily was born, she was overjoyed. Her daughter taught her about the true purpose and meaning of life. Lily and her family lived in Pembroke suburbs. Friends and acquaintances described her as a cheerful, sweet girl, a true friend who would always come to the rescue with words and actions. She always saw the good in people, but only in herself, and she was harshly criticized. Lily was a great artist. She was a creative person who was critical of her own work. She also drew tattoo sketches, enjoyed bright makeup, and volunteered for a variety of charities. She was always eager to help others. Lily grew up to be an excellent person. At 17, she began her first year of college, and despite her creative work, Lily began working part-time in the evenings at a supermarket, despite being the only and favorite child. She turned 18 in early December. In the eyes of society, she was a beautiful, self-sufficient young girl who had reached the age of independence, the time when relationships with guys who enjoy going out to party usually begins. After reaching the age of majority, Lily began attending parties at clubs and pubs with her friends. On the evening of December 16, 2021, Lily's mother, Anna Sullivan, drove her daughter and her friends to the Castle, a pub hosting a Christmas party. The evening at the pub was going very well. So, after the pub, the girls decided to continue their wonderful evening by dancing in a nightclub. Lily was approached to meet 31-year-old Lewis Haynes, who was spending the night with friends. Lewis was a cricketer who was well known in this part of town, particularly at the nightclub where he'd been partying all night. Lily and Lewis were seen kissing in the club around 11 p.m., which drew the attention of one of Haynes's friends, who took Lewis aside and reminded him that he had a girlfriend and a young child waiting for him back home. But his friend's words did not deter Lewis, and he continued to socialize with her Lily, a young girl who had just reached adulthood, and a 31-year-old man who, despite his wife and small child, decided to exploit the young girl. Lily called her mother around midnight and asked her to pick her up in a few hours. They agreed to meet in a parking lot near the clubhouse. Lily left the club at 1:55 a.m., and Lewis followed under the pretense of seeing her off. Lewis's friend was waiting outside the club. He called out after her, "I want to remind you that you have a girlfriend and a young daughter waiting for you at home, and she is only 18. Of course, after hearing these words, Lily made her own decision. But Lewis didn't react and continued to follow the girl. Then Lewis and Lily went to an unlit alley near Pembroke Castle, which overlooked Mill Pond. Lewis tried kissing girl again. But Lily foiled his attempt when she overheard her friend's remark about the girl and the baby. She immediately decided to drive to the parking lot where her mother was waiting for her in the car. Anna Sullivan called her daughter at 2:15 a.m. to inform her that she was waiting at the designated location. Lily said she was a few minutes away and would be there soon. She was still on the phone with her mother when the connection was abruptly cut off. Lily's mother waited for her daughter in the car, but her maternal instincts warned her that something was wrong. At that point, Lewis realized that the night was not going to go as planned, and he was not going to get what he wanted in the right way. Kissing her at the club wasn't enough. He desired more. Lewis was unwilling to let her go. He grabbed the girl's arms and attempted to forcefully remove her lace top. Then Lily pushed the intruder away, threatening to accuse him of rape if he didn't stop, and saying his daughter would be ashamed of such a father. These words infuriated the drunken Lewis because he was in the process of gathering documents for the court to establish custody of his daughter, and police attention to his person would jeopardize all plans. He punched Lily several times in the face. He was a grown man with incredible physical strength in comparison to the fragile girl. Lewis had no trouble bringing Lily down. He began choking her aggressively, and when she stopped resisting, he pushed her into the pond. Around this time, a neighbor reported hearing a woman scream, who then stopped and attempted to call her daughter 30 times without success. She did not pick up the phone again. In addition, police searched for evidence. They saw on one of the alleyway CCTV footage how Lily's phone display lit up repeatedly as her mother attempted to contact her. Later, while reviewing CCTV footage, investigators noticed Lewis and Lily walking together down the alley, and 3 hours and 8 minutes later, another camera captured Lewis appearing on the bridge alone. The video clearly shows him first walking, and then starting to run. Another camera at the gas station where Anna Sullivan was waiting for her daughter caught the killer just a few minutes later, at 3 hours and 10 minutes. Anna had been attempting to contact Lily for quite some time. She became very anxious and searched for her with her eyes. That's how she encountered the murderer of her beloved daughter. I am passing Anna's car. Lewis Haynes looked her in the eyes and then began behaving inappropriately. He overheard Lily and her mother discussing the location and timing of the meeting and realized he was most likely looking into the eyes of his victim's mother. He started waving his arms and shaking his head at Anna. The stranger's behavior seemed strange. The mother couldn't believe that just a few minutes earlier, this nocturnal stranger had taken the life of her only daughter. Lewis arrived home at around 3:40 a.m. in wet clothes. His arms were deeply scratched. He became hysterical, woke his girlfriend, and begged to be taken to his parents' house. Lewis was so persistent that the girl couldn't help but comply with his request, so he tried to get away as soon as he realized what he had done. The girl wasn't aware of what was happening. On the way, he said, "I believe she is dead," which raised more questions. At 6 a.m., December 17, Lewis was arrested by police at his parents' home. Lewis' father contacted the police. He asked himself hysterically as they let him out, "What in the hell did I do?" Lewis Haynes faced murder charges on December 20, 2021, because of the overwhelming evidence. He admitted to the murder of Lily Sullivan but denied that he committed the sexually motivated crime. He claimed he killed Lily Sullivan because she threatened to report him to the police for rape if he kept harassing her. Lewis claimed that he had an outburst of aggression. He strangled Lily before pushing her into a pond. When he calmed down and realized what he'd done, he went into the pond to help her. But when he realized Lily wasn't breathing, he fled. The court and state prosecutors didn't believe him. The judge stated that if Lewis entered the water, it was only to ensure her death, not to save her. He had his phone with him, but no emergency calls were placed that night. The cameras also showed that he did not seek assistance from passersby, instead heading straight home. Before the sentencing, Anna, whose meaning of life was last, claimed she made a terrible mistake that night. She should have exited the car and gone to meet Lily after the connection was lost, because then she would have had a chance to save her daughter. She was horrified to learn she could have saved her child. 1 month before Lily was murdered, Anna Sullivan experienced a heart attack, and her daughter saved her life. She recognized the dangerous situation and administered first aid before paramedics arrived. She also stated that after her daughter died, she began to experience panic attacks and stopped fearing death because it was the only way she would be able to see her child again in the afterlife. She described Lewis Haynes as pure evil, who, due to his base instincts, destroyed several destinies in a single moment. It's also terrible that Lewis is the father of a daughter. However, because he wanted to satisfy his sexual desire and couldn't control his aggression, he killed an innocent girl. On August 21, 2022, a court sentenced Lewis Haynes to life in prison with the option of parole after 23 years and 4 months. So in 2044, the murderer could be free again. Unfortunately, this story confirms our fears. We live in the 21st century where we already have phones for fast communication, the internet, and other technologies and applications designed to keep users safe. But even that did not help Lily save herself. Such crimes occur on a daily basis in our world, and they almost always end tragically. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Greed, envy, and the desire to accumulate wealth with little effort frequently drive people to commit the most heinous and cynical crimes. It's difficult to imagine how cruel a person can be in the pursuit of quick riches. As an example, consider the murder of a close relative. The story of Elizabeth Vasquez is truly shocking and terrifying. This kind and hardworking woman dedicated her entire life to the betterment of her family, striving to provide her beloved daughter with the best possible education. But the greedy heiress and her boyfriend did the unthinkable. For several years, this complex case sparked controversy and shocked the public with its inhumanity, demonstrating how a young woman can easily decide to murder her own mother. Let us try to understand how a prosperous and well-off family produced a true monster devoid of any feelings of pity, remorse, or conscience. The Vasquez family is large and happy. Elizabeth Lillian Vasquez Muvia was born in Catamarca, northwestern Peru, in 1967. She was the oldest of 6 children born to Ernesto Vasquez and Maria Muvila. Her parents were hardworking, simple people who worked hard to provide for their large family. including an education and a chance at a better life. The Vasquez family was friendly and happy. Elizabeth began helping her mother care for her younger siblings at a young age. She was an excellent student who graduated with honors, allowing her to easily gain admission to the prestigious university's Faculty of Law and Economics. While attending university, she met a young man named Alejandro Espino, who was also studying law and was regarded as one of the best students in his class. The two developed a romantic relationship that grew quickly, and they were officially married in 1987. Elizabeth's parents supported her decision from the start and happily welcomed her son-in-law into the family. Alejandro was a serious, intelligent, ambitious, and purposeful man who could properly care for their eldest daughter. Initially, the newlyweds lived in the Vasquez family home. However, after 6 months, Elizabeth became pregnant, and they decided to move into their separate home with only their daughter about a year after their marriage in 1988. The couple welcomed their only joint heir, whom they named Elizabeth Vasquez Espino, affectionately known as Elita in the family. The girl became the focus of all her numerous relatives' attention, as well as her parents' greatest joy. Several years after the birth of their daughter, the couple, whose careers were steadily improving, decided to relocate to Peru's capital, Lima. Alejandro was then vying for a prosecutor position in an anti-corruption department, while Elizabeth had started her own legal consulting firm. Both worked tirelessly for the benefit of their family, but were unable to devote enough time to their young daughter, confronted with an unsatisfactory experience hiring a nanny who did not perform her duties diligently. The young mother decided to send her daughter to her parents' entire market so that they could care for the heiress. Maria and Ernesto readily agreed and were overjoyed to have their granddaughter stay with them for a while. Notably, their youngest daughter, Giovanna, is elite. His aunt was only a few years older than Elita, so they got along well and interacted like sisters. Because of their complete dedication to work, the parents rarely saw their daughter and compensated by showering her with gifts during visits. Elita's stay at her grandparents' home lasted several years, and when her parents decided to bring her back to Lima, she had already begun school. It's worth noting that the abrupt change in environments did not help the girl, and she took some time to adjust to life in the bustling, noisy capital after the quiet, almost provincial Catamarca and the difficult parent-daughter relationship. As a child, Elita was quiet and well-behaved. She strived for academic excellence by studying music and foreign languages. She had a close and trusting relationship with her parents, who tried to make up for the years of forced separation. Elizabeth aspires to be more than just his mother. She wants to be his best friend, someone with whom she can share her most intimate thoughts. This remained true until Elita turned 15, when her elitist personality deteriorated rapidly. Tantra transformed her into a rude person. I stopped listening to her parents. She abandoned her studies, became involved in bad company, and worst of all, began stealing money from her parents' wallet. Elizabeth tried a variety of methods to connect with her daughter, hoping it was just a phase that Elita would outgrow. However, the girl frequently instigated heated arguments with her mother, resulting in hysterics and tears. During these times, Alejandro usually remained neutral, but if Elita sought his help, he frequently took her side. Elita was deeply hurt and offended by being constantly compared to her smart, beautiful, successful, and hard-working mother. Next to Elizabeth, Elita appeared to be the ugly duckling, completely opposite of her mother in every way. She lacked striking features, was overweight, lazy, and temperamental, frequently lied, and did not hesitate to steal. Elita had numerous complexes about her appearance, and when she expressed a desire for plastic surgery, Elizabeth, eager to please her daughter and mend their relationship, did not stop her. Elizabeth paid for her daughter's first rhinoplasty, followed by several more surgeries. When Alejandro and Elizabeth decided to divorce in 2007, their 18-year-old daughter reacted with a hysterical outburst, screaming, insulting, and blaming her mother for driving her father away. At the time, the family was in the United States, and the divorce caused some complications for citizens of other countries. Nonetheless, they returned home as divorced people and started living separately. By mutual agreement, the now adult but still dependent daughter remained at her mother's house. They continued to have heated arguments, and Elita would call her father crying and begging him to take her in. However, Alejandro, who had moved on with a new love, was reluctant to do so. He always persuaded the leader to reconcile with her mother and wait a little longer until she completed university and began her independent life. Despite her poor academic performance, bad character, and provocative behavior, elitist parents enrolled her in the law faculty of one of Peru's most prestigious universities. Our father and mother decided not to skimp on their only child's education, despite the cost. Elite has an untrustworthy boyfriend, and Elita has had her fair share of teen romances. But at 19, she felt truly in love for the first time. It all began on a Sunday morning at church, where she met a charming young man named Fernando Gonzalez. He couldn't take his gaze away from her during the service, and afterward, he approached her to introduce himself to Elita. Fernando appeared like a prince, handsome, attentive, and pleasant in voice. He invited her for coffee and conversation. As it turned out, he had a habit of scouting churches for young, well-dressed girls who arrived in luxury cars, then striking up a conversation, charming them, and playing on their emotions. He'd tell stories about his difficult childhood in a large family abandoned by their father, and how he was now supporting his mother, brothers, and sisters while working multiple jobs. Wealthy and naive girls would sympathize and offer him money. He occasionally managed to keep a wealthy girlfriend for a few months, but they usually left him once the truth was revealed. He was just an unemployed slacker who enjoyed the high life. Elita fell easily into Fernando's trap because she had complexes and always considered herself unattractive. She couldn't believe such a handsome man had noticed her and was willing to give him everything she had, or rather, everything her mother possessed. She told her mother everything, resulting in their first candid conversation in years. Elizabeth believed she had a chance to mend their relationship, especially since the leader had met the boy in church, which appeared promising, and assumed he was a good person. Fernando made a good first impression on Elizabeth. He told her his dramatic life story, and she believed him, concluding that such a good boy deserved help. She rented him a cozy apartment near Central Lima and agreed to pay 70s of the monthly rent. She also paid for his business school tuition, promising him a job with her company later. Fernando appeared to appreciate her generosity and was eager to begin studying. He was not interested in attending boring lectures or working. He only wanted to have fun and spend someone else's money. He gladly moved into the rented apartment but never paid anything for it, claiming to be broke and promising to repay later. It soon became clear that Fernando had only attended a few business school classes before quitting. Following a serious conversation with Elizabeth, he appeared to be sorry. She decided to give him a second chance and hired him as a courier for her company. On his first day, he not only failed to complete a simple task but also betrayed other employees who had trusted him with sensitive documents. Elizabeth finally realized that this young man had charmed her daughter only to exploit her for his own gain. He had no intention of studying or working. She then forbade Elita from seeing him, causing her daughter to become angry and resentful. The leader screamed and cried, accusing her mother of attempting to destroy her life and steal her happiness. She refused to listen to reason and insisted on continuing to see Fernando despite the couple's failed separation attempt. Elizabeth decided to send her daughter to her parents' house for a while, naively believing that if Elita didn't see her boyfriend for a few months, her feelings would subside and Fernando would find another wealthy fool to exploit. But Elizabeth was gravely mistaken. Elita continued to communicate with her boyfriend via phone and social media, and her resentment of her mother only grew. Fernando had to leave the rental apartment because Elizabeth refused to pay for it. However, he found a smaller place rented for him by his young lover using her mother's money. As a spoiled child, Elita had some financial freedom and was able to use some of her mother's accounts. When summer vacation ended and university resumed, Elita rushed to see her boyfriend, who once again asked for money. She withdrew a significant amount from her mother's account and gave it to him, resulting in a heated argument with her mother later that evening. When Elizabeth noticed the missing funds, she decided to block access to her accounts, leaving her with only a small weekly allowance for personal expenses. This decision strained an already tense relationship. They barely spoke, mostly arguing, and Elizabeth's attempts to contact her daughter were unsuccessful. The monstrous plan. Fernando became enraged during one of their romantic dates when a leader failed to deliver the money he demanded. He cursed Elizabeth, screaming that she had a lot of money but wouldn't give it to her only daughter, and added that if Elizabeth died, adult Elita would inherit all of her wealth and they could live lavishly. This terrible idea took root in the minds of the elitists, and grew stronger with each day. She was constantly complaining about how much she despised her mother, blaming her for all of her misfortunes, and fantasizing about how wonderful it would be if she disappeared. The young lovers began to devise a monstrous and cynical plan to eliminate Vasquez, including who they could recruit as accomplices. At the time, Elizabeth had nearly $3 million in her accounts, a successful business that could be sold, a large house in an affluent area of the capital, several cars, and significant life insurance coverage. If she dies, her only child will inherit everything. Alida Elizabeth seemed to sense danger, and she realized she couldn't keep her daughter away from the mercenary and deceitful young man who had a negative influence on her. The situation was escalating and could end in the most unexpected way. Elizabeth, an experienced lawyer, drafted a will stating that in the event of her sudden disappearance or untimely death, all money and property should be transferred to Ernesto Vasquez, her father. She even managed to visit her parents and inform them of her decision. Meanwhile, Alida intends to stage her mother's kidnapping and murder by suspected criminals who will never be found. She and Fernando decided to enlist the help of a tough guy, or, at the very least, a courtenay holder, with the promise of generous payment for his services. He accepted the offer without hesitation, a crime against his own mother. On January 24, 2010, 21-year-old Alida met with her 23-year-old boyfriend to finalize the plan for the crime that would occur the following day. She remained calm and collected, already planning how she would spend the millions she had inherited. The next morning, January 25, Alida chose to stay at home rather than attend university due to illness. When her mother left to work, Fernando and Jorge were already lurking outside the house, waiting for Alida to distract the guard and let them in. Alida approached the guard on duty and asked him to get pain relievers from the nearest pharmacy, which was only a 5-minute walk away. This brief absence allowed the young men to enter the house and hide in the master bedroom. When Elizabeth returned, the leader loudly dropped the glass in the kitchen, signaling her attackers to assemble. When Elizabeth entered her room, Fernando knocked her to the ground and began choking her, while George held her down. Elizabeth miraculously managed to break free and run into the hallway, where her own daughter kicked her in the head. They restrained Elizabeth while she was conscious. However, their plans were thwarted by Maria Celine, a young servant girl who Alida tricked into another room and locked inside. When Elizabeth regained consciousness, her daughter, boyfriend, and accomplice brutally tortured her in an attempt to obtain the safe code and bank account passwords. Terrified, Elizabeth knew her daughter was in trouble, but she had always blamed it on Gonzalez as a negative influence. She now saw her only daughter's monstrous nature. Elizabeth was able to loosen the restraints and fight back against her daughter, scratching and punching her until Fernando knocked her to the ground. Alida became enraged and kicked her mother, eventually smothering her with a pillow until she stopped breathing. The trio then bound Elizabeth's lifeless body, duct-taped her mouth shut, and placed her in the trunk of her own car. Staging a kidnapping, Alida then dispatched another guard to get medication, allowing her accomplices to drive off the property. She released her to terrified Maria, falsely claiming that she and her mother had quarreled but reconciled and that her mother had gone to bed. A strange story about a kidnapping during the search for a missing woman. As was customary in the morning, the maid prepared breakfast, but Alida entered the kitchen and informed her that her mother had gone to work early due to an important meeting. Alida then left the house to visit her mother's workplace. She walked into the office of Jessica Hippo, her mother's best friend and accountant, and broke down in tears, reporting that her mother was missing and that she was receiving strange, threatening, and ransom calls. The accountant immediately began blocking the accounts to prevent the intruders from accessing them, reported the incident to the police, and then left the office for a while. When she returned, Alida had left, and the office was in disarray, as if someone was searching for something. Later, it was discovered that Elizabeth's will had gone missing, which Alida had learned the day before by overhearing a phone conversation with a key she had stolen from her mother. Alida had also taken a copy of the will and cash from the safe while her mother was studying. Police arrived and inspected the house, interviewing both the missing woman's daughter and the office staff, but found no useful information. Everyone claimed that Vasquez had no enemies and that no one had threatened her, so no one was initially named as a suspect. The primary hypothesis was that it was a kidnapping for ransom. All that remained was to wait for a call from the criminals to receive additional instructions and demands. A terrifying discovery and the initial suspect, Elizabeth's disappearance was discovered the following day. It was reported that her car had been abandoned in a vacant lot outside of town. The inside was empty, but when law enforcement officers opened the trunk, they were astounded by what they discovered. Inside was the lifeless body of a missing woman, with signs of beatings. Forensic experts found dozens of bruises, severe head trauma, and rope marks on the victim's body, indicating that she was tied up and attempted to free herself. It was also determined that Vasquez died as a result of asphyxiation. Particles of blood and epithelium were discovered under her fingernails, indicating that she had resisted. It was now necessary to identify who the blood belonged to. Elida appeared in the lineup as a grieving daughter, crying, wailing, and appearing almost unconscious. However, during the interrogation, she behaves very differently. She was calm, even cold-blooded, and she was visibly annoyed by the investigators' questions. Furthermore, she contradicted herself repeatedly during her testimony when the police decided to check the information about the kidnappers' calls and sent a request to the cell phone company. It turned out that Elida had not received any calls. It also turned out that in the days preceding and following her mother's disappearance, Alicia had been in frequent contact with Juan Fernando Gonzalez, whom they also decided to question. However, the young man either insisted on his innocence or remained silent, resulting in irrefutable evidence and an arrest. Elizabeth's maternal grandparents were in charge of her funeral, while Elizabeth herself was unconcerned, focusing solely on how to get out of the situation, remain free, and save money. She called her father, who was already aware of the incident and crying, and told him she was innocent and asked for help. Her father advised her not to say too much and promised to get her out of the situation, despite knowing full well who had committed the crime. However, he did not want his daughter to go to prison because it would have brought shame to Alejandro, who was a powerful and respected man at the time, serving as Justice of the Peace and President of the Supreme Court. Meanwhile, forensic analysis revealed that the blood and skin particles under the deceased's fingernails belonged to her daughter. Elida attempted to claim that she had a serious disagreement with her mother, and that they had briefly quarreled before reconciling, but no one believed her. Further inspection of Elizabeth's room with special equipment revealed numerous white traces of blood throughout the house, including in the elitist room, despite her attempts to wipe away the evidence. At the very least, a story that she had an argument with her mother in the evening, but then made up, and that her mother left early for work the next morning and was never seen again, quickly fell apart. She contradicted herself, first claiming that she had not entered her mother's room, and then recalling that the ransom calls were entirely her creation. The testimony of the maid, Maria Solen, was crucial in the case. She described how, on the night of the crime, she was locked in a room where she could hear Elizabeth's screams and sounds of struggle, but could not intervene. After that night, she never saw her employer again, and Elida insisted that everything was fine with her mother, who had simply left for work early. All of this culminated in the arrest of Elida and her boyfriend, the criminal trio, and the battle for the inheritance. Elida was arrested at her mother's home. Her boyfriend was apprehended a few hours later at an entertainment venue. The next morning, George was arrested after Fernando betrayed him by attempting to blame him for the crime. It is worth noting that Gonzalez was the first to testify, in the hopes that cooperating with the investigation would benefit him and help to mitigate his sentence. Meanwhile, Alejandro hires the best lawyers for his daughter, but realizes she will not be able to avoid punishment. At the same time, he began dealing with Vasquez's inheritance, intending to claim it for himself, since the will had vanished and the heiress faced a lengthy prison sentence. He claimed that he and Elizabeth never divorced, but instead lived apart while remaining legally married. Meanwhile, Ernesto Vasquez, an elitist grandfather, decided to pay a visit to his favorite granddaughter in prison to look her in the eyes, and he couldn't believe that the girl he had known and raised since infancy could commit such a heinous crime. However, Elida acted arrogantly, shouting, insulting the older man, and stating that she did not want to see him again. This encounter deeply upset him, resulting in a heart attack from which he was unable to recover and died 6 months later. The Vasquez family was unable to prove the existence of the will left in their Nestos name because the document vanished from Elizabeth's office and the notary's database, seemingly taken care by Alejandro. All documents and references to the couple's divorce have mysteriously vanished, leaving Alejandro with the right to claim the deceased's inheritance, as well as the trial and verdict. despite Elida Fernando and George's attempts to shift blame to one another. The investigation successfully reconstructed the events of that fateful evening, determining each participant's role in the crime. It was also established that the trio engaged in a deliberate conspiracy, which aggravated their guilt. Maria, the maid, testified that Alejandro threatened her and demanded that she give a different version of events, but she refused. In May 2012, the court convicted all three defendants. Initially, the prosecutor requested that each murderer be sentenced to 30 years in prison. While the men pleaded guilty, Elida repeatedly played the victim. Fernando and George were eventually sentenced to 28 years each, but the elitist trial was postponed. Elida claimed that the perpetrators were hired by relatives on her mother's side, who fabricated the inheritance story to seize Elizabeth's property and money. Her father had the same version of events. Attempts to declare Elida mentally ill and vulnerable to manipulation by criminals were also unsuccessful. Alejandro proposed sending her to a psychiatric hospital rather than prison, declaring her insane and incapable of fully inheriting his wife's estate. Finally, in December 2012, the court issued its final decision, sentencing Elida to a maximum of 30 years in prison. She and her accomplices are still serving their sentences in prison. The disputed inheritance remains unresolved. In the spring of 2021, Ala 100 died without becoming the sole heir. The Vasquez family, through the court, seeks to exclude Elida from the list of claimants to Elizabeth's property, citing her incarceration for murder. Currently, the primary claimant for the Maria Muvila is Elizabeth's mother. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Susie Cooper was at the Nag's Head pub in Heworth, York, United Kingdom on Thursday evening, March 18, 2009. She eagerly awaited the arrival of her dear friend, Claudia Lawrence, with whom she intended to share a drink, a common occurrence among close friends who felt more like sisters. Susie waited patiently, but Claudia was nowhere to be seen. Susie texted Claudia, concerned that she might be running late. However, after receiving no response, she decided to call Claudia, only to discover that the call went directly to voicemail. It seemed unusual for Claudia to miss their meeting, so Susie considered the possibility that Claudia had simply fallen asleep. Claudia worked as a chef at the University of York, which required her to arrive early due to the nature of her work. After getting the job, she moved to Earthworth Road, where she lived alone in a modest terrace house, enjoying her solitude. Claudia enjoyed participating in a variety of activities. She frequently socialized with friends at the Nag's Head pub and spent time honing her horseback riding skills, which she had developed since she was a child. Claudia had a pony as a child, and her family's home in Malton, a North Yorkshire market town, included a paddock. Her upbringing was filled with joy and fulfillment, because she was the youngest of two girls. Her sister, Ali, was 3 years older. Her senior Claudia's parents, Peter and Joan, provided them with a wonderful life and a good education, sending them to a private school for a comfortable upbringing. Aside from material comforts, Claudia and her sister learned the profound values of kindness and love. Their home became a haven for animals in need, instilling in Claudia a compassionate and nurturing attitude that she carried into adulthood. Despite her parents' divorce when she was an adult, Claudia remained close to both her father, a solicitor in town, and her mother. Claudia did not show up at Nag's Head that fateful night, and Susie became increasingly concerned as she had not heard from her. Susie decided to check in on Claudia again the next morning. Sensing that it was extremely unusual for Claudia to miss a meeting without communication. This time, her attempt to call Claudia resulted in a more unsettling discovery. Claudia's phone was switched off. Susie was immediately alarmed because Claudia was known for always carrying her phone with her and texting constantly. Susie, concerned about Claudia's well-being, contacted Peter and expressed her inability to reach her, concerned as well. Peter agreed to go to Claudia's house and investigate the situation. Fears persist that Claudia may have been involved in an accident at home or worse, faced a potential threat from an intruder. Peter took the initiative to contact the University of York, where Claudia was employed as a chef and was scheduled to work on Thursday. Unfortunately, the news he received was upsetting. Claudia did not show up for work that day. When Peter arrived at Claudia's house, he noticed that her slippers were neatly arranged by the door. The dishes were stacked, and her bed was perfectly made. Her passport and bank cards were present, as was the jewelry she wore on a regular basis outside of work. Her phone and rucksack were noticeably absent. Claudia always carried her rucksack to work, which she used to transport her chef's whites. This raised the unsettling possibility that she had left for work on March 18 as planned, and her failure to arrive suggested that something had gone wrong along the way. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Peter immediately contacted the police, officially reporting Claudia missing. The case revealed its peculiarities from the start, prompting an unusual response from the police. Despite Claudia's age of 35 and the lack of obvious signs of foul play, police launched an immediate search. In cases involving adults, particularly when there is no obvious evidence of wrongdoing, authorities may take a more patient approach, taking into account the possibility that individuals will take a break or some time for themselves and reappear later. However, in Claudia's case, the cops were inclined to believe otherwise. Claudia had last been seen on a Wednesday, after speaking with Peter and Joan on the phone that same night. Beyond that point, her whereabouts were a mystery, with no discernible clues. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the police responded quickly, dispatching nearly 200 officers to search the area surrounding Claudia's home and the route she usually takes to work. They also thoroughly investigated the events of the day she was last seen, hoping to find any unusual occurrences that could shed light on her disappearance. Claudia was caught on COT TV leaving work just after 2:30 on the previous Wednesday. Her 45-minute walk to do her homework was captured on video by various CCTV cameras. During her walk, she posted a letter and was offered a ride by a colleague who saw her. Claudia declined the offer, returned home shortly before 3 p.m., briefly went inside, and was seen walking towards her house again 15 minutes later. Later that evening, Claudia made a routine phone call to her father, Peter, and then another to her mother, Joan. Both conversations were unremarkable, with no alarming or distressing content, and followed the usual pattern of their interactions. Claudia mentioned during the call with Joan that she was going to bed soon to prepare for an early morning shift that started at 6 a.m. They talked about how they were watching the same TV show, location, and plans for Mother's Day. Claudia ended the call with a casual good night, a seemingly routine exchange that tragically marked Joan and her daughter's final conversation. Claudia texted at 8:23 p.m. Claudia did not respond to a text message sent about an hour later by a friend from Cyprus. Her phone was turned off at 12:10 a.m. According to the police investigation, Claudia most likely awoke as planned the next morning, ready to leave her house with her backpack and phone. Law enforcement believes that an incident occurred on March 19th between Heworth Road and Goodright College. A cyclist reported seeing a woman resembling Claudia conversing with a man near the Melrose Gate electricity substation at 5:35 a.m., which provided important information. This time coincided with Claudia's usual presence at that location, as the bridge was only a 10-minute walk from her house. The man identified by the police as a left-hand smoker was the focus of this sighting. Although this account appeared significant, the CCTV camera at the Melrose Gate shops, a little further along the route, did not capture any images of Claudia during that time period. Another witness reported seeing a man and a woman arguing on the grass verge beside a parked vehicle on University Way. Around the time Claudia was supposed to start work, despite police efforts, including searches of the area and public appeals for information, no one came forward with irrelevant information about the sightings. The investigations revealed nothing about Claudia's fate. There was no identifiable crime scene, and it remained unclear whether Claudia had been missing since Wednesday night, or if she actually left for work on Thursday morning. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Claudia's disappearance became more complex, leaving investigators and those concerned for her in a state of uncertainty. Several mistakes in handling the Claudia's case hampered the search efforts. One notable error was the distribution of a photograph of Claudia with blonde hair on the internet and through news agencies. Claudia had dark hair when she went missing, though. This misrepresentation may have caused confusion for those attempting to identify her. Claudia did not own a smartphone and had no social media accounts, which exacerbated the situation. The lack of digital traces made it difficult for the police to track her last movements. limiting their ability to establish a comprehensive timeline of events leading up to her disappearance. The police investigated CCTV footage in the vicinity of Claudius's home and discovered intriguing details. On Wednesday at 7:15 p.m., a man carrying a rucksack entered the alley behind Claudia's house and stayed for only a minute. What added to the oddity was his habit of stepping back and waiting for a passerby to pass before exiting, implying a desire to avoid being seen. Then at 5:07 a.m. on Thursday, another man was apprehended after entering and exiting the same alleyway in under a minute. Due to the low quality of the footage, it was unclear whether it was the same person in both instances. Strangely, no man ever came forward in relation to the sightings. At 5:42 a.m., Skeetfu a.m., CCTV footage shows a light-colored Focus driving down Heworth Road towards Claudia's home. At some point, you can see the car's brake lights illuminate, indicating that the driver is braking. Police speculated that the driver of the vehicle may have pulled over to pick up Claudia from her home. However, neither the car nor its owner were found. Nothing of significant value was discovered while searching Claudia's house. However, an unidentified partial fingerprint was discovered in the vehicle, adding another layer of mystery to the investigation. 6 weeks after Claudia's disappearance, the police turned the case into a suspected murder investigation. The decision was based on the lack of evidence indicating whether Claudia was alive or dead. During the ongoing search for Claudia, media coverage changed, influencing public perception of the case. Initially, it centered on a hardworking and friendly young woman who went missing on her way to work, causing widespread concern and a shared desire to discover the truth. The scenario of a woman disappearing while commuting to work struck a chord, instilling fear and panic in the community because people can easily empathize with the possibility of such an incident occurring to anyone. The Claudia's case story took a dramatic turn as details about her private life emerged, revealing multiple relationships with men, some of whom were married. Some of the focus shifted from a missing beautiful and friendly girl to a missing homewrecker. Claudia's relationships included married men. Of course, they refused to cooperate with any investigation, so the case was shrouded in mystery, rumors, and allegations. Even today, some people refuse to share relevant information. Claudia's relationship should not have affected any of the coverage. Claudia was a single woman with no children, and her relationships should not have been the subject of headlines and sound bites. Those who knew Claudia described her as a loving and caring friend. The only reason her relationships matter is whether or not any of the men were involved in her disappearance. And that's why the secrecy surrounding some of those relationships has hampered efforts to locate Claudia. The truth is that on that Wednesday night, she may not have slept in her own home. She may have met someone, but they have not disclosed this information. The question that needs to be asked is why not? Unfortunately, no answers have been provided, and Claudia's disappearance remains unsolved and a complete mystery. In a significant development, 5 years after Claudia's disappearance, the case moved forward in 2014. Police made their first arrests and searched locations related to the investigation. A house in North Shields, Tyneside, was searched, and a cellar was dug at an Icon pub in New York. Notably, Claudia's phone had been traced to the area in the weeks before her disappearance. The investigation into Claudia's disappearance took several turns, including the arrest of a 59-year-old man on suspicion of murder and a 46-year-old man on suspicion of perverting the course of justice. Nonetheless, both individuals were released without charge. A year later, 4 men frequenting the Nag's Head pub were arrested on suspicion of murder. Unfortunately, the case was not pursued due to a lack of evidence. Because of the lack of conclusive findings, the Claudia's case remains shrouded in mystery and uncertainty. The search for the truth has been fraught with false leads and dead ends. Claudia's family, who adored her, is now holding out hope that someone will come forward with vital information someday. Until then, the fate of their beloved daughter and sister is unknown, leaving them with the enduring hope that answers will emerge and bring closure to this long-standing mystery. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In the quiet town of Aspen, Colorado, a chilling mystery unfolded on a cold winter's day in 2014. A heinous crime committed in secret shocked and stunned the community. An individual known and loved by many died tragically and unexpectedly, forever altering the tranquility of this picturesque mountain town. Nancy Pfister's life story begins in Orofino, Idaho, in July 1956, with her birth. She grew up in the picturesque suburb of Basalt, Colorado, and attended Bayside High School. Nancy's family had a unique connection to the development of the Buttermilk Ski Resort. Her father, Art Pfister, transformed the family cattle ranch into this well-known ski resort in 1958, making a large fortune in the process. Nancy's mother, Betty, has a remarkable background as well. She was a member of the Women's Air Force Service Pilots during World War IE. She began her college career at Brooklyn's Pratt Institute before dropping out and returning to her roots in Colorado at the age of 20. Back home, she continued to play an important role in managing her family's business, which was well known in the local tourism industry at the age of 29. Despite never being married, Nancy welcomed her daughter Juliana into the world. At the age of 39, she gave birth to a son. Nancy Pfister's life was defined by her dedication as a single mother, raising her 2 children in the log home her father lovingly built for her in 1991. On the fateful day of February 26, a visit to Nancy and her friend Kathy Carpenter's home took an unexpected and terrifying turn. It had been 3 days since they had last seen or spoken, and Kathy's concern had grown too strong to ignore. Kathy walked into Nancy's house and called out for her friend, desperate for a response. However, the eerie silence that greeted her sent chills down her spine. Her heart sank as she noticed a chilling detail: a small smear of blood on Nancy's headboard. The room itself was disorganized, with the covers thrown aside as if there had been a fight, but the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Nancy's bedroom featured a large walk-in closet, and Kathy's concern grew when she discovered the door was locked. Desperate to learn the truth, she retrieved a spare key from the closet and cautiously opened the door. What she sensed was beyond her worst nightmares: a nauseating, unbearable stench. Inside the closet was a lifeless body. Kathy called 911 at 6:15 p.m., her voice trembling as she described the grisly discovery. She believed that the lifeless figure in the closet was Nancy herself. The arrival of the cops only confirmed Kathy's suspicions. Nancy's lifeless body was indeed hidden in the closet, shrouded in a heavy-duty trash bag from the neck down, with additional kitchen trash bags covering her head. The scene was a horrific display of violence. Nancy had been brutally beaten to death, her head showing signs of multiple blunt force traumas. An electrical extension cord had been cruelly wrapped around her neck, adding a chilling element to the crime. Despite the brutality of Nancy's attack, there was very little blood at the scene, with the exception of a small smear on the headboard. But when the investigators turned the mattress over, they discovered a large pool of blood soaked into the fabric. It soon became clear that whoever had attacked Nancy had taken the chilling step of flipping the mattress to conceal the gruesome aftermath before fleeing. The question that haunted both Kathy and the police was who could commit such a heinous and brutal act against Nancy. It was a question that sent shockwaves through their peaceful community, leaving them to deal with the unsettling realization that a heartless killer lived among them. Kathy Carpenter's revelation added another layer of complexity to an already perplexing case. She informed the police about recent tensions between Nancy and her tenants, William Trey Styler and his wife, Nancy Styler. This information immediately cast doubt on the Stylers and sparked speculation about their possible involvement in Nancy's brutal murder. The day after Nancy's lifeless body was found, an autopsy was performed by Dr. Steve Ayers, the Pitkin County coroner. His findings shed light on the severity of the crime. Dr. Ayers determined that Nancy died from 3 or 4 vicious blows to the head delivered with a hard object with a slightly curved edge. Although he couldn't identify the exact weapon used, he could tell that the business end of the instrument was small, about an inch or 2. The exact timeline of Nancy's death remained unclear. Dr. Ayers estimated that the fatal assault occurred between the evening of February 24th and the morning of February 25th. Nancy's injuries were concentrated between her right forehead and right temporal bone, indicating 3 or 4 severe blows. In addition, several bruises covered her left upper arm, right neck, and right jaw, painting a bleak picture of the brutal violence she endured. Dr. Ayers concluded that Nancy Foster's death was the result of a homicide. The investigation took a significant step forward, escalating the search for truth and justice. The focus was now squarely on uncovering the truth about the Stylers' involvement, as well as any other potential suspects who could hold the key to solving this chilling and deeply unsettling murder mystery. The police investigation took a critical turn when they looked into the complex relationships between Nancy Foster, the victim, and the Stylers. Her tenants made it clear that there was more to the story than what first appeared. Nancy Foster's decision to rent out her luxurious mountain home during her annual warm weather vacations became an important piece of the puzzle. Her ad, on in the Aspen Times, was straightforward, offering a 3-bedroom home with 3.5 bathrooms, strategically located on the mountainside. The only rule was no cats. This advertisement piqued the interest of Trey and Nancy Styler, who were considering a fresh start in Aspen, away from their troubles in Denver. At first glance, the stylists seemed to be ideal tenants. Nancy Styler, a world-renowned expert, and Lily Paget, a retired anesthesiologist who was forced to leave his position due to a debilitating neurological disease, appeared to be responsible people who would take good care of the property. However, their seemingly peaceful lives had been upended by a series of setbacks. Lawsuits had depleted their savings, leaving them in financial distress. Trey's illness forced him to resign from his position as chief of staff at a Denver hospital, causing additional hardship. In a desperate attempt to reinvent themselves, they decided to relocate to Aspen, a wealthy and promising destination. Nancy Styler's medical background had led her to consider new possibilities. She had taken Botox and laser treatment courses in the hopes of opening her own spa in Aspen. The presence of wealthy residents, celebrities, and tourists in the area made it an appealing prospect. When they came across Nancy Foster's advertisement, it appeared to be the ideal opportunity for them to establish themselves and make connections in their new community. So the stylists became Nancy Foster's tenants. The once promising landlord-tenant relationship had mysteriously deteriorated to the point where Nancy Foster died brutally in her own home. The police were now faced with the daunting task of unraveling the events that had led to this tragic outcome, attempting to determine the motives and circumstances surrounding Nancy Foster's disturbing murder. The police's conversation with Trey and Nancy Styler provided a vivid picture of their deteriorating relationship with Nancy Foster. It was clear that their initial enthusiasm for the tendency had faded, resulting in a deep animosity. Nancy Styler described their initial interactions with Nancy Foster as positive. They had quickly responded to her ad in October and were warmly welcomed into her home. Nancy Foster even expressed an interest in investing in their new business venture. However, the situation worsened after they moved in. The stylists claimed that Nancy Foster's behavior changed dramatically, becoming demanding and, in their words, akin to being treated like a slave. As a result, when Nancy Foster left for Australia in November 2013, the stylists were relieved of her absence. During Nancy Foster's absence, she had asked her friend Kathy to collect rent and care for her labradoodle. However, by January 2014, tensions had risen. Nancy Foster began posting complaints on Facebook, alleging that the stylists had stopped paying their rent and owed her money for utilities. Nancy Styler acknowledged receiving several messages and emails from Nancy Foster during this time. In an unexpected turn of events, Nancy Foster informed the Stylers in February 2014 that she was returning 3 months earlier than planned and demanded that they vacate her home before she arrived. When Nancy Foster returned home, she discovered that some of the stylists' belongings, including spa equipment for their business, were still stored in her garage. When Nancy Foster returned, she wasted no time in addressing the situation. She entrusted Kathy with delivering a note to Trey outlining her claims that they owed her $14,000 for utilities and property damage and demanding payment. Nancy Foster allegedly threatened to seek a restraining order to keep the Stylers off her property. Although the Stylers questioned the legality of such an action, Nancy Styler's version of events indicates that they went to the house to retrieve their belongings after receiving Nancy Foster's note. Nancy Foster was not present at the time, so they entered the house to collect their belongings, staying until 4 p.m. The next morning, they returned to complete the task, but they still did not encounter Nancy Foster. However, during their visit, they noticed Nancy's dog was left alone in the house. Nancy Styler claimed to be unaware of what had happened to Nancy Foster, as they had not seen her during their visits to the property. The Nancy Foster case, which involved her complicated relationship with the Stylers and her disappearance, added intrigue to an already enigmatic story. Investigators were intent on determining what happened when Nancy confronted the Stylers about the alleged deaths. The police's initial release of Trey and Nancy Styler following a 12-hour interview raised concerns about their involvement in Nancy Foster's murder. Aside from Kathy's report of a dispute, there was no concrete evidence linking them to the crime. However, the discovery of crucial evidence soon after their release would cast new light on the case. The breakthrough came when a man collecting trash just 100 yards from the motel where the stylists were staying stumbled upon Nancy Foster's belongings. I learned about her murder from the news. He recognized the significance of the discovery and immediately notified the police. After investigating, law enforcement discovered the bag mentioned by the informant, which contained some of Nancy Foster's personal belongings. Intriguingly, the Stylers' Jaguar vehicle registration was found in the same bag, raising questions about why it was in Nancy's possession. But the discoveries did not end there. The police on Earth have an old hammer that they believe is the murder weapon. Testing revealed that the hammer contained traces of Nancy Pfister's blood. Even more damning, Trey Styler DNA was discovered on the plastic bag containing the hammer. Furthermore, a key to Nancy's closet was discovered just a few yards from the Stylers' motel room. With this new evidence, the police rearrested Trey and Nancy Styler, charging them with first-degree murder. It appeared that the pieces of the puzzle were finally coming together, pointing to their role in Nancy Pfister's brutal death. However, a cloud of uncertainty hung over the case, and the police were open to the possibility of other people being involved or the Stylers being framed. Some of the evidence appeared to be strategically placed, raising suspicions of a hidden hand manipulating the situation. Furthermore, Trey's fragile physical condition, as a result of his neurological ailment, raised concerns about his ability to commit such heinous crimes alone. As the investigation progressed, the search for the full truth expanded to include the possibility that other players were involved in this chilling murder mystery. The arrest of Kathy Carpenter, a friend of Nancy Foster, and a local bank teller, shocked the Aspen community. The investigation took an unexpected turn. As the police investigation progressed, they discovered a number of facts that raised questions about Kathy's involvement in the case, despite her friendship with Nancy Pfister. There were underlying tensions because Kathy felt Nancy treated her more like a personal assistant, even though she had never been compensated for that role. The police suspected Kathy had made a connection with Nancy Styler, sharing stories about their common grievances against Nancy Foster. One particularly disturbing discovery was that Kathy went to Nancy's Alpine Bank safety deposit box and removed $6,000 of Nancy's money, as well as 2 family rings, just one day after discovering her lifeless body. When questioned about this, Kathy stated that Nancy had granted her legal access to the safe deposit box and that she had taken these items with the intent of delivering them to Nancy's daughter, Juliana. Despite the complexities of their relationship, Kathy remained devoted to Nancy and considered her a close friend. She admitted that Nancy could be demanding and frequently gave orders, but she also emphasized the enjoyable times they had together, which fueled the police's suspicions. According to records, Nancy Styler called Kathy 3 or 4 times on February 26th, shortly before Nancy Foster's lifeless body was discovered. This communication pattern fueled the investigators' belief that the 3 individuals were somehow connected to Nancy Foster's murder. The twists and turns of Nancy Pfister's tragic death continued with a shocking revelation. Just weeks before the trial was scheduled to begin, Trey, a key figure in the investigation, made an unexpected decision. He approached the judge and expressed his willingness to confess to the crime. Trey's confession resulted in a shocking plea deal in which he pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and accepted a 20-year prison sentence. Trey offered to reveal the horrific details of what had happened to Nancy Pfister. However, a critical and fateful aspect of this plea agreement was that Nancy Styler, Trey's wife, would be granted unconditional freedom from all charges relating to Nancy Foster's death. Before the judge, Trey said the words that sealed his fate. "Your Honor, I am guilty." He went on to give a chilling account of what happened that fateful night. Trey confessed that he initially went to Nancy Pfister's house to reason with her. When he left his motel room, his wife was sleeping, unaware of the approaching tragedy. As he entered Nancy Pfister's unlocked home, he discovered her sleeping peacefully in her bedroom. The sight of Nancy sleeping peacefully became unbearable to Trey's already troubled mind. His life was unraveling, plagued by financial ruin, and Nancy Pfister's relentless demands for money, combined with her retention of his spa equipment, left Nancy seemingly unaffected by the chaos, sleeping soundly in her bed. It was a tipping point for Trey, causing him to lose his grip on reality. In a shocking turn of events, Trey described going to the garage and retrieving a trash bag and a hammer. He returned to Nancy's bedroom and brutally bludgeoned her with the hammer, striking her repeatedly until she died, to reduce the evidence of the heinous crime. After Nancy died, he placed the bag over her head and carefully moved her body to a sheet on the floor. She dragged Nancy Pfister's lifeless body into the closet, concealing it from the outside world, tying it with an extension cord tray. Trey's 20-year sentence, as stipulated in his plea agreement, marked the start of a dark chapter for him inside the prison walls. Simultaneously, Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Styler, now known as Nancy Massey, made a dramatic escape from the shadows of her past. She changed her identity, moved to a different state, and filed for divorce from Trey. However, the narrative took another tragic turn. On August 6, 2015, Trey was discovered dead inside his prison cell, and the cause of death was determined to be suicide. Following her death, Nancy Styler Nancy Masson was able to collect a significant sum of $1 million from a life insurance policy. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. On Tuesday, January 14, 2014, just before noon, law enforcement officers were dispatched to a residence in Frisco, Texas, USA, to conduct a welfare check on Anna Moses, a 43-year-old woman living independently. Her boyfriend, Michael Stodnick, expressed concern when he couldn't reach her. They were scheduled to meet for a date the night before, but when Michael arrived at Anna's house at 7:30 p.m., it was dark, or the lights were turned off, and her car was not in the driveway. This was unusual because Anna usually left her car in the driveway except for inclement weather when she parked it in the garage. Michael rang the doorbell, called, and texted, but received no response. Following his initial attempt to contact Anna, Michael drove to a nearby Starbucks and waited 15 minutes. He returned to Anna's house and found no apparent change, so he decided to go home. The next morning, Michael tried again to reach Anna via text messages and phone calls, but received no response. Concerned, he contacted some of her friends, who also reported not hearing from her at 9 a.m. On the morning of January 14, Michael returned to Anna's house and discovered that her trash bins were still at the front, and packages remained unopened on her doorstep. Despite having a house key, Michael refrained from entering because he was unfamiliar with the alarm code. The situation indicated that Anna had not returned home from work on the 13th. Michael contacted the police and requested a welfare check after becoming concerned about Anna's well-being. The police advised him to contact the University of Texas at Dallas Police, which was Anna's last known location. Anna worked as a statistical analyst in the UDA's strategy department and had worked all day on January 13th. Michael went to the campus and spoke with the police, but they did not appear concerned. They only took Anna's disappearance seriously after her boss reported her missing. His boss also informed them that she had not been at work on the morning of January 14. Following this report, a 911 call was placed, prompting the police to arrive, but as residents, nothing seemed out of place. There was no evidence of forced entry. They contacted Anna's son, Igor, who had a key and met them at the house. The alarm was disarmed at 12:05 p.m. According to the alarm log, for the first time since January 13 morning, the question remained, where was Anna? The police searched several rooms and found Anna's lifeless body in the garage, where she had been fatally shot. Despite her death, she remained dressed in her coat and scarf. Surprisingly, nothing seemed to be missing other than her car. Her purse containing money was discovered next to her, and mail was scattered around her. Notably, an empty Taco Bell sack with a quesadilla wrapper was on the ground nearby. Anna had 7 gunshot wounds distributed as follows: 1 in the neck, 2 in the chest, 3 in the back, and 1 that did not break the skin, with the bullet lodged in her clothing. She also had abrasions on her left hand and a minor abrasion on her right hand, which could be the result of a fall or defensive wounds. Surprisingly, the police discovered 11 cartridge cases in the garage, which contradicted the initial count of 7. Interestingly, there were no bullet holes in the garage. This led the police to suspect that the crime scene had been staged to give the appearance of a robbery. Notably, no fingerprints were found on the patio door or the interior garage door. The police believe Anna was murdered on the evening of January 13 as she returned home from her job at the University of Texas at Dallas. The crucial question remains: who is responsible for Anna's murder? The investigation into Anna's death generated more questions than answers. Originally from Russia, she moved to the United States after meeting Robert Moses. Their union led to marriage, and Robert was formally adopted by his son Igor. Initially, the family appeared close-knit, with Robert and Igor having a strong bond. However, as the years passed and Anna gained confidence in her new American life, she began to engage in activities separate from Robert, causing strains in their relationship, and his interactions with other men contributed to the breakdown of her marriage. One of these connections was with Dr. John Wheeler-Kowski, a colleague who would generously provide her with financial assistance when necessary. Anna also spent time with Jerry Casper, a man who shared her passion for opera and musicals. Jerry was so taken with Anna that he dedicated books of poetry to her. Despite this, he claimed there was nothing romantic between him and Anna because he was married. During their investigation, the police spoke with one of Anna's friends, Dr. Jacques, a Christian who worked at the University of Texas at Dallas. Dr. Christian described an incident that occurred on December 15, 2012, between Anna and her ex-husband Robert. According to Dr. Christian, Anna was in great distress and contacted her, claiming that she was trapped inside a closet with her 2 dogs. The police were called, but the incident was reported as an error. Dr. Christian stated that Anna appeared genuinely afraid of Robert, recalling an encounter in which Anna was visibly shaken and expressed concern that he would kill me tonight. Anna and Robert finalized their divorce in March 2013. Despite the separation, Robert remained in the house while Robert moved to a home shared with 3 other divorced men, most notably their son Igor, who maintained close ties with both parents and paid frequent visits to them. Despite their divorce, Robert continued to assist Anna with household repairs as needed. Surprisingly, Anna did not tell any friends or family about her lingering fears about Robert following the divorce. In fact, she appeared content and happy, having found companionship through online dating. Anna had been in a year-long relationship with Michael, whom she met through Match.com. When questioned by the police, Robert gave his version of events on January 13. He claimed to have spent the day watching football at home before visiting Twin Peaks Bar. Surveillance footage confirmed his timeline, with him entering the bar at 7:06 p.m. and leaving at 7:57 p.m. During the questioning, the police discovered a small cut on Robert's right hand, just above the knuckle of his ring finger, with blood seeping through the bandage. Despite this, Robert cooperated with the investigation, providing a DNA sample and allowing the police to search his room. During the search of Robert's belongings, several firearms were discovered, including a Ruger long rifle, a black pocket pistol, and a black Browning buckmark target pistol. However, extensive testing eliminated these firearms as the murder weapon. The day after Anna's body was discovered, her car was found a few blocks away from her home. Upon inspection, the police discovered blood on the driver's seat, as well as muddy footprints on the car's hood and on top of the vehicle. Inside the car, a Red Bull can on the backseat passenger side and a cigarette butt on the floorboard raised suspicions because Anna was not known to smoke or drink energy drinks. The police believed that the blood found in the car was consistent with the type of injury on Robert's right hand. Subsequent DNA testing revealed that the blood in Anna's car matched Robert's DNA sample. When asked about the blood, Robert initially claimed ignorance, saying he couldn't think of a reason for its presence. He later admitted to being in Anna's car on January 28, 2015, explaining that he was fixing a broken water pipe in the garage at the time. Following these findings, Robert was charged with murder. The prosecution built its case on the assertion that Robert was the only person with the motive, means, and opportunity to commit Anna's murder, claiming that everything pointed to him. It points to nowhere else. Their disagreements revolved around the belief that Robert murdered Anna for personal financial gain. The court learned of this on January 13. Anna left for work at 8:23 a.m., as she usually does, and setting the house alarm before she leaves. She spent the day at work, with a tea break around 2 p.m. Alongside Dr. Wheeler-Kowski, Anna finished her workday at 5 p.m., her usual departure time. At 5:02 p.m., video surveillance captured her walking into the parking garage at work. At 5:07 p.m., Anna drove away from the garage, stopping at a Taco Bell drive-thru to buy a chicken quesadilla. Crucially, surveillance near an elementary school near Anna's house captured a car resembling Anna's passing by at 5:44 p.m. This begs the question, if Anna drove home, was someone waiting for her inside the garage? The prosecution's case was heavily based on establishing the timing of Anna's death, which the police claimed occurred between 5:50 p.m. and 5:50 p.m. and 5:55 p.m. Testimonies in court included statements from people who live on the street where Anna's car was discovered. Stephen Brockway testified that on January 14, around 1 p.m., at 1:40 p.m., he and a friend were moving a trailer and there were no cars parked nearby. He returned around 3 p.m. and noticed an SUV parked there. Another neighbor reported seeing a blue Chevrolet truck on the street around 5 p.m. and 6 p.m. Based on this information, the police concluded that Anna's car was most likely left there after 6 p.m. On January 14, it was revealed in court that the police had interviewed the other men in Anna's life. Specifically, Michael and Jerry. Both men willingly provided DNA samples for investigation, but Michael denied possessing any firearms. Jerry, on the other hand, admitted to owning a 9mm Glock and a 2-point target pistol. Although the police did not recover these weapons, the court learned from toll records that Jerry left his Arlington workplace around 5:18 p.m. on January 13 and exited the Renner Road toll booth at 6 p.m. This information, when combined with the police's belief about Anna's death time, suggested that Jerry was not in a position to be responsible for the crime at the time it occurred. These details were presented to the court in order to rule out any other possible suspects. The court was informed that Dr. Wheeler-Kowski had been excluded as a suspect based on toll records confirming he was in Garland Robert on his way home at 5:47 p.m. Furthermore, the type of firearm he owned, a .40 caliber Glock, did not match the gun used to kill Anna. DNA testing of the Red Bull can and cigarette butt found in Anna's car revealed that the DNA belonged to an unknown male. Despite entering the profile into the combined DNA index system, there were no matches. The prosecution emphasized the financial motive, claiming that Robert stood to benefit financially from Anna's death. A review of his financial records revealed that several credit cards were nearly maxed out. During police interviews, Robert allegedly expressed a strong interest in Anna's finances. Michael informed the police that shortly after Anna's death, Robert inquired about her financial situation and approached Anna's mother to inquire about the location of Anna's jewelry. Dr. Christian testified that she overheard Robert saying that it would be beneficial if he lived in Anna's house to avoid the cost of maintaining 2 homes. Tatiana Heber, another Anna friend, described Robert as a businessman who was interested in Anna's bank accounts, passwords, and other documents. The court learned that Frank Shuvra, Anna's independent executor, advised Igor to set up a trust, but Robert told him to deposit the money in a bank account. Instead, Igor was named the beneficiary of Anna's $750,000 life insurance policy. On February 4, 2015, Anna's estate deposited $25,000 into Robert and Igor's joint bank account. Igor claimed that the money was used to pay off the car he was driving, which Robert had previously owned and had since transferred to Igor. The proceeds were also used to pay off Anna's mortgage. The defense claimed that in their focus on Robert, the police failed to thoroughly investigate other men in Anna's life. They stated that the items discovered in Anna's car, as well as the footprints, did not match Robert's DNA, and that the weapon used to murder Anna had yet to be found. In Robert's defense, it was argued that he was not financially impacted by Anna's death. Robert claimed that his move into Anna's house was solely to assist Igor, who was the beneficiary of his life insurance. Igor supported this claim, testifying that Robert's decision to move in was his own, motivated by a desire for assistance in managing bills and household responsibilities. The trial revealed that Anna took excellent care of Igor, doing everything for him, so it was not uncommon for him to seek assistance with bill payment. Igor testified about the blood stain discovered in Anna's car, claiming that it had been there for years and was not a new or fresh stain. The defense also questioned the accuracy of the time of death. The medical examiner stated during the trial that Anna's stomach contents had been nearly completely digested. The defense argued that if she had eaten the quesadilla and died before 6 p.m., there would have been more identifiable food remnants in her stomach. This raises the possibility that she was murdered later, providing an alibi for Robert and some of Anna's other male acquaintances. Despite the defense's arguments, a Collin County jury found Robert Arthur Moses guilty of first-degree murder of his ex-wife Anna over finances and their relationship in late 2016, sentencing him to life in prison after more than 8 hours of deliberation. In court, prosecutors referred to the then 64-year-old as a calculating killer, claiming that Anna, 43, was targeted and ambushed at the time she died. She was shot in her prime, and no one should ever fear him again. Following his conviction, he filed an appeal to challenge the court's decision. Robert's appeal focused on a lack of evidence, claiming that the conviction was based solely on conjecture and speculation. The appeal centered on specific pieces of evidence, including the chicken quesadilla from Taco Bell and the unexplained large sum of money in Anna's savings account at the time of her death. Concerning the chicken quest idea, the appeal focused on Dr. Williams' testimony, which challenged the established time of Anna's death. Dr. Rohor acknowledged that if Anna had eaten a chicken quesadilla on her way home at 5:45 p.m., it is reasonable to expect the stomach contents to be partially digested after being shot 10 minutes later. However, he testified that he could not recognize any type of food in Anna's stomach contents, casting doubt on the timeline's accuracy. The appeal argued that the uncertainty about the digestion of the chicken quesadilla calls into question the accuracy of Anna's time of death, implying that she was killed after 7 p.m. Is true, this assertion would provide an alibi for Robert, who was reportedly at the Twin Peaks bar at the time. Furthermore, the appeal highlighted Anna's substantial savings account, emphasizing the significant increase in funds over a 23-month period, despite the fact that her spending records showed she spent the majority of her income. The appeal faulted the police for failing to investigate the source of the funds. However, the state appeals court rejected Robert's arguments regarding the quesadilla. The court stated that no one knew what happened to it, or if Anna consumed it. Regarding Anna's savings, the court noted that prosecutors brought it up during the trial, claiming that some of the money came from a former romantic interest who wanted to help Anna. Despite the appeal, the court upheld Robert's conviction, and he is still incarcerated. The rejection of the appeal upholds the previous judgment and preserves the trial outcome. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance sent shockwaves through her community, causing serious concerns among her loved ones. Suzanne, a 38-year-old bookkeeper, was scheduled to start work at 9 a.m. that fateful Tuesday morning at Infrastructure Management on Thistle Street, Edinburgh, Scotland. However, as the morning progressed and Suzanne failed to appear at her desk, her coworkers became increasingly concerned. It was completely out of character for her to arrive late or leave work without notice. Concerned about her unexplained absence, Suzanne's coworkers decided to contact her parents, Robert and Sylvia Pilley. Suzanne had last communicated with her parents at 8:30 a.m. when she texted them to say she was on her way to work. Given this text message, her parents became very concerned about her well-being when she did not arrive at work as expected. They suspected that something unusual had happened during her commute because they hadn't heard from her since the initial message. Suzanne's parents, who were growing increasingly concerned, immediately reported her disappearance to local police that afternoon. In the days that followed, law enforcement launched an investigation, making public requests for information and interviewing people who knew Suzanne. As the investigation progressed, several unsettling facts emerged. Suzanne's bank cards and phone had shown no activity since her disappearance. She hadn't used her bus pass and hadn't communicated with any of her friends or family members. Furthermore, Suzanne's family believed she would not have left without informing anyone because she had responsibilities at home, such as caring for her pets. Suzanne's father, Robert, expressed the profound confusion and distress that surrounded their family during this difficult time. He compared her disappearance to a perplexing enigma, claiming that it felt as if she had vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void beyond explanation. Suzanne's sudden disappearance remained a perplexing and deeply troubling mystery, with her loved ones, law enforcement, and the community as a whole searching for answers. The investigation into Suzanne Pilley's mysterious disappearance began to reveal new details as police meticulously reviewed CCTV footage from the area. The footage revealed a timeline of Suzanne's movements on the day she vanished, shed light on the events that led up to her disappearance. Suzanne followed her routine on the morning of her disappearance, leaving her apartment on Whitten Road at 8 a.m. to begin her day as usual. About 20 minutes later, she boarded a number 2 bus at Stevenson Drive and continued on her regular route. She then transferred to the number 4 bus on Dalry Road, opposite the Caledonian Terrace. Suzanne disembarked from the number 4 bus on Princess Street directly outside the Generous Department Store at 8:48 a.m. She began her workday with a routine stop at a Sainsbury's convenience store, as she did most mornings. Surveillance cameras captured Suzanne's presence at the Sainsbury's store at 8:51 a.m. After finishing her errands, she headed to her workplace, which is infrastructure management on Thistle Street. Suzanne's last known footage was captured by a CCTV camera near the building at the corner, only 50 meters from her office front door. At this point, she appeared to vanish from sight, leaving authorities with a perplexing mystery to solve. The investigation revealed one potentially significant detail. At 8:55 a.m., a black cab stopped in the area where Suzanne was last seen. Although law enforcement did not believe the cab driver was directly involved in Suzanne's disappearance, they did issue an appeal to the driver to come forward and help with their ongoing investigation. This development raised questions about whether the cab driver witnessed anything unusual or had information that could help solve the mystery of Suzanne Pilley's disappearance. As the investigation into Suzanne Pilley's disappearance progressed, law enforcement began to look into her personal life in an attempt to better understand the circumstances surrounding her disappearance. Their investigations led them to what appeared to be a complex love triangle, which shed light on a possible motive for the crime. Suzanne, a single woman, had recently been in a romantic relationship with a coworker, David Gilroy. However, the relationship ended in December 2009. David, who was married and had his own family, had decided to return to his wife and children in an attempt to reconcile with them. He told the police that Suzanne had been dating other men since their breakup, implying that their romantic relationship had ended amicably. Several weeks after Suzanne's mysterious disappearance, David Gilroy reported a break-in to police. He claimed that someone broke into his home while he was sleeping, stealing both his mobile phone and laptop. According to David, his wife discovered the broken back door when she woke up, despite the fact that they had heard very little noise during the intrusion. When asked if he thought the break-in was connected to Suzanne's disappearance, David responded with uncertainty, saying, "I don't know." The investigation took a darker and more ominous turn when authorities began looking for the driver of a silver car that had apparently stopped in a remote forest area. They expressed their interest in the vehicle movements on the afternoon and evening of May 5, the day after Suzanne's last sighting. The police were especially interested in anyone who saw the car between 1 p.m. and 3:30 p.m., as well as around 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. In a significant development, authorities publicly announced the shift from a missing person case to a murder investigation. They revealed that they believed Suzanne was murdered and that her body was either disposed of or concealed about 90 miles from her last known location. The search was expanded to cover approximately 400 square miles of rural Gill and Butte. The investigation centered primarily on the Rest, Be Thankful, and Argo Forest regions. Despite extensive searches, no trace of Suzanne was found at this time. As the investigation progressed, police focused their search on a 5-square-mile area. They suspected Suzanne's remains could be hidden in Glen Crow, Argill, and Butte. They continued their determined efforts to solve the mystery of her disappearance. Despite the absence of Suzanne's body, the authorities believed they had gathered sufficient evidence to charge David Gilroy with her murder. The investigation into this enigmatic case was meticulous and painstaking. Law enforcement is working tirelessly to bring justice. They interviewed nearly 1,500 potential witnesses and meticulously documented 1164 statements. The investigators diligently gathered 25 pieces of evidence, which included documents and various objects. Furthermore, They examined CCTV footage from 250 different locations and conducted thorough searches in 30 different areas throughout our mission. In court, the prosecution stood firm, presenting a compelling case. Their arguments revolved around the notion that, despite the absence of Suzanne's body, a wealth of evidence pointed to her being the victim of a heinous crime, with David as the primary suspect. The prosecution revealed the intricate tapestry of Suzanne and David's relationship, which began at work. However, their turbulent love story had taken a dark turn when Suzanne chose to end the relationship shortly before her mysterious disappearance, a decision attributed to her newfound involvement with another person. During the trial, Suzanne's mother, Sylvia, testified, providing a moving glimpse into her daughter's life. Sylvia recounted Suzanne's marriage in 2004, followed by a divorce. Suzanne had taken a significant step toward independence by purchasing her own Edinburgh apartment, which became David's residence in 2009. Sylvia made it clear that he had left his wife and was seeking a divorce. Suzanne did not cause the breakup. The courtroom remained wrapped as the prosecution continued to unravel the complex narrative. David's obsession with Suzanne became a central theme in their case. The prosecution revealed that David sent an astounding 400 text messages in the month leading up to Suzanne's disappearance, indicating that he was unwilling to accept the end of their relationship. Phone records provide a vivid picture of David's persistent attempts to communicate with Suzanne. In the days leading up to her disappearance, he sent her over 50 texts per day. His final communication with Suzanne was on May 3, the day before she went missing, and consisted of 15 text messages and 1 voicemail. The prosecution's case took an unsettling turn when it painted a vivid and sinister picture of what happened on May 4. They claimed Suzanne had followed her usual daily routine, going to work as she had done countless times before. In a chilling scenario, the prosecution claimed that David waited for Suzanne to arrive at the office building and strangled her almost immediately, possibly luring her into the basement. According to their version of events, he then hid Suzanne's lifeless body in the basement of the office building, adding to the mystery surrounding her disappearance. David then went back home to retrieve his silver Vauxhall Vectra. That would quickly become an important piece of the puzzle in this haunting case. The prosecution claimed that Suzanne's lifeless remains were hidden in the car's trunk, away from prying eyes. As the courtroom listened intently, the prosecution painted a disturbing picture of David's immediate actions following the alleged crime. He bought air fresheners, most likely in an attempt to mask any odors associated with his unpleasant activities. Furthermore, he made numerous visits to the basement and garage areas of the infrastructure management offices, despite having no legitimate reason to be there. Following these ominous activities, David went about his day seemingly unaffected, attending a school presentation with his wife and sharing a meal at Victoria on Leith Walk, while immersed in the gripping courtroom drama surrounding Suzanne's disappearance and presumed murder. New details emerged that sent chills down the spines of everyone who followed the case. The night of May 4 was pivotal in the prosecution's narrative. David Gilroy had ostensibly made an appointment to visit a school the next day, May 5, in Logelfed, Argyll and Butte. The school in question was a client of his employer, but there appeared to be no legitimate reason for his attendance on that particular day. His interaction with a school cleaner who provided him with beanbags and cable ties added to his suspicions. This seemingly insignificant event would quickly become the focus of the investigation. The prosecution's case gained traction as they meticulously recreated David's journey to Argyll. They examined CCTV footage and his mobile phone records, revealing several-hour gaps on both legs of his journey from Lochs Gilfhead to Inverarray. The journey took an incredible 2 hours longer each way than it should have. The prosecution claimed that the discrepancy concealed a sinister secret. Suzanne's body was hidden somewhere in that area. David was intimately familiar with this region. I've previously gone on walking holidays there with Suzanne. When investigators examined David's car, they made chilling discoveries. Vegetative matter was discovered on the vehicle, and 3 fractured coil springs suggested that it had been driven off-road. Things become even more complicated. The court learned that David had turned off his phone at some point during his journey, which added to the evidence against him. The court heard that cadaver dogs trained to detect the scent of human remains showed interest in both David's Vauxhall Vectra boot and specific areas of the office building's basement. As the trial progressed, the prosecution introduced a disturbing physical aspect to their case. When David went to the police station on May 6 to give a statement, authorities discovered alarming evidence. David had scratches on his hands, a cut on his forehead, bruises on his chest, and more scratches on his wrists and forearms. The prosecution claimed that David used makeup to conceal his injuries while speaking with the police, which raised additional suspicions. Gail Hawkins, Suzanne's N's friend, took the stand and made a shocking revelation. Suzanne had confided in her, concerned that David had hacked into her email account and gained unauthorized access to her emails. The prosecution claimed that David had accessed her emails between August 24, 2009 and April 30, 2010. The court also discovered that he had access to her account on an online dating site. Helen Liddell, a financial administrator at Infrastructure Management, testified that she discovered emails between David and Suzanne that clearly showed they were having an affair or relationship. This revelation surprised her because she was unaware of their relationship. The jury was shown CCTV footage of Suzanne and David just 2 days before she disappeared. On May 2, the two were seen shopping together at a convenience store. This contrasts sharply with David's claim to the police that their relationship ended in December 2009. Police efforts to find Suzanne's remains took a chilling turn when they narrowed the search area to only 5 square miles, based on David's phone records. These records showed that his phone had pinged off phone masts in the remote Glen Crow area on May 5, the day Suzanne went missing. Glen Crow, located in the Kerry Alps on the Cowell Peninsula in Argyll and Butte, boasted rugged mountains and a landscape riddled with formidable obstacles, including boulders, making the search for evidence particularly difficult. The defense responded with a concise case, claiming that there was insufficient evidence against their client and that the prosecution's case was based solely on circumstantial evidence. Suzanne's body had not been found, forcing the prosecution to speculate on her fate and cause of death. There were no witnesses to the alleged crime, no confession, and no DNA or blood evidence to connect David to the crime. The prosecution presented only circumstantial evidence, which left room for doubt. David declined to testify, but the defense summoned some of his co-workers to give testimony. They stated that nothing out of the ordinary occurred at the office on May 4. After 2.5 days of deliberation, the jury reached a split decision. The court accepted a majority verdict, and David was convicted of murder. He received a life sentence and was required to serve at least 18 years. David Gilroy maintains his innocence. On April 27, 2012, he filed notice of intent to appeal his conviction. However, on December 2012, the Court of Criminal Appeal in Edinburgh dismissed the appeal. In June 2017, the Scottish Criminal Cases Review Commission concluded its investigation of the case. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. In April 2016, in Fort Worth, Texas, a shocking and brutal murder startled even experienced investigators. Elizabeth Paula Arellano worked as a paramedic before falling victim to this vicious and senseless act. Prepare to be shocked as you discover who carried out Elizabeth's execution. Her death was so peculiar that the police initially suggested it might have been voluntary. However, this explanation didn't align with the testimony provided by accidental witnesses to this tragic scene. Investigation teams had to go the extra mile in their efforts to understand everything and bring justice against the individual who committed this extremely brutal crime. Unfortunately, given his conduct, his sentence appeared too lenient and unfair compared to many others. Elizabeth Paula Arellano was born on August 16, 1987 in Fort Worth, Texas, where she would live her short life. Elizabeth spent much of her childhood alongside Alessandra and Giovanna, whom she found to be her companions. Elizabeth's birth father left when she was still young, showing no interest in or contact with his daughter. Soon thereafter, her mother, Juanita, remarried Fidel, who eventually treated their children as his own. Elizabeth developed an extremely close bond with Fidel, who supported and assisted in every way possible in all family matters. The girl studied diligently at school and dreamed of one day becoming a doctor. While in high school, she met Rudolph Arellano, whom she soon fell in love with. Elizabeth chose a man almost 8 years older than herself, causing some embarrassment among her parents, Nonetheless, they did not interfere with the romance, as their son-in-law appeared serious and reliable enough for them not to intervene. At 16 years old, just out of school, Elizabeth legally married her lover. Elizabeth and James eventually had 4 children together, 3 sons and a daughter. However, Elizabeth did not intend to become a housewife, as she remembered her childhood dream of becoming a doctor, and she graduated from medical school to work as a paramedic while planning to pursue further education. The young woman was kind and devoutly raised in Christian traditions. She took her children regularly to church and instilled in them love and compassion for their neighbors. Family and friends recognized her as an attentive listener who was always willing to lend a helping hand. At first, their marriage seemed strong and blissful, but after 13 years, it began to unravel as Rudolph tried his hardest to control every aspect of her life, becoming increasingly inconsiderate over time. Eventually, their union disintegrated entirely, as his jealousy of his young wife became uncontrollable. After yet another jealousy-fueled argument initiated by Rudolph, Elizabeth took her children and moved them back to her parents' house. Although Rudolph attempted reconciliation with Elizabeth, she had grown tired of his fits of anger and didn't want the children exposed daily to their scandalous arguments. She mustered enough courage to officially file for a divorce, and shortly thereafter, she mysteriously vanished without a trace. According to friends and family, she appeared in good spirits and decided, in order to distract herself from family problems and the impending divorce, to visit a nearby club after work with colleagues. On Friday evening, April 15, 2016, the 28-year-old mother went to a fun place with some friends. There, she danced and had fun but did not consume alcohol due to her plans to return in her own car, which she had used to arrive at the club. Elizabeth arrived home well past midnight on April 16th. Once she parked the car, she called her friend, with whom she had spent the evening at the club, to inform them that she had already reached home and that everything was okay. However, after hanging up the phone, she never entered the house. The next morning, Juanita became very distressed to find that Elizabeth had not returned home as planned. Although Juanita knew Elizabeth had planned on spending the evening with friends, she expected Elizabeth would have returned long ago, as her car had been parked outside their house, indicating her return from the club. Juanita approached Elizabeth's car, only to find it unlocked with its key still in the ignition. Inside were Elizabeth's purse and cell phone belongings, indicating that something horrible must have occurred. As soon as she noticed Elizabeth was missing, Juanita immediately notified the police and filed a missing person report. At first, the police believed they could quickly solve the case with hot leads, hoping Elizabeth might still be alive, as there was no blood or signs of struggle visible inside the car. However, that proved not to be the case, and their first priority became reconstructing every aspect of that evening and night for all possible witnesses who might help identify and interrogate. Friends and colleagues of the young woman who spent the evening before she disappeared were interviewed, providing details about when she left and returned home. Additionally, several calls and messages from Rudolph Arellano, who was trying to contact Elizabeth throughout that evening, were found on her cell phone, all without success, as Elizabeth never answered his calls or texts. Police officers visited Rudolph's home the evening and night prior to ascertain his whereabouts and activities. According to Rudolph, he had spoken with his ex-spouse that night, who assured him she would bring their children over for the weekend visitation. But after she stopped answering his calls, he believed she had changed her mind and abandoned him. Arellano offered up an unlikely alibi. According to him, he spent the evening sitting at a local bar before returning home at midnight and going straight to sleep. On Friday afternoon, Rudolph was confirmed by his friends and others to have been relaxing in the same establishment. However, no one knew where he went after that, and there was no one to verify his claim. So, the police were unwilling to exclude Mr. Arellano as a suspect due to his lack of an alibi, and his behavior raised further suspicions. At his ex-wife's funeral, Rudolph put on a show, weeping at her coffin and telling Elizabeth that he wanted her death as much as his own. Elizabeth believed in the sincerity of these statements. Furthermore, he actively assisted in creating a charitable foundation to raise money for her farewell ceremony. However, after the conclusion of this act, when police investigators called him in for questioning again, he looked and behaved completely differently, as though nothing bad had taken place compared to what Elizabeth had witnessed before at that point in time. After reviewing all the CCTV footage from the last several weeks, a thorough assessment was completed. Under Elizabeth's route, it was determined that a car of similar make and color to Rudolph's had driven away from her parents' house at 3 a.m., according to witness accounts. A neighbor also remembers seeing this same vehicle parked not far from where Elizabeth had been killed on a nearby bridge. Furthermore, investigators raised more questions when they obtained Rudolph's cell phone data for the night of the crime. On that night, Rudolph made multiple calls near Elizabeth's place of employment and then near his mother-in-law and father-in-law's homes, as well as sending his ex-wife several messages trying to find out when she would return. But none were returned by her. He followed her to Elizabeth's parents' home, where he decided to wait. Once the police had enough evidence against Rudolph, they arrested and brought him into the station for further questioning. One of the key witnesses in Elizabeth and Rudolph's case was their eldest son. When shown the rope that had been cut from Elizabeth's neck, he reported having seen it earlier at his father's house, recalling playing with it himself. Furthermore, the boy recognized pieces of concrete left lying around their garden after their fence had been replaced. Fragments from this concrete could even be found inside Rudolph's car trunk. The investigation revealed that the man waited for his ex-wife at her parents' home before abducting her and forcing her into his car, where he had prepared rope and concrete in the trunk for use during the massacre at a nearby bridge. He planned on going unnoticed while carrying out this act of violence. Rudolph Arellano was arrested 10 days after his ex-wife's body was recovered from a lake, but denied all involvement in her murder, claiming he had been at home on that particular night. Given the severity of Rudolph's actions, death could have been imminent until, after consulting with his lawyer, he decided to confess and cooperate with the investigation to lessen his sentence. Arellano did not plead guilty until January 2019 when he presented evidence in court detailing how he abducted and murdered Juanita, the mother of their 4 children. Juanita fainted during his testimony, while Alessandra and Giovanna called Arellano a monster. Rudolph himself did not express any regret for his crime or apologize to those affected by it. Rather, he spoke nonchalantly and coldly about it, without offering an explanation for his motivations or actions. For this crime, he was sentenced to life without parole. Elizabeth's family members considered this sentence rather mild, noting that they forgave Rudolph because they did not want their hearts to be consumed by hatred towards him. Elizabeth is now responsible for raising her children, as her parents and sisters are responsible for providing care. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. It's a terrible and often destructive emotion that can make someone blind and make them do bad things. The terrible event that happened in Costa Rica a few years ago was caused by jealousy. In the history of forensics, this case is known as the case of Gerardo Cruz. But let's go through everything in order. The year he was born was February 1975 in Costa Rica. Not much is known about her family when she was young. The girl grew up in a place called Cuba with her mother, Sonia Fonseca. Samadi went to one of the nearby schools. Even when he was young, he showed that he was a difficult and troubled person. People in the area who knew her say she wouldn't put up with being turned down and that she often got what she wanted by force or lying. Samadi's beautiful looks and perfect body made it easy for men to fall in love with her, but she couldn't keep them. She was very pretty and knew how to make the most of her looks, but she put money and her own needs above all else out of greed and vanity, which turned off her suitors after a short time together. In her younger years, she was also very angry and jealous. Because she looks like a doll, Samadi Fonseca worked for a few years as Barbie in one of the big bookstores owned by the Universal Company. It was during this time that the girl got a nickname that made her feel good and stuck with her forever. Samadi had an affair with a successful reporter who worked on local TV not long after she graduated from high school. Her age difference with the man was 16 years. His name was Osvaldo Fernando Baleri. Samadhi was in her longest and most serious relationship, but Baleri never asked her to marry him. They had a son named Christopher in 1996 and a daughter named Christina the next year. He broke up with the young woman in 2012, though, because of constant scandals and jealousy. He died suddenly at the age of 53. Not long after Baleri died, Samadhi made the choice to do something on her own. She went to the house of her ex-lover and took it by changing the locks so that the family and heirs of the dead person could not get in. Samadhi also took some valuable things that belonged to the person who died. The Baleri family was very angry and went to court right away to punish Samadhi for stealing. The young woman was told to leave the house by the police, but she was not charged with a crime. Fonseca was in a lot of other relationships besides Miguel Angel Perez. She had her third child, a daughter named Maria, with him. Some reports say that this relationship was registered, but after a few years, they got a divorce. Some sources, though, say that Samadhi wasn't married. She also gave her lover's last name to her youngest daughter, without telling him or getting his permission. Although it's interesting that some of Barbie's lovers have mysteriously vanished or died in strange ways, no one paid much attention to this for a long time. As an example, one of Samadhi's lovers disappeared soon after he broke up with a woman who was rude and angry. The man has still not been found, and many people are sure that Fonseca has something to do with this case. However, strong proof of her guilt could not be found. Diaco, Samadhi's other ex-lover, died in a terrible accident after they broke up. He was killed, and it looked like someone tried to rob him but failed. It was never found out who killed those people. Again, a lot of people thought Samadhi had something to do with the crime, but no solid proof was found against her. But Gerardo Cruz was her most well-known victim. For Cruz, Costa Rica is home. He was born in San Jose in December 1992. He had never met his own father because the boy's real father had left the family before he was born. His mother, Ana Patricia, soon got married to Hermes Rodriguez. Rodriguez took the baby in and raised him as his own. After a few years, Gerardo got a sister named Milena. When the guy was young, he was calm and didn't worry about anything. His school was like any other. He liked motorcycles, and he met his true love, a girl named Carol, early in life. When Gerardo was 23, he moved in with his girlfriend and their 4-year-old daughter, Genesis Cruz. They lived with his aunt and uncle in the suburb of San Sebastian. To make sure his family had everything they needed, the young father got a job at a nearby bakery. He and his wife were very happy. Soon they found out for the second time that they were going to have a baby. Gerardo met Samadhi in the summer of 2015, when Samadhi was shopping at the bakery where Gerardo worked. The woman was 40 years old at the time, but she was still very pretty, liked dressing in sexy ways, and flirted with younger men. As she got older, she started having affairs with men who were much younger than her. The attention from younger lovers probably made her feel good, even though they were almost 20 years younger than her. Even though the beautiful woman was with Cruz's family, Cruz quickly fell in love with her and started meeting with her in secret. The fact that she started going to the bakery almost every day to see her young lover caught the attention of other workers. Along with Samadhi, her oldest daughter Christina, who was 19 years old at the time, often showed up with her. At first, Gerardo did a great job of keeping his family life in check while meeting with his mistress in secret. Neither of the women in his life knew about the other. But soon, Gerardo, as they call him, let down his guard. To show off how good he was with women, he started to brag to his friends and co-workers about Samadhi and how she was a great mistress and gave him lots of gifts. The news quickly got to his mother, who tried to talk sense into her son and get him to leave his mistress. A few months into the relationship, Samadhi learned that her lover was pregnant and had a young daughter. They broke up in October of that year, 2015. The woman was so mad that she called and texted Carol, calling her names and threatening to kill Gerardo if he didn't belong to her alone. Gerardo was able to ask his wife to forgive him and keep the family together. When it came to his ex-lover, He didn't pay attention to her threats because he thought she would quickly calm down and find a new boyfriend. It's possible that he had no idea how sneaky and mean Samadi would be. A mere few days after breaking up with Fonseca, Cruz happened upon a very public event. The young man was walking down a street in downtown when he saw an older man following a young girl while holding his phone so that the camera was under her miniskirt. The guy was so angry that he pulled out his phone and started recording what was going on. He then stopped the girl, told her everything, and told her to call the police. Cruz then went after the man and tried to take a picture of his face. He went after him for about 2 minutes and loudly asked him if he was having fun taking pictures of the girl's underwear without her knowledge. The man then got into a taxi and drove off. That same night, Gerardo posted the video he had made on his website. In just one night, the video went viral, and users quickly figured out that the old man was Luis Sulmano Delgado, a former official who worked for the Ministry of Finance. The media quickly picked up the video and spread it across the country, making Gerardo a national star. The young man was asked to be on TV and radio shows and was interviewed almost every day for print publications. He talked about what he had seen, said that the former official had done something wrong, and said that he had no regrets and would do it again. Aside from that, skilled lawyers hired by Sulmano Delgado started to work against Gerardo, accusing him of doing something wrong. They said that sharing the guy's videotape with other people was against the law, and they were getting ready to sue him in court. In fact, Cruz was shocked by what happened and didn't understand why they could judge him, but not the man who had done such a horrible thing to a girl. On October 7th, Gerardo did his last interview on the air of a local radio station. He was sure he was right and didn't think he had anything to worry about. Gerardo had planned to meet up with his friend Oswald after work the next day, but he suddenly called off the meeting, saying he had to take care of something important. Later, he learned that that day, he got a message from Samadi. In it, the young woman tricked him into going to the park in the evening for another interview. Gerardo didn't think anything was wrong. He just believed his ex-lover. When his shift was over, he went to the agreed-upon location, but there were no reporters waiting for him. Not long after, 2 unknown men showed up and took his bag. They then beat him and stabbed him several times in the chest and stomach before running away. Before he passed out, the hurt man was able to call his friend and tell them what happened. His friend then called the police and ambulance services right away. Gerardo was taken to the hospital right away, and doctors there fought for 42 days to save his life. During this time, Gerardo had a lot of surgeries, but they were not able to save him. The 19th of November, Cruz passed away in the ICU. Since not long before the tragedy, he had become a real celebrity, and the whole country knew about his condition. In interviews that they did from time to time, Gerardo's family asked everyone to pray for his recovery. That's why they didn't know who or why could hurt Gerardo in that way. People from all over came to the young man's funeral to show their support for his family. They all hoped that the killers would be caught quickly by the police and given a fair punishment. At first, there were different stories about what happened. The first idea was that it was a murder robbery. In fact, Gerardo was attacked in the park at night, his bag was stolen, and he was stabbed with a knife, which made it look like a normal theft. But just a few days before, Cruz put out a shocking video that implicated a well-known former official. So the second idea was that the person was killed in revenge. The media said and wrote that Sulmano Delgado might have hired hitmen to kill the young man, whose actions had hurt his reputation. The murder got a lot of attention in the news, and people took to the streets to demand that the killers be caught and punished. The police thought about different stories and looked for other people who might be Gerardo's enemies or people who wanted him to hurt. There was no progress in the investigation for a few months until May 2016, when a video from a street camera was found. There was video of 2 men running away from the place where Cruz was killed. These men were right away thought to be responsible, but it was up to the police to figure out who they were and find them. The tape was an important piece of evidence, and the case moved forward after it was made public. It was shown over and over on news shows, and people were told to pay close attention because these people could be dangerous criminals. The police could also make rough sketches of the men they were looking for and talk about their anthropometric data. Soon, one of the men's identities was known because he chose to turn himself in to the police and help with the investigation in the hopes that it would help him get a lighter sentence. Because he gave them information, the police were able to quickly find several other criminals who worked with him and the people who planned the crime. Soon, Samadhi and her daughter Christina were taken into custody. Along with the mother and daughter, 3 other men were arrested: a cab driver named Ronald Arce, who had found the murderers, a worker named Cesar Chavez, who had acted as a go-between, and a young Miner who had been directly involved in the attack. Later, Omar Costa was also arrested. He had been following the victim and telling people where he was on the day of the attack. Phone calls and text messages were used to figure out what each person's role was and how they were connected to the crime. Samadhi gave the order for the murder and had carefully planned the whole thing, even including telling her daughter Christina about it. To find hitmen to kill Gerardo, they asked their friends Ronald and Cesar for help. They wanted to make it look like a failed robbery in a park at night. Later, Omar joined them. It was his job to make sure the victim went to the agreed-upon place. Samadhi picked October 7th as the day of the attack. That day, she called all the people involved in the crime several times, gave them jobs, and made sure everyone stuck to the plan. In addition, the young woman demanded that they bring her some of her ex-lover's things as proof after they did the crime. Cruz thought he was going to an interview when he left work and went straight to the park. He tried not to be late for the meeting, but he was attacked and stabbed several times. His bag and jacket were then taken, and the customer was given them as proof. The texts that showed Samadhi was guilty were the main proof. They clearly explained the murder plan and who was responsible for what. The woman was so sure that she could get away with it that she didn't even delete them. The woman did such a horrible thing because she was plain jealous. She didn't want to share her lover with his wife and thought that no one else would want him if he wasn't with her. She planned everything out and included her own daughter in her crime. Her daughter helped her with every part of the plan. The mother and daughter were arrested right away, and it was clear that they couldn't be freed on bail because the criminals would probably try to get away and leave the country. Their helpers were also put in jail before their trials, but Omar, who was in charge of surveillance, and the youngest person involved in the crime, were given to authorities who deal with juvenile offenders. The investigation took about a year and a half, and the trial of everyone involved in the crime plot didn't start until December 2017. It also turned out that Samadhi had been charged with crimes before. In particular, she was arrested for making fake papers to get money from the government, but she only had to pay a fine. The story of Miguel Angel Perez has also come to light. He is the father of Samadhi's youngest daughter. It turned out that the young woman gave the child the last name of a man she used to date without his permission. Afterward, she used the court to get him to pay her alimony, which she did for more than 3 years. When it was discovered that the whole process was fake, the con artist was given 3 years in prison and a big fine. The court did change her sentence, though, because she had a young child. The 5-year sentence was placed on hold. The murder victim's wife, Gerardo, admitted in court that she knew about his affair with Samadhi and that Samadhi had threatened to kill him. He did not pay much attention to the threats, though. The main reason for the crime was, as was already said, the woman's anger and pride because she couldn't accept that her young lover wanted to stay with his wife. The call logs showed that the mother and daughter planned the crime together. It was also made public that Christine had a nervous breakdown after the CCTV footage of the killers was made public. In tears, she called her mother and was about to tell the police what she had done. She tried to calm her daughter down by telling her that the investigation would never show who they were. The verdict wasn't made public until January 23, 2018. The court's decision said that Samadhi would spend 30 years in prison. Ronald, Caesar, her daughter, and her sister all got 25 years in prison. One of the killers went to a place for young offenders to stay, but the other was not found at that time. Omar, who had been following the victim, was found not guilty, though. As moral compensation, $140,000 was given to the victim's family. The killers of Gerardo were given a fair sentence, which the family thanked the court for after the verdict was read. That being said, it was quickly made public that Samadhi and Christina's lawyers had asked the appeals court to lower the sentences. It was tried again in November 2019. At the same time, the second killer's name came to light. According to Ronald, this person took part in the killings, but did not know the details of the plan. Ronald and Cesar also went to the appeals court to try to get the sentence shortened. Because of this, each person involved in the crime got 5 years taken off their sentence. At this point, Samadhi is serving her 25-year sentence in a Costa Rican prison for women. Samadhi, on the other hand, will spend almost 20 years in prison. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. This is exactly what Kanyong's story is about. You might ask, is this really possible? How could a simple family dinner lead to a brutal murder that will shock everyone in Malaysia? The law will even be looked at by the local government. Let us look at this case. Princess Kany Ong Lake Yang is her full name. She was born in 1974 in Ipoh, Malaysia, into a big family. People from all over the world visit the city, but Kany had her sights set on something else: a better job and traveling. What else could a girl want? That being said, she knew that she had to work for her dream and that nothing good could just happen. First, Kany got a gold medal in high school. Then she went to the University of Hawaii and got a degree in economics here. After the start, more work had to be done to make things better. She went to Los Angeles and got a job at an advertising agency. She was already living on her own. The city of dreams helped the girl see herself as an expert in her field. In 2001, Kany met Brandon Ong there. He was born in Singapore, like her father, but moved to the United States with his family when he was a child, and was now legally an American. Young Kany and Brandon quickly got married and moved to San Diego, which is right next door. But after only 2 years together, something bad happened. Kany's dad got liver cancer. The surgery her father was going to have in Malaysia was very serious, and it wasn't clear if he would live or die after it. She quickly packed her things and flew to her father on June 1st, leaving her husband in the United States. The surgery went well, the disease got better, and the doctor said that Kany's dad, who they called Bijan, would live a long time and definitely have grandchildren. Kany let out a sigh of relief. At last, she could go back to her husband and her favorite job. In the morning, she took a plane to Los Angeles. That night, Kany invited her whole family to a farewell dinner at Montes, their favorite restaurant that they used to go on vacation when Kany still lived with her parents. During dinner, Kany's mom got sick out of the blue and her sweet daughter offered to drive her home. She spent a long time looking for a parking ticket in her purse in the parking lot. When she couldn't find it, she realized she had left it in her car and forgotten about it. Kany then ran to the car and told her sisters to watch her mother. She wasn't seen for a long time. Her mother went to the car to check on her, but neither Kany's nor her daughters were there. When one of the sisters tried to call Kany's phone, it was even scarier to see that it was turned off. Her family knew her very well. She couldn't just disappear, and she would always call to let them know what had happened. But what could have happened in a parking lot that was locked up, only 300 feet from her family? The father of Kany asked the security guards to show him the video footage. His daughter was walking toward the car and checking her pockets and purse for her keys. At first, there was nothing strange about it. When they looked back, they saw a stranger moving behind Kany. He was speeding up and slowing down, just like Kany. The guards and Kany's worried father watched her car leave the parking lot from a different camera. There was a man behind the wheel, most likely the one who had followed her in the parking lot. It was strange that Kany was sitting in the passenger seat. The family called the police right away because it looked like someone was taking their child. People should praise the Malaysian police for starting to look for the missing woman as soon as they learned that the car had been stolen. After a few hours, a highway patrol officer saw a car on the road that fit the description. The police stopped the car to look at the papers so as not to scare the possible kidnapper. At the time, They weren't sure if it was a kidnapping or not for sure. The driver of the car stopped and gave the police officer his license, even though he looked tense. He tried to show the policeman some signs while sitting next to him, but the officer was busy checking the driver's license. He didn't understand, which is a shame. Kidnapper, on the other hand, paid attention, stepped on the gas, and drove away from the police car. The police shot at the car, but it got away. They still had the kidnapper's papers, though. His name was Ahmad Najib bin Aris, and he was 27 years old. Let me give you a short history of this person. They were born in 1976 and raised in Muar, Malaysia. He was the second child in a family of 4. Ahmad Najib went to secondary school until the 3rd year, but then he quit. He didn't go to the last 2 years of secondary school. In Malaysia, secondary school lasts for 5 years. He had to work to feed his family, and he worked hard. He went from Muar to Kuala Lumpur in 1998. In the end, Ahmad Najib got married and had 2 kids. Ahmad Najib was a good man who did his job well, according to people who knew him. Now let's get back to our case. After some time, it became clear that the shooting at the car had an effect. A young man went up to the police and told them a strange story. He told the story of a stranger who approached him at a roadside cafe while he was eating dinner. The stranger said that he was on vacation with his wife but had a flat tire on the way and could not go any further. The young man was happy to help the stranger. He got a jack from the trunk and gave it to the traveler when they got outside. But he saw bullet holes in the car, and in the front seat, he saw a scared woman who didn't look like a wife taking a carefree vacation with her husband. But the so-called husband didn't change the tire himself. He just played around with the jack for a while, complained, and then gave it back. The police knew right away that it was Canny, and that Ahmad was the one who took her. But that was the last time anyone saw Canny alive. Not long after, on the 3rd day, Kanyong, or rather her body, was found in a sewer manhole near a construction site. It was almost completely burned to the ground. The autopsy will show that the woman was stabbed several times in the stomach and then choked to death. Another thing that was found nearby the construction site was Canny's car, which had a shot tire and blood on the back seat. Even though the police had the killer's paperwork, they didn't go to Ahmad's house until after the body was found. For some reason, really interesting thing about this story is that the killer was at home, acting like nothing had happened, like he had. It was like he hadn't stolen someone else's car, kidnapped a woman who had come to see her sick father, and then driven away from police officers who were shooting at him. After Ahmad was caught, forensic tests showed that the car also had Ahmad's DNA in it, along with Canny's blood. To be clear, we want to say that murders in Malaysia are very uncommon, especially ones that are so violent. According to the criminal code, someone who kills someone deserves the death penalty, not even life in prison in this case. Ahmad knew that the police had all the information on him, so it's not clear what he was hoping for. He admitted everything, and even agreed to help with the investigation because he thought that would keep him from being put to death. Of course, the cruel criminal hid his identity at the trial by pretending to be a sheep. In the parking lot that night, he said, he was looking for a different woman, but thought he saw the wrong woman. He didn't realize it until he was in the car with Canny. He even said that they laughed about it together, and he later tried to get her to have sex with him. Again, he said that Canny wasn't even against it, and the marks on her neck from being strangled were just part of the woman's sexual fantasy, which is why she died. Ahmad, who was scared, decided to get rid of the body by setting Canny on fire. From beginning to end, Ahmad's lawyers made up this story because if they had been proven true, they would have only been found guilty of abusing the dead or, in the worst case, negligently killing Canny during the sexual encounter. If this isn't true and the defendant's crazy thoughts are all this, the lawyer said, then why didn't the captive run away while her captor changed the tire? If the person hadn't been stabbed in the stomach, this story might even sound plausible. The defense fell apart like a house of cards at this point. It was clear because the investigation had a different, more reliable account of what had happened, which was backed up by the autopsy. Ahmad saw a woman by herself in the parking lot outside of Monty's and followed her. When Canny opened her car door, he pointed a knife at her and told her to sit in the passenger seat. He then got behind the wheel himself. After the incident with the police and the failed attempt to fix a flat tire, he took the car to a place with no one else around, put Canny in the back seat, and used her more than once. When Canny tried to fight back, she was stabbed several times in the stomach and then strangled with a coat belt. Ahmad took her already dead body outside, threw it into the first manhole, and then put tires over it so no one would find it. His plan was to finally hide the evidence of the crime. When he came back to this manhole the next day with several gas cans, he put gasoline in Canny's body and set it on fire. It turned out that Ahmad had also raped 4 women, luckily none of whom died. They did not report it to the police because they were afraid of being caught, though. After what seemed like years, the court finally found the murderer guilty on February 23, 2005. Among other things, they gave Ahmad 10 lashes. Was this any better for the parents who had lost their daughter for good? Ahmad tried to appeal his sentence while he was in jail. He even wrote a letter to Selangor, the head of state, asking him to release him, but he was turned down. Ahmad got what was coming to him just 13 years after killing Canny. He was hanged in his cell on September 23, 2016. As I already said, this case got a lot of attention in Malaysia. People in the area were scared, not so much by the brutality of the murder and Ahmad's seemingly false belief that he would not be caught, but by the fact that it is not hard to kidnap someone in a busy shopping center, even if it's in a parking lot. To make sure this didn't happen again, the Malaysian government started to put up as many CCTV cameras as they could all over the country. They also hired more security guards for shopping malls and even made parking spots just for women. For these reasons, it is very sad that the life of an innocent woman who flew from tens of thousands of miles away to be with her father for 2 weeks had to be sacrificed. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more.